This issue is not about how somebody should be forgiven. This issue is about parental responsibility and the capability of someone to become a good parent. It does not involve forgiveness, it just involves character, period. Kanyari does not have the character to parent Sky and Danny. Those are the facts of the matter. It's not about forgiving him, it's not about whether God is in him or not. We don't know if God is in him. We don't have a machine to check that. And I wanted to say that a lot of times we tend to use religion to protect people that are actually not safe, not just for children, but just in society in general. We use Christianity, religion to cover up a lot of things, and that is a very big problem. And the way we use Christianity and religion has harmed a lot of families, has harmed a lot of marriages. And I can confidently say that the reason why Betty Bayo suffered most is the fact that she tried to be a good Christian wife until hangeweza kuendelea. And the fact is, Betty kama angekuwa na trust na Kanyari, Betty angetoka kwa Kanyari. We should all respect the fact that Betty left Kanyari and took her kids with her. That was a clear message to us as society that Betty felt her children were not safe with Kanyari. Hiyo ndio ukweli wa mambo yenye mnafaa kuongelelea.
Yes, she's financially stable. Yes, she might not need help ya Tash, finances. Lakini tule tutoto, tunamhitaji. Those kids wanaweza appreciate sana. Iyo kupaka mafuta anapaka watoto wa Kanyari. Inaweza kuwa sana akipaka watoto wake. And I'm sure those kids will appreciate. Right? So unataka kuniambia baba amekuja all of a sudden he's a perfect daddy to stepdad na watoto wake hakufukuzwa. Bibi ya Tash alionea kwa mtandao, Tash ameengage Betty Bayo.
Hello guys, it's your girl Patience Status. Welcome and welcome back to my YouTube channel. If it's your first time here, make sure you hit the subscription box and put on the notification bell so that you don't forget any time I post a new video. Remember, I'm the queen of online gossip. So welcome to today's video. Don't forget to give it a like and leave a comment on the comment section.
I cannot imagine receiving a call from my child and telling them, no, I'm not gonna buy for you. So Tash is taking advantage and Tash is brainwashing the kids because Tash, tell me why Tash amekataza watoto kuongea na watu wakina Betty. Tell me why Tash anapeana rule kwa gate watu wakina Betty wasifunguliwe. Tell me why kwa nini watoto wakipata Kanyari wanamhanda hivyo vyote. So mimi nitaachia hapo, maswali ziendelee.
Betty, can I tell you something? Tash kuweka restrictions on the gate, daro nata achana nao kwa sababu maybe for him because he feels like the house is where he's renting, so anaweza conclude as trespassing. But let's go back to the kids. You see, this kidonda is not starting with Tash, nor Sky. And I was just commenting here. You guys are underestimating that girl called Sky. Ule ni mtu anyway, we ain't related, so put public judgment aside. That is someone, even if you see from her video, utajua tu huyu anaweza manipulate mtu mbaya. The problem comes from the source. Sky is following what mamake used to do. I'm sorry to say that though, but there's no need also to apologizing. It's calling a spade a spade. Now she's taking the mantle with what the mother used to do. But right now, kumbuka hivi, you have this Tash. Sky will be used to manipulate. Unataka kujua the crazy part is this. When Sky is calling Kanyari, the call is on loudspeaker. And guess who's next to the speaker? The whole Tash. It's a mute. Sema hivi alafu mute asisikie. Unajua ni Gen Alpha. Na mko na mtu hapa hivi Budesco digit tech guy. Who knows, wacha ni mute. Kanyari probably even doesn't know how to mute a phone call. Because he's a typical African parent. Let the hate grow. Kanyari achane na watoto. In fact, hata achane watafute wakiwa 18. But like I said, I don't want to say much because there are other people on the call who wants to say. Hata pesa yenye Kanyari atakuwa anapata kwa sadaka, hawa watoto wanaweza siphon in a whole day.
Yeah.
Kanyari, these kids will make Kanyari broke, that hata ili Kanyari atafute hata Slay Queen pale nini Kamakis. Pale kwa nyama choma, tafute Slay Queen. Aendelee na Slay Queen na mzalie wengine. The thing of you gave someone pregnancy and then you're looking, these kids will drain you. Umeona? 60 million house, watoto hata watafute hata nyumba ya 13 million pale Kitengele imewatosha kuishi, kwani 60 million nyumba wanataka nyumba swimming pool ya nini?
By the way, kama Kanyari anaweza ambiwa na mtu mrefu vizuri, akanyange kubwa kubwa akisonga.
Akanyage kubwa kubwa, these kids, in fact the first problem, you know, mental health is very important.
Exactly.
And I'm telling you for real, Sky, hey, chungeni huyo mtoto. Ati mnasema hata muende naye kotini ati because he's under 18.
Yeah.
Ladies, remember, a girl at the age of 13, mind yake inafikiria kama mtu ako 10 years older. Also
exactly.
Always put that in mind before you judge any kid.
But hapo bro umeongea ukweli. Hapo umeongea ukweli.
Kwanza tusikie kutoka kwa Julius. Shikilia kidogo. Shiro was here before Mumbi, so we'll go to Shiro and then Mumbi. Kindly, in that order.
Sawa. Oh, thank you. Thank you. How are you guys?
Yeah, well.
Brilliant. Mimi, I just want to restrict myself on the issue of who, you know, how the kids relate to both dads and where they are currently. Because right now, what I'm listening to are stories that are coming from everybody, and those stories are coming out now after obviously the late has gone. And none of us out here, sisi watu wa social media, hatuna ile, we can, we're not able to authenticate every single word that is put out there. What I can do personally, the way I feel, is I can analyze the way these people are living when Betty was still around and even after themselves, you know, from their own words. Na vile mimi nilikuwa naona, I see Kanyari as a giver, not even a responsible dad. I see him as a giver, because what happens, hata ukimwangalia Kanyari, the way he conducts his life hata kwa church, Kanyari is such a giver. I think he's very generous. He gives, yani anapatia watu pesa, anawasaidia. Kuna yule kina Nyawera walikuwa huko wakapatiwa jobs, wakapatiwa nini ile, you know, walipwa vizuri, wanakombolewa manyumba huko. And this I'm analyzing from what came out from his mouth. I'm not saying from things that are said behind the scenes, you know, things that I cannot authenticate. So the way I see it, Kanyari is just a giver, and the reason I'm saying he's not responsible, in as much as he was co-parenting na Betty, I think the entire issue, where the issues are just becoming a little bit complicated, is that there is the issue of traditions that were followed, obviously, Rashio, Betty na Tash, and then ile ingine ikarudishiwa kwa kina, you know, Kanyari, and then there was also now the modernity, how we are living nowadays. If you have your children, you don't you don't see them hungry, so you provide for them. All right. And I think that is what Kanyari was doing. Kanyari was just giving, not really in the sense of co-parenting, because he used to see them here and there. Naona wakienda ka village market, mall, nini. But he was so sure that Betty was doing a very good job, that he felt his only role was to give. Yani, make sure watoto wake halali njaa, make sure watoto wake wameenda shule. Yeah. Now, according to the late Betty, and I remember this clip, alikuwa ameenda kwa Sarah Kabu, or Sarah Mtali, she's called now. Alikuwa ameenda kubook holidays, and you know, they were chatting there. Alikuwa naingia, she was looking all, you know, dapper and all that. And so Sarah commented, akamwambia, hey, siku hizi, you know, you're glowing, you're looking, oh my goodness, your fashion, nini. Akasema ni vile siku hizi yuko, you know, how she's happy, you know, hizo vitu. Alafu, while she was booking the holiday, Sarah akamuuliza, akasema, mimi nataka tuende, nataka kubook for the holiday. Akauliza, bona msibook, I don't know, I think she wanted to go somewhere with just ako kakijana kadogo ya Dani. So Sarah akamuuliza bona wasibukwa wote sijui nini, because I think they share the birthday. And then akasema yeye budget ya holidays na matumizi ya nyumba huwa ni ya Tash, lakini school fees ni ya Kanyari. So they started laughing there. Sarah akasema, you know, she made a joke out of it. Akasema hata kukuwa na baba wawili si vibaya, kuna budget wa huyu na kule. Now obviously I don't know the truth in that, or how much Betty was covering up for Tash, or how much Tash does, you know, because again Tash was working in the US nini. So you can't say Jamaa had nothing, you know. So he was working. So hizo maneno mimi sijui hizo nitty-gritties that we are all here, you know, consuming, speculating and adding our own spins on it. Na vile mimi naona hiyo marriage inapelekwa ka politics, you know, kila mtu anatoa side yake ya politics, anajaribu kuspin na whoever can listen to them and then blow it out in the public. All that for me it really doesn't matter. The central point here is how do they maneuver out of all this, you know, sort of interwoven marriage of culture, law, and the modernity in which they were living, and the children that we are talking about. In fact, to be honest, before even I come to the children, the only reason we are talking about this case is that the kids were taken quite. Did they get married in 2019? Can somebody confirm? Is that 2019 they got married? Yeah, if they got married in 2019, because I think that's when I remember.
I think so.
Yeah, if they got married in 2019, if Danny is 10 now, Danny was 4 years. So Danny has grown up in a family of mama yake na huyo dad, Tash, as the family unit. Lakini wanajua wako na baba, because baba obviously contributes to their school fees and whatever else, kama ni hizo journeys wanasema maybe here and there. But I also remember and seen them go on holidays huko Dubai wakiwa na Tash wote pamoja as a family unit. So the only reason we are commenting about this is unfortunately the late went when the kids was quite young. But if she hadn't gone at this particular time, this was a family, the way she had established it, this was a family like any other. Now, the crux of the matter is that the kids are minors anyway. Whatever time ameenda sahi ama, you know, ingekuwa later while they're still minor, that's the issue. Lakini hawa watoto wamelewa in that family unit na Tash na mama yao, wakikuwa pamoja and grown. Can you imagine a 4-year-old? My child is not too far away from Danny. He's 13. So at 4 years old, my kid doesn't remember much. If I had taken my child from his father at 4 years old, nienda kwa baba mwingine, huyu baba mwingine ndo atazoea akumbuke huyu ndo baba yake, sababu hata kama alikuwa nakuja and we used to, in our days we used to have because I also grew up in the village, we used to have our fathers go and work and then come at the end of the month or whatever it is, anakuja, but we still know that's our dad, you know, ako job, anaenda kufanya huko, anaenda kufanya kazi, anakuja. So for me the issue ya Kanyari is that the kids also know that he was just a, si tunaenda shule tunalipiwa na huyo, lakini this is home, this is where mom and dad are, and that's why wanapatia Kanyari a lot of headache, because hata Kanyari, first of all, if you put those kids with Kanyari, na Kanyari yeye mwenyewe anajua, hata in fact he said hata haelewi vile hawa watoto wanasema. He doesn't understand all this, what they talk about or what they mean by certain words, because he hasn't grown up na wao. Hata yeye mwenyewe alisema mimi hata sipendi kukaa huko kwa matajiri, lakini sababu watoto wangu wamezoea your life, mimi nitawanunulia nyumba. And then my question is, atawanunulia nyumba, nani atakuwa kikaa nao? Because yeye alisema yeye amezoea huko Eastlands, east, yeah, of Nairobi. Amezoea huko, nyumba yake inakaanga kama 200 people. So for him from a long time, and I think this is what Kanyari understood about himself, he knew that he is not responsible enough to bring up kids under his care. And that's why he would meet with them kwa mall, wanamalizana huko, yeye anatokelezea nao wanarudi nyumbani. It was never a case of, I have never seen personally, I'm saying I don't know, I could be, I stand to be corrected. It was never a case of, I'm taking you over 1 week, mmefunga shule, so we'll be spending time now. So that's what I'm saying, it's not co-parenting in the sense of it, where, yes, you have the custody of the kids, but I have access to them and they can come to me when they're on holiday. Wakiwa shule ni sawa, sababu tutaki kuleta so many disruptions. Weekend ni sawa, they can come over to my house. So it wasn't co-parenting in the deep sense of co-parenting, but it was co-parenting in the sense of giving or providing, right? So Kanyari understands something about himself, that yeye mwenyewe hawezi kukaa na watoto. Even hata kwa hiyo math yote Kanyari sofa ameongea sofa, sijasikia mahali akisema I can look after my own children, I can make sure that they're nurtured, they're loved, I'm present, I'm there for them every day. Sijasikia akiongea in those terms, but he's talking of I will buy a home somewhere, nataka wakaivo vile wamezoea. But he's also not talking that he's gonna move with them, aishi na wao. So, and obviously I think that conversation is not there because hawa watoto wajamzoea hivyo. Hata huyo 13-year-old 6 years ago she was only 7, right? So that's a very, very young kid. So both of them have grown up with Tash na mama yake, ukijua that's the family unit. So that's the only thing I'm saying. It's true the kids will give Kanyari a headache. They didn't grow up with him knowing him as a responsible father in the sense of his family with them, kwa nyumba, custody, presence, nini. Wanajua tu ni waku provide. That was my contribution.
Awesome. We want to go to, what's her name, Mombi. But before we go to Mombi, Kanyari is their father. And he might not say it in the way that we want to hear it. But I've heard him really vow how he will take care of his kids. Personally, I have heard him say that. Even on his page, I may post mara mingi, those of you that follow him.
Yes, he says that.
So what I'm saying is that he may not say it in the way that we want to hear it. But he says it. I know he does say that. So, Betty, do you want to respond before we go to Mombi? Or you're good?
Yeah, Nani? Mombi, sijui mbona unasema hivyo. First of all,
it's not Mombi, it was Shiro.
Shiro.
Yes.
Yeah, it was Shiro. Guys, tap.
Ulikuwa na follow Kanyari. Sijui kama ulikuwa ushaona watoto mpaka wako juu ya gari ya Kanyari, sijui wanafanya hizo. By the way, watoto wako na tabia za Kanyari. Let me tell you the truth. Watoto hata aka kadani kana behaving kama Kanyari tu, wako na vituko za Kanyari. So, watoto wali spend a lot of time na Kanyari hadi kwa hiyo church. Alafu anytime hata Betty kwenda akitaka kutravel ama akitaka kwenda hizo nini zake, alikuwa anaachia Kanyari. Betty alikuwa ametrust Kanyari na watoto wake. That's why most of the time alikuwa anawapeleka huko, because you guys are forgetting Tash alikuwa na kam US job. Na hakuna venye unaniambia ati Tash alikuwa anakuja US over the weekend anarudi Kenya. Over the week kama amekuja job ni truck ama whatever, atakuja like 6 months or 7 months ama 1 year and then anaenda Kenya, ana spend a little bit of time, then anarudi huku. So Kanyari, mimi to my opinion, Kanyari hata ikiekwa pamoja, Kanyari spent more time na hao watoto. Tulikuwa tunaona hata wakiwa live, hata wakiongea hizo stories za Kawera, we don't want Kawera, if you bring Kawera in this house, blah 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 blah. We saw that. So we cannot say ati Kanyari did not co-parent, for heaven's sake. And then let us not all ati say Kanyari did not spend, was not there, he was not present. Kanyari walikuwa divorce. Kanyari hangeenda kukaa kwa kina Tash. Kanyari lazima angekaa kwa leni yake. Udema ameolewa. In fact mwenye alikuwa anaingia kwa leni ya Kanyari sana ni Betty. More than the way she should. Ukiolewa, kalisha mshene kwa bwana yako. Kama baba analipa school fees, anatuma school fees direct, lakini si unakaa na unashinda na ex-husband yako 3 times a day, kila saa kuitisha ex-husband. That means Kanyari angetaka kukula Betty, angemkula, because the relationship they had is like mpaka ndio ili confuse watoto. So anyway, Kanyari did his part as a parent, and remember you guys that they were divorced already, so I mean separated or whatever.
Yeah, I agree, because those of you that follow him on TikTok, on Facebook, I saw those kids a lot with Kanyari. So let's go to Mombi, because she's been here for a while. Mombi, chukua mic. Is she there? Hii version kare umetengeneza atuoni. Sasa hata sioni kama.
Hata mimi nimejipata hapa.
Tengeneza hivi. Atuoni, like the screen is so bright and background mataa za Vegas.
Naongea.
Vegas.
Nani hiyo hapo sasa?
Sijui, nimejipata hivyo.
Angalia naita Mombi hata hayuko. Oh, ako huku.
Mombi umeshonga.
Usirutishe hivyo Karia, kia Mungu atuone.
Labda umelala Kari.
Mombi, chukua mic. Mombi mwethaka. Ama amelala. Okay, well, she's not there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Tunakusikia. Endelea.
Oh, okay, sawa.
Tapuru.
Okay. I wanted to touch on just 2 issues. Number 1, ile ilifanya hata nitake kuja hapa juu is to clear something on our Kikuyu culture. The little knowledge niko nayo about our culture is that the man who pays dowry for your mom is your father. Tukiangalia in our culture, that's what I know mimi, ile yenye nimeshajua so far. So that's why we say it in Kikuyu. I'll say it in Kikuyu and then I'll translate. Muthuri wa translate. Muthuri wa nyukwa newe thoguo. Like your mother's husband is your father. However, it doesn't mean that because now you've married this woman and now you've taken over the ownership of the kids, quote unquote, it doesn't mean that the other man completely loses rights over those kids. Like now, if anything was to happen and say this kid aka kasichana Sky afike the age of getting married and all those other rites of passage, this man Tash niye atasimama hapo kama baba. If we are to follow the Kikuyu tradition, Kanyari will be the loser. Unfortunately, he'll be the loser in this case. If we are to follow the tradition, Kanyari will be the loser. This man will be there as the father of Sky. And there is nothing we can do about that because hiyo ni culture.
Mombi, I have a question.
That is
I have a question, Mombi.
Yes?
Mombi, quick question, and I'm sorry to cut you off. Okay, if we follow the Kikuyu tradition and the culture, a man akichukua bibi na anatoa hiyo mbuzi ya kuchukua hadi na watoto, that means that man is supposed to be responsible. Needs zote za watoto, kila kitu. Mbona basi kama basi mbona kama nini? Okay, basi malizia.
Okay, before you get there, Mombi, hold on, before you get there, mimi niko na swali nataka kuongezea hiyo ya Betty. Culture or no culture, our watoto walitoka kwa Kanyari, like these are his kids. I don't care whether the culture says what or who paid who, which goat.
That's where I'm coming, Wairimu.
Okay.
That's
oh my goodness.
I said I had to. I was saying if we are to follow, I didn't say that's what we are following. If we are to follow the culture way, Kanyari becomes the loser because this man married this woman and took over the ownership of these kids Kikuyu. Kama ni wazee wanahusishwa kwa hiyo kesi, that's what he will be told. Unaelewa? But when it comes to the law, our constitution is supreme. There is no culture that can override our law. So if Kanyari is wise and if Kanyari was to get the right, the right people to, he can fight this in court. That means Kanyari ataenda kotini.
Okay.
Co-parenting alikuwa anafanya na Betty. Now that the other parent, who is the next surviving parent after the one parent is gone, it's Kanyari. Unaona? Haya, that is one. Two, if he can prove in court that this man mwenye amebaki na watoto cannot provide, he's not stable financially, he's not able to provide for these kids, he can easily fight. Hii kesi ni rahisi sana. Kwa koti, this case is very easy because the court will look at who is the next surviving biological parent, not just parent. Who is the next surviving biological parent? Ni Kanyari. That is one. Fine. In terms of the well-being of the kids, is he capable as a parent to take care of these kids? He can prove that in court in so many ways. Unaelewa? So it's not cast in stone that just because this man married Betty and he's been living with the kids now, amemzoea, that now things have to continue that way. No, it's not that. Something can be done for the interest of the kids. And sisi ni wazazi, we cannot allow kids to control us. You know, as much as you want your kids to be happy, also look at what best suits them. Because for how long will Kanyari be running to the supermarket kufanya shopping, apeleke mahali watoto wanaishi with somebody who is a grown up? If somebody is claiming to be a dad, quote unquote, then step in like a dad, behave like one. You cannot be a dad by name, no. What is the definition of a dad? He's also a provider. So where in this picture yeye ana play which role? Kuentertain watoto, you know. Babysitting, the kids can get a babysitter, anyone, a lady, somebody, you know. So I don't think Tash has such a strong, you know, case here to argue. I don't think in court he'll be very shocked, because if he cannot even pay rent, those kids will be thrown out. Is Kanyari supposed to continue paying rent in a house where another man is living? And na huyu si ati mniye wana co-parent na yeye. This is not the person they are co-parenting with. The person they were co-parenting with is gone. So he's the next custodian of those kids in terms of if you look at it in terms of biologically, who is the next surviving parent. So for me, if you ask me, we are just complicating this issue. If it goes to court, it should be very easy. It should be very easy for Kanyari to, you know, prove his case and also prove that he can be a responsible father like he has been by providing financially. He can also provide a safe place for these kids to live in. Those are things he can do and he'll get his kids back. But if we keep looking at it, the kids wamezoea huyu anawapea lifestyle, that's not enough. It's not enough. That's not enough. You know, they can still be visiting this guy actually while they are living with their dad, with their biological father. They can still be visiting. If you wanataka kuenda holiday and this is the guy who is the vibe during, you know, vacations, he can be taking them wherever. That's what I think.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Thank you so much for that. Unchained, chukua mic. Guys, continue to tap. Hii live inaka idol. Kwa hivyo endeleeni kutap tafadhali. Tusiangushwe. Follow the host. Kuna live goal hapo juu. Yeah, tuendeleeni hivyo tukiendanga. Endeleeni kutap tafadhali. At least we can get to 50,000 jameni. We are so many here. Yeah, we can get to 50,000. So endeleeni kutap. Yeah, tap kabisa. Tufike 50,000. So Unchained, chukua hiyo mic haraka. Twende tukiendanga.
Asante. Okay. So me, I had a few things kusema. Ya kwanza ni kusema I think we need to give Kanyari a chance. Kila mtu anaongelea juu ya Kanyari. You guys are talking about Kanyari, the guy on social media, the Kanyari in church, the giver, the everything. Hamna kitu ingine ya maana solid kuongelea huyo mtu. Actually, yeah, I feel bad. Watu waki kind of like make the situation look a little bit funny, because ukiangalia ukweli, hakuna pali tumesikia Kanyari ni deadbeat. Hakuna pali tumesikia Kanyari provide. hatujasikia kitu yote vibaya, but he's still
Lakini have you
getting...
been listening to us like the entire time tumekuwa hapa?
I'm just responding to the mixed reaction, not the particular pastor. Like, see, point direction from. I'm just saying my opinion.
Mixed reaction on this live ama huko nje?
Or everything. Si kwa hii live, si dimension hii live. Nimesema tu the way people are talking about Kanyari.
Okay. All right.
So I'm saying that to say, in this sense, like, ukiona everyone is saying this, nikisikia watu wakimention ja Kanyari, unaona venye anabia vingi social media. We just need to give Kanyari a chance. Kitu ya kwanza understand, Betty was married, the kids moved, walikuwa naishi na mtu mwingine. Ndo Betty amepass. Everything does not just cross over magically to the other side. So I think each time though, maybe Kanyari anajiprepare. So what we need to do is at least encourage aone venye sasa anaweza patia watoto wake na move forward na watoto wake na aweze kuraise watoto wake. Another thing, I'm not going to talk too much about the girl nimesahau jina yake, Sky. Sky is only 13. Anapitia vitu mingi. Probably saizi ako amechanganikiwa na unajua Tash nimesema majuu, he's cool na nini. I understand life. Teenager, adolescence ama whatever your stage anapitia. So for now mimi naweza sema in a way kinder in quotes naweza ignore Sky kidogo kwa sababu she's young, she's growing, I understand nini kile ana maisha saizi. But all I just want to say is at least tupatie Kanyari chance.
Let me respond to you though. We don't have a problem giving Kanyari the chance. As a matter of fact, I think 85% of the people here on this particular live, because we don't want to talk about what's happening out there because we ain't out there. But on this particular live, I think everybody's on Kanyari's side. The problem is the kids are not on his side. They don't want to live with him. They are acting a certain way. And Betty was here explaining about some phone calls that came in. And Kanyari was saying that the kids have basically turned their backs against him.
Yeah,
so it's not that we are judging Kanyari. At the end of the day, hata kama ni mlevi, ama he's loud mouth or whatever, he's still the biological. Iyo wacha nikwambie, there is no debate about that.
And I'm not debating that. Well, I'm just saying.
No, I'm just saying that he is their biological father.
I'm not
who deserves a chance. This is not even at your request. He deserves a chance.
Right, and that's why
give him a chance. And his own kids should also give him a chance. The problem is that they are brainwashed. That's what's up.
That's what I was heading to. That's why I kind of said in quotes, let's ignore the teenager because saizi anapitia vitu mingi. Kuna hiyo influence of which that's why I started by saying we need to encourage Kanyari to step in because as a father inaweza uma mtu ukiwa na mtoto wako mwenyewe, it's like ni kama na kudisown, ni kama hataki kukusikiza, ni kama na kusideline, he feels the other, like I mean all the parents who are out here, like when you're wanasikiza saizi, it will feel bad ukiwa na mtoto wako mwenyewe mwenye umezaa akiongea mbaya juu yako. And that's where I kind of started by saying at least kitu tunafaa tufanye saizi is just encourage the guy because place yuko atujui place yuko. I don't know ako vulnerable saizi, wakitaka kitu wanawapatia because akona hiyo uoga, hajui afanye nini, hajui aseme no, hajui aseme yes. And of which nimeona Betty amesema he's going through a custody whatever hearing ame file he's waiting for. So for me ningesema tu, I think the whole atmosphere should just be encouraging the guy because I feel like pali yuko ni uchungu. And the way people are sometimes having mixed reaction about it, na venye iko tuna maneno mingi. To me, I'm just saying, I wish the guy could be encouraged more, apate support ya watu, and he can be more stronger. Because saizi nafila anapitia place ingine.
And that is why we are holding this. People may think hii ni mushene, ni madrama za Kanyari, achaneni nazo. That's why we are talking, because we are the voice that he's not. So that's why we are talking. We're trying to make sense out of the whole situation because it ain't making sense that there's a man there who's not the biological father na watoto wamemkatalia. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So this is why these lives are happening. And they may even go on for a very long time until the whole of this thing is settled. So I think we are on the right path here. So you landed your jet ndio tuende kwa what's his name? Who was here? Miss Jelly?
Shamim.
No, Jali was here. and then you'll come next, and then we go on. Thank you. Nani Unchained umeland?
Yeah, iko sawa. I'm just like I said, iko ya mwisho nisikia mtu ameongea sideways juu ya Kanyari, tumpe chance. That's just my
Yeah,
opinion.
Kanyari ashapewa chance, ni vile it's complicated. But yeah, we hear you though. We hear you. Okay, Miss Jelly, chukua mic haraka, twende tukiendanga.
Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday.
Yeah.
Good morning. Nasikia kama moto yenye nilikuwa nimeingia nayo hapa kusema whatever I needed to say ni kama iliisha. Actually I came here because I've been following everything on social media, of course. From Shumen and Adomewira, because that's where I got the message from Betty, phone call and all that, and then I came. She explained a little bit of it. So basically, let us behave like parents. One side, we ourselves, because we have teenagers. That small girl, she will become teenager. One thing is for sure, our own children, they become even rebellious to our own skin. Sasa, everything here is being dealt on social media. That's where it is very, very sensitive. Everybody else in that circle, they are mourning. The mourning it can make everybody, hawajijui, au watu wote hawajijui. Actually, right now is not about who gonna go with kids and everything. They need to settle the emotions first. Like, mwenye alikuwa hapo akiwa ameshikilia kila mtu ameenda for now. Nimekuja hapa wakati nani alikuwa naongea, nasema initoke. That's why also I came from the brains that he was talking. I appreciate everybody here. Everybody is talking a lot of senses. For me, it is not about today, what I'm thinking. It's about the future. The future is, huyo msichana ameonyeshwa maisha ya juu sana. If in future anataka kuenda Malaysia, anataka kuenda next week wapi, anataka kuenda next week wapi, anapangia babake, will Kanyari be in a position to manage all that? That's my worry for now. Akona wawili. So if wakati mamake alikuwa uhai, we understand it is sold dream for us from an influencer. She was a brand and she had to sell a brand out there for us. So what was happening inside her home, hatujui. This is now we are trying to get a snippet from there, a snippet from video fulani, a snippet from video fulani. And the people who are wise and have been following a lot of things, you can even imagine there was a video, Betty, rest in peace Betty. Kuna time alikuwa anasema, can you imagine mtoto wangu hata hatoki kwa rumu yake, hataki hata kuniona, hataki hata kuongea na mimi. That was a voice of a mother. Na sisi wote tuko na hao watoto that age. Hata mimi niko na mtoto, tunakaa the same house, lakini ako kwa room yake, hata ateremki kwa stairs, hatuonani. So those are the things that those children, you as a parent, you go through. Sasa shida iko Kanyari, ile boda alikuanga nayo na watoto, it was just a bodia. Unakuja less than 24 hours ama unakuja 24 hours unatoka. So kuna zile snippet hajui za hao watoto, kuamka na mtoto from Monday to Friday ama 1 month ama 2 months mfululizo bila huyo mtoto hajatoka kwa your face. So yeye akona hiyo snippet hana. We will say this, damu ni damu. Kama mimi ningeulizwa, let us learn from other influencers out there. Let us learn from social media who are giving us dreams out there. We see Obina complaining about the children wakienda kufanya saloon everything. Tunaona Pruto, kesi ya Pruto huko. I wish Kanyari anaweza fanya kama Pruto for now. Kanyari Pruto alifanya for 1 whole year. Hako kasichana unaona vile kana interact na babake after kukuja online akicomplain mtoto wa muoni. So if I was Kanyari, he should not be in a position to be vulnerable at now. Watoto wa mumanipulate, anatuma tu pesa. Kama hakuna chakula, it is good, nitatuma mababoga, nitapelekea watoto chakula. But the person who is having those kids, if he's asking, anaambia mtu mwingine nenda kwa koti, wacha tukutane kwa koti. I wish the same spirit ya kuambia mtu wacha tukutane kwa koti, I wish the person can prove I am fully responsible of those kids. They can eat, they can sleep, they can go to school, they can do everything. That voice ya kusema let us meet on the court, you have the power, all the power. But for now, according to what we are getting from social media, it means huyo mtu mwenye anasema hivyo hana all the powers ya mfuko. So he will still depend on that Kanyari. But now the Kanyari is in danger kwa sababu atakuwa anatumiwa vibaya sana. Let us talk the truth. I wish Kanyari could hold everything, hata hiyo kutuma chakula for now. Hata yeye huyo ako na watu anawezaitisha chakula. A hold aseme this one is a court case. Let us wait for the court, what the court will. Juu yeye ni mzazi, atapatia watoto upendo. Si pesa peke yake. Ako na ile uchungu wa upendo wa mzazi. Huyu mwingine in future akioa, what will be the decision? Huyo sahi baba mwenye ako na will respect the children that they adopted stepfather. That's nice. Every woman dream. Watoto wako wakubali na kukue na peace. So we would love to know kama huyu mwanaume in 5 years to come ataoa bibi mwingine 5 years to come. Will Kanyari be funding? Will be Kanyari be in a position to fund and paying rent for another man having another woman in the same house? Let us not, you know, everybody right now is mourning. And for us, we are seeing things from different perspective, which is fine. But according to all the videos that we can follow out there, we were being sold holidays. Betty Bayo, she was at work. That's where she was getting her income. So mimi naombea tu Kanyari, Mungu ampatie hekima, asikue bulled in a way ya mfuko yake, watoto wakuje. We have those kids. Hata sisi watoto wetu wanatuambia kama uninunuri iPhone 5, iPhone I don't know whatever. We have those kids with us. Sisi watoto wetu. So for him it is even more dangerous. Juu vile Betty alikuwa nasema ama somewhere else ni Adomewira akisema Kanyari can be set up. Na tunajua watoto they can even we have those hata sisi tulikuanga watoto, ukitaka kitu unanyenyekea, wakati utaki kitu unarushia mtoto mzazi mdomo. He will go through those things. I wish they could have just sat down as mature people, all of them, in one table where there is social workers, and then they set things straight and they show the children hakuna mahali wanafaa kuegemea watoto they have nothing to do with this. The children should sit down and listen the adults, what the adults decision will be make. Kama wataamua wewe Kanyari utakuwa unalipa fees na huyu mwingine atakuwa anachukua responsible ya hii na hakuna kitu itabadilisha na hakuna mahali you know, but there is a lot. This girl, she's in social media. If tulisikia Kengei akisema huyo mtoto she's earning more. She's earning a lot than even us adults. Kwa YouTube, kwa Skiza Tunes na whatever. Why those funds should not be used to give those children the best life that they have known all through. Sijasoma comment. Thank you so much. God bless.
Okay, awesome. All right, who was next? It was Shamib. Chukua mic.
Hello, habari zenu nyinyi wote?
Nzuri.
So, mimi kwangu vile ningetaka kusema Kanyari, hata mimi ningesema kwanza apewe watoto. Lakini before apatiwe watoto ile age wako nao is only 10 and 13. They are still young. Kwira na gikoyo muti urungagwo riria wi munini. Otherwise wakifikisha 18 hawatakuwa wanajua chenye wanafanya still. But sai ingewezekana tu watafutiwe counselor. Kwanza our counsel, because you don't know what they are going through. Na grieving, Kanyari anaweza sema those kids wana disrespect. But the grieving inakujanga na type mingi. Sai hawajielewi, hawajui mama yao alikufa kwa nini. They don't know what is going on in their life. Na sasa mwenye wanaona kama anawapatia furaha ni huyu mwanaume ako kwa nyumba. But this man ambia watoto niko na watoto wengine. Sasa watoto wanajiona tu ni wao tu. So ingewezekana tu
Wait,
watolewe
hold
hapo.
on. Hebu ngoja kidogo tu. Ati you want this man sasa Tash aambie hawa watoto ako na watoto wengine.
Sai hawezi waambia sababu
Okay.
akiwaambia either maybe I don't know, but sidhani kama anaweza waambia, but inside him he knows these are not my kids. So ako pale hivyo sababu kuna kitu anataka in the name of these kids. So mimi ningeulizwa kwanza hao watoto tu watolewe huko, wapatiwe kwanza counseling. Hata kama ni shule watatafutwa counselor, because I know the school has counselors. Waanze kuongelesha, waanze kuonyesha mko na baba yenyu. Because in 6 months hatujui vile tutakuwa tunasema. It's not even about...
Umesema watolewe huko wapelekwe counseling. Kwani counseling iko boarding?
Counseling iko shule, hakuna shule inanga counselor, si ndio?
So umesema watolewe huko wapelekwe counseling. So wanatolewa wapi wapelekwe counseling?
Ingewezekana watolewe kwa huyu mwanaume mahali wanaishi saa hii. Because wacha tu tuseme ukweli, huyu mwanaume hataishi hapo. Because pesa itaisha tu. Wataenda wapi hao watoto? Mimi ningeulizwa kama ni shule, kutafuta kama ni counselor, hao watoto wakansoliwe. Wakuwe na lesson yao ya counseling. Because you don't know what they are going through. Losing a mother. Me, I lost my mom. And let me tell you, I was talking with my mother like every day. All of a sudden, amegonjeka in 1 week, she's gone. So the way I used to call her, nilianza kukall watu like a crazy. So you never know what they are going through. Then, Mimi Kanyari, yes, I'm on his side. Because he's the biological father. Na hakuna mtu anafaa kukunyang'anya watoto wako, begu zako.
So sijui Jamii kama umesikia watoto hawataki kukaa na baba yao. So unasema watoto huko by force. So is that therapy?
Hapana, that's why nimesema waende counseling. Watasaidiwa na counselor. Because the life they are living now, sio ile life wanaweza kuwa wanataka hiyo maisha ya juu, but they don't know what will happen in between. Hata we don't know. Maybe hata huyu Kanyari anaweza enda. Watafanya? Just for example, and God forbid.
So juu sahi hajaenda, tunaongelea sahi situation ya sahi, right?
Yes.
So hao watoto wameambia baba yao hawataki kukaa naye, wanataka kuishi venye walikuwa wanaishi. Kwa hii nyumba na maisha ya baba yao. So unasema watolewe huko. So hiyo ni itasaidia, counseling itasaidia watoke kwa hii nyumba waende kwa baba yao.
Itawasaidia. I know itawasaidia. You need to talk to them. Waonyeshe huyu alikuwa mpenzi wa mama yenyu. Tell them the truth. Because
so hapa hata wakansoliwi juu ya loss ya mama yao, wanakansoliwa juu ya huyu Tash. Is that what you're saying?
Si ati wanakansoliwa sababu ya huyu mtu. Wanakansoliwa because of their future. And that's why nimesema mutioroga gwarerea we munini. Otherwise wakikuwa wakubwa watapotea.
So because of grieving, they love Tash but hate Kanyari.
I'm trying to understand where the connection
is. They were shot by their mother. Mama yao alikuwa anaonyesha huyu mtu sababu na yeye alikuwa nadhania huyu mtu atanipeleka USA na watoto.
But I don't think so, because when the Betty was alive, she used to interact with Kanyari vizuri.
Kanyari alikuwa
wa seen videos of where she's interacting with the three of them.
Betty alikuwa anatumia Kanyari.
Unatumiaje watoto watoto wako? Watoto ni wake. What do you mean?
No. Kanyari kama angekuwa na pesa, angekuwa
ako nazo. Sasa ako nazo. We're talking about mtu ako na pesa, right? But ako nazo.
Yes,
ako nazo.
Ako nazo, but nasema.
Sasa tunaongea na zile vitu ziko sahi. Kama ako na pesa,
tusiongee in terms of maybe
ati angekuwa si ako na pesa, so alikuwa anajicho pesa za watoto wake. So how is I using him?
Sikatai ako na pesa, but kama angekuwa na pesa, Betty angekuwa namtumia.
Sasa ako na pesa, right?
Yes.
Tunaongea ile kitu iko saa hii. Kama si ile kitu itakuwa. Yeah, what is happening right now?
Yeah.
Nashika. Si ati ati nakienda na akikuwa broke.
Yeah, if we talk about what would have been or what, how, what if we end up, tunaingisha maneno mingi sana zenye hazi make sense. Let's talk about the current. If you're talking, listen, hata nyinyi wenye mko kwa guest list, anybody coming up here, let's talk about the current Kanyari situation. Tusiseme what if, ama ulete your own childhood situation yenye imatch up na story. So inafanya watu waongee vibaya kwa comments. Go ahead Shamib, alafu land.
Mi ningesema tu watoto, mimi ile tu tungesema wacha watoto waende counseling, wakansoliwe ndio wajue life, what is their future. That is the only way that you can help them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Karibu sana. Asante Shamib. Who was next? I think it was Dolly, then Lynn, right? And then TJ. Dolly amekuwa hapa for a while, and Mike too. So Dolly, Mike, Lynn, and then TJ. Dolly, fungua Mike.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
I hope mko. Mimi sina mengi ya kusema, but what I want to say, Sky ni jimate wa mtoto wangu na nitapeana mfano na msichana wangu. A month ago I posted on Facebook venye mtoto wangu alikuwa amechukuliwa na step brother mwenye tusikizani, mwenye tuongeangi. I knew nothing venye kulikuwa kunaenda. What I want to say is brainwashing is rare. Msichana wangu alichukuliwa bila mimi kuambiwa, na venye alienda aliambiwa mambo mingi sana. Akaambililiwa simu yenye mimi sijawahi mnunulia, and for some reasons, not that I cannot afford kumnunulia simu, but for some reasons. So brainwashing is rare. Kitu ya kwanza watu wasifikiria ati Sky anatumia akili yake. The girl is smart, but nasema kama mtoto wangu, juu najua niko na mtoto wa hiyo age, and I know how these girls or ama venye our age wanaweza fanyia mtu. Na si ati anajua na afanye makosa, anajua anafanya makosa. But what the girl is trying to do, anataka watu waone mwenye wanakaa na yeye ndiye mzuri, baba yao ni mbaya. Kitu ya kwanza, me have been supporting Kanyari from the word go, because he has been a very responsible father. Tumekuwa tukiona sisi wote. Nauliza aje, swali yangu ni moja. If we remove Tash from the picture, watoto wataweza kusurvive? Watakubali kukaa na huyo mwanaume? Tuseme hapana. So huyu jamaa anajua venye anafanya, si eti ajui venye anafanya, na si eti hata hawezi achilia watoto, but anajua what he is up to. Kitu ya kwanza anataka akitoka kwa picha watu wasiwahi sema ni mtu mbaya, and that's why he is doing all this. Ndio watu wakikuja yeye aonekane picha yake ni mzuri, yeye aonekane alikuwa baba mzuri. But from the word go, kama umeoa, kama mimi Dolly nimeolewa, I have 2 kids, a son and a daughter. Nimeolewa. Kama nimeolewa, kitu ya kwanza I should cut off communication na baba watoto wangu. Watoto ni sawa, naweza ongea na baba yao. But kama mimi nimeolewa, I should cut off the communication. Ndio mimi hata mtoto wangu akiniuliza anything about their dad, na waambia mimi shughulikeni na baba yenu. I should not be in the picture. And that's why unaona hii shida yote inakuja, because watoto walikuwa wanajua if we need something, mom will call dad. Mama atapigia baba amwambie watoto hawana hii, watoto hawana hile. And that's the biggest problem with all this issue. Issue hata si inaweza kuwa hata Kanyari hata ana shida hata kidogo, but now ana shida kuingililia hii issue. Ataingililia na njia gani? Watoto washawekwa mambo kwa kichwa. They know this man has nothing to lose. Let me tell you, the man has nothing to lose. Na watoto wakati watakuja maisha yao ya kuja haribike, mwenye atakuja kubremiwa, it is not even Tash, ni Kanyari. Ataulizwa ulikuwa wapi watoto wako wakiharibika? Ulikuwa wapi watoto wako wakifanya hivi? Where were you? But now hii battalion yote ya emotional battalion hawaoni the big picture ya watoto in future. Wanaangalia tu sahi because Tash is there, anapeleka watoto outing, anafanyia hivi. That is his work because he is idle. I don't think mwanaume mwenye ako busy ako na hiyo time yote ya kuonyesha watoto mambo hiyo yote. Personally mimi hata nikuwa na pesa siwezi kuwa na hiyo time ya kushidanga na watoto naenda huko. Siwezi. But now because huyu mwanaume anataka kujiosha, aonekane me I'm there for my kids. I'm there for the kids. I love their mother. It's okay. Hata kupendwa si vibaya na hakuna mwanamke apendi kupendwa. But now huyu mwanaume anafikiria mambo ya future ya watoto. Anajiuliza, anakaa na kama angekuwa mwanaume mzuri. Me I said I would support Tash. I would have supported Tash from the word go if he was a responsible father. Si ati ungojea mwanaume mwingine atume pesa ndio upeleke watoto out. Kama wewe unajua ulikuwa unanipenda, nionyeshe na watoto wangu sahi. You can do anything for my kids without their father. Kama uweze nifanyie hiyo mambo yote, then usikuja after when I'm gone, usifai kukuja kuonyesha watu ati you are there for me, you are there for my kids. How? Actions speak louder than words. Hivyo ndio watu hawajui. Kama sasa tunaona action ya Tash ni watoto waitishe hii, yeye awapeleke out. Watoto wafanye hii, watoto hawana nguo, pigieni baba yenu. So huyo mwanaume ni wa nini? Alikuwa bwana ya mama yao, but hakuwa responsible father. So mimi kitu nataka kusema hivi. Huyu mtoto Kanyari should stand up as a father. Na kama ni kukaa mgumu akae mgumu. Kama ni kukataa asimame aseme if the kids are not ready for me then I give up. Mwanaume kaa na watoto wasimamie kwa kila kitu. Let me tell you within 1 month au watoto wanaweza kuwa wamefeel the absence of their father. Responsibilities kama sahi Kanyari drops responsibilities zote na aseme me I'm not studying for any man. Kama ameamua kukaa na watoto, kaa na watoto. Take responsibilities of everything. Kama ni nguo, kama ni nini, just stand up for those kids because now you want to show me si watoto wanipendi. It's okay, they don't love me. But nana wewe wanakupenda. Be a responsible father. Stay with the kids. Let them not bother me because I'm a bad father or whatever. Lakini sa mambo ya kusimama kusema ati Kanyari akuwe hapo anatumia mwanaume mwingine pesa ama ana take responsibility, lakini mwanaume akifika padile nyingine anaonyeshana yeye anaweza kaa na watoto vizuri. That's a no for me. Kanyari asimame, kama ni withdraw responsibilities, I withdraw na step aside, aseme sasa watoto najua ni wangu. But now nitakaa mgumu nione venye watoto wanafanya. Ama nione venye huyo mwanaume atafanya. I'm telling you within 1 month. Hao watoto watakuwa wameinua mikono juu because they know they cannot survive without their father. And that's what I did to my daughter. Nilimwambia, if you choose your step brother and your father, well and good. I will step aside and I will never bother you, not because I don't love you, but singataka in future ni kukuja kuniblame. Kuja kusema if it was not for my mother, mimi ningekaa maisha mazuri, ningekuwa sawa. Lakini kama mtoto ameamua kukaa kwenye ameamua kukaa, wewe kalisha mtoto wako chini, mwambie facts, muonyeshe ukweli, muonyeshe uongo. If I never stood up like a woman and a mother to my daughter, leo hii mtoto wangu angekuwa kwa mikono yangu.
And that's the point, Dolly. Thank you so much. You're there. That's the point. You're alive. These kids don't have a mother. That is the difference. So for you to say that ati Kanyari arushe mkono ambio baba wewe chukua watoto. These kids don't have a mom.
Yeah.
Watoto hawana mama yao. Unaona wewe unasema you stood there for them. These kids don't have a mom.
Yeah.
And then for you to say that ati ngoja nikuulize. And for you to say that utaongea na baba yao ongea na watoto. So how is a 4-year-old supposed to advocate for themselves? So are you making the elder sister be the one who's be talking to the dad on behalf of their needs? You know?
Kare, unajua sahi ni kuwe siko uhai, even the father, even the step brother anaweza kuwa najua who was close to me in my family. Haiwezi kuwa ati familia yetu yote, mama yangu, brother zangu, sister zangu, hakuna mwenye nakuanga niko close na yeye. There must be that person mwenye nakuanga nimeamini kwa familia yangu. Anaweza kuwa si mama yangu, anaweza kuwa sio brother yangu, anaweza kuwa si, lakini kukue kuna mtu mmoja, either my sister, either my brother or even my mother. Ikue mwenye hata watu wa familia wanajua. Dolly was close to her sister, Dolly was close to her brother. Hivyo ndivyo kuna kuanga. So what I'm trying to say is now the mother of the kings is nowhere to be seen. What I would advise the Kanyari, Mama Betty alisema ako safe, anaweza kuwa ako safe watoto wakuwa na Kanyari. So Kanyari ni a stand up for his kids. Asimame kama mwanaume aseme, mimi hata kama sitaweza kukaa na hawa watoto, kama yeye anaweza sema kwa hiyo of which mimi sijaisikia Kanyari akisema hivyo. Kanyari amekuwa akisema yeye anataka watoto wake. Nani anaweza shida na watoto wake? Tuseme tu kweli hata ukua mwenda wazimu.
Shida sijui kama unaelewa Dolly. Shida iko hapa ni watoto wamesema hawataki kukaa na yeye. Not the other way round. Umeelewa? Watoto ndio wameambia Kanyari, si hatutaki kukaa na wewe. Si Kanyari anaambia watoto. So are you going to tell your child lazima ukae na baba yako?
No. Okay, now my stand is, and kama watoto wataki kukaa na Kanyari a step aside. Kama ni responsibilities I withdraw. Kila kitu aondokee, kila kitu. Wacha Tasha apelekane na watoto sasa, tuone atapelekana na wao mpaka wapi. Maybe
are you not punishing the kids? You're not punishing Tash. You're punishing the kids. So wewe kukosa kulipia school fees kama baba yao.
Not even punishing the kids. I wouldn't advise Kanyari to take responsibilities ya watoto wenye hana na aweze access hao watoto.
So you are actually encouraging him to be a deadbeat, which is not.
Me, I think I understand Dolly in a sense because I think Kanyari and I think nasema initoke alikuwa amesema hivyo, and I'm going to give it to you Mike before we go to just a minute Mike. I just want to respond to Kari if I'm understanding Dolly well. Dolly and I'm going to just paraphrase what she said. And nasema nitoke alisema, I think Kanyari should continue paying school fees vile alikuwa nafanya. But any other thing kama chakula ati sijui nguo na some other shenanigan, hiyo ni Tash. Kwani Tash anafanya kazi gani na niyako na watoto?
Exactly.
So Dolly is saying, simply saying, if I was to advise Kanyari, I would tell him to step aside. Because one, the kids wamekataa story zake. And perhaps the kids are not even using their right brains. Kwa sababu they've been brainwashed, wanapakwa mafuta kwa internet, na naona kanapakwa mafuta, kana masajiwa kidogo hivi kavulana, kana vaishwa socks. You know, all this is for show, to be honest. So that is what we are seeing. There is a lot that we are not seeing. I don't know if this Tash guy does that even when the cameras are not on. So Dolly anasema, mimi I'll tell Kanyari, wewe kaa huko, whatever he was doing kama ni hiyo school fees, endelea kulipia.
Yeah, continue with the responsibilities
that were there. Lakini as far as at 70,000 for shopping, like, no, ain't gonna do that.
Yeah.
That's what Dolly said. You
nice,
Dolly.
But me, I don't have a problem with him doing those things, even when they have a stepdad, because those are his kids.
Yeah.
For me, I'm just giving him credit because he is...
Kare, you advocating watoto wakae na Tash while Kanyari is providing.
Ngoja niulize.
Dolly, see...
Kare, what is your problem, mama?
Mimi iko na shida na hii statement ya Dolly ya kusema ati yeye atakuwa kiongozi because yeye anafaa ku cut off communication na ex wake. Yet huyo ni baby daddy. These are kids that don't even have a mother, okay? So hao watoto una expect wakuwe wanajiadvocate aje, a 4-year-old and a 12-year-old who have just lost their mother.
Lakini Kare tuongee ukweli, huyu mtoto kama Kare tuongee ukweli. Kama huyu mtoto anaitisha baba yake kitu akikataa na mwambie anakuja online na mambo zingine, surely would you advocate that?
I support Dolly.
Ni communication. I'm here on the communication ya watoto.
Kama unajua huyu mtoto ni kukua na kuwa, and the moment atakuja kujirealize yeye mwenyewe ajue vitu zenye atakuwa amefanya, then that damage itakuwa worse.
Mimi
Hakuna
the
wakati
only problem that I have,
wataanza
ile shida niko na hao watoto wake ni kuongelesha baba yao with disrespect.
And
But
I
other
think
than
that's
that, I
what
don't see
Dolly.
where the problem is. Spoiling your kids is not a problem.
Hold on a minute.
But you telling, but Dolly kusema ati abandon.
Dolly host
Dolly
anaongea.
unasema abandon kuongea ati abandon watoto awachanishe ndio wapate adabu in 1 month watakuwa wamejua. Like, are you really gonna punish your kids? You really gonna punish your kids?
Trying to say, I'm putting it on a lighter mode. Na maanisha aje, if Kanyari steps aside, aache communication, kama alikuwa nalipa school fees, aendelee kulipa school fees. But huwezi niambia watoto walikuwa wanakula wanakunywa and then all of a sudden aanze kuitishwa chakula. Mimi nitasema nipatieni watoto wangu. Nipatieni watoto. Kama mnataka niwabaie food, amna food, come into my house. I have full food for you. But watoto hawafai kuenda kuambia baba yao awalishe wakiwa kwa mwanamume mwingine. That is not that for me, no.
Mi naelewa Kare na kuelewa Dolly, but at the same time I'm also hearing Kare, because Kare's problem is where the kids cannot communicate with their father.
Yeah,
I think that's a problem yenye Kare ako nayo, because at the end of the day that's their father regardless.
Yeah, but regardless.
I think what Dolly is also saying, if these kids are showing the father an attitude and the middle finger, what is he gonna do? He can only step aside, watoto waendelee kulipiwa school fees na nini until wa respect baba yao, because at this point wameonyeshwa baba yao ni takataka. And that is why Kare these kids
and I think hiyo ilikuwa before. It was there before, because I don't see how they'll just wake up and do these things. If the mother
there before,
it was there
now
before.
The mother is not there.
You see?
The mother is not in the picture. So ni kama sasa saa hii useme mtoto wangu nimeondoka. Venye mimi niko saa hii hawezi kaa na mtu mwingine kama venye nilikuwa naishi na yeye. Anafaa kuchange.
I think what Kare I'm hearing you say, this attitude thing did not start now that the mother is
ati mama amekufa.
It's a build up of some old attitude.
But it should change because now the mother is gone.
And no, Dolly, I think the problem was Kanyari allowed the attitude from way back
from the get-go.
He allowed.
So that's why they are walking all over here.
Manipulated by the kids.
He needs to grow up. Step up.
That's why they are walking all over him. And here, if the issue is not spoiling them, it's not providing for them, giving them 70,000, that's not the issue. The issue here is the disrespect that is coming with this thing. You get because you can he allowed it from the beginning. So now he really needs to go back and think about it. And the thing is, you can't punish those kids by not providing the things you were doing before.
I think kushika, let me correct you Kare, sababu labda huku ni understand. Kanyari alisemaje? Wakati sai akiongea na watoi anashindwa, mbona watoto wake wamechange? Before watoi hawakuwa na disrespect mama yao akiwa uhai, those kids hawakuwa na disrespect. The way they are talking to him now is so different from the way they were talking to him Betty akiwa alive. Alisema they used to have a very good relationship. Watoi all of a sudden they wamechange, wanamuongelesha kama shit. Na wako very strict, alafu venye walikuwa yani tone imechange. Saa hii Sky ati Kanyari, these are his words, ati aliangalia Sky akasema, how come my 13-year-old all of a sudden ameturn ni kama tunaongeleshana na dem wa 30-year-old, because nani amechange sana. Ni kama ni kama kuna mtu amewaambia so much bad stuff about the father.
Betty amalize.
Ni kama kuna mtu wanakuja kwa Kanyari wakiwa armed. It's like they are ready. You say something, we are ready for you. Unaget hiyo attitude. So Kanyari at this point ndiye anashindwa, where did all this come from? Where Betty it wasn't like this, but how? So Kanyari, hiyo disrespect haikuwa before, imeanza saa hii. Mjibisha nini hata mama yako.
Nikwambie Betty inaweza anza kukudisrespect saa hii venye mamangu amekufa, ama nitaanza kukudisrespect. I have seen signs in the house.
You know why?
Because probably the mom could not allow those things to happen, but that doesn't mean that's not how she felt.
Okay, first of all, Betty could not allow the kids wa disrespect Kanyari. That is,
that's where her bread was coming from, first of all.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Betty hakuwa na allow your behavior. Number 2, you guys are forgetting Tash amepromise watoi mambo makubwa, travel the world, go to keep nini dream ya mama yao, and to go study in the US. So to anybody else, according to our watoto, kila mtu mwingine ni adui. And that is why watoto walikata stories za hata familia ya Betty, because wanaona nyinyi mnataka kututoa kwa ule mtu anatupeleka US, ule mtu atafanya to travel the world. Because Tash amewaambia, si dream ya mama yenu ilikuwa ku travel the world, I'll take you all over the world. Natasha kawaambia, yeah, Natasha kawaambia pesa yenu ilichangwa. Sijui kama nilimention hapa. Kanyari was shocked kusikia akimuitisha 15 million ati ilichangwa. Sky, akamuuliza, how do you even know about the money that was contributed? Akamwambia, daddy told us a lot of money was contributed and that money is our money. It's not, na akamhanda vibaya sana because Kanyari used the 1 million kulipa school fees. Sky alikuwa amejamia babake yake yote. Na hiyo time uliona Sky akikalia baba yake, Sky alinotice because baba yake alijam vibaya sana, walikosana na Sky. So hiyo time Sky anaanza kumkalia Kanyari, na yeye anamwangalia tu hivi anacheka. Nani was upset. Kanyari alikuwa anasikia kana anaweza chapa Sky cause ya kumuongelesha shit. Ati, why did you bring the 1 million here? That 1 million was supposed for us to travel. So Meget, hapo ndio maneno iko. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Wacha tufanye hivi. Mike alikuwa hapa.
Mike aongea.
Alafu tuende kwa Lynn, TJ and then King.
Wairimo na Karen, nimepata mteja, so I have to drop for like.
Hata nilipata na mabibo baada mteja. Okay, pole.
Nimepata saa hii niko like a minute ni pick mteja. So let me pick mteja, alafu I'll get back.
Okay, just stay over there and mute. Alafu ukipata nafasi you'll just whatever. Lynn, chukua mic.
Oh, thank you, Wairimo. So for me, even before I begin, I want to ask a question. Watoto, they're supposed to be protected and all that. But kulingana na hii live ya Shura Auckland in the morning, okay, here in Kenya, nilisikia akisema the kids even asked their father for money ya kubuy food. The big question is, does it mean that watoto washaanza kuteseka? Because if mtu anaita daddy hawezi wapea hadi food, wanamwamini aje atawapeleka sijui kutravel? Like how? If you cannot give us food, how can you give us money to travel? Doesn't even make sense to me. For me, because I've been brainwashed before at an age kama hiyo ya Sky, I didn't even attend my mother's burial because of brainwash. Maybe this girl has been brainwashed so much. Kama alikuwa ameambiwa Kanyari alipewa 15 million. Akajamia hadi Kanyari. That means that this child kuna vitu mingi waliambiwa, and I can say this without fear of contradiction from my own kufikiria tu. I think that these kids are being brainwashed. And then for me, what I would do in this situation if I was Kanyari, honestly speaking, and this is not for the emotional battalions, jumtasema niko insensitive, I would step aside because you guys have chosen daddy. Mind you, daddy was not even providing for you when your mom was alive. Daddy, okay, from the rumors and allegations online, that house that they are living in had even rent arrears. So, kwani, okay, I believe most of us here are Christians. I thought the role of a father is to protect and to provide. Kwani kazi ya huyu daddy ni gani shwali? Okay, ama ni please, because kwani huyu daddy, kwani kazi yake ni, like me, that is something that I would really want to understand. Huyu daddy kazi yake ni kama hana kazi aache. Alafu huyu daddy hatake care hata watoto wake wenyewe, ataweza aje kutake care watoto wa mtu mwingine? And then, you know, I ever listened to a certain prayer yenye huyu mtoi boy wa Betty alikuwa anaombea Sky. The guy was saying, God, please help my sister Sky so that she doesn't get someone who will be beating her. And honestly speaking, as a person who has done psychology, the big question is, inaweza kuwa huyo mtoto alikuwa anaona fights huko kwa nyumba, cause okay, why kanaweza tu sema vitu kaa akajui mbona kanazisema, haezi taka sistake apite hizo vitu, and I just think that this daddy person does not deserve those kids, na warudishe, ache ufala, aende watoto wake US awale. That's all.
Sisome
Lin
comment.
pumua.
Watu wenye wacha niseme wenye mko hapa
soprano.
Hold on a minute.
Ongea kidogo.
Just a minute, Eric. Just 1 minute. Wenye mko hapa kwa panel, msisome comments. Ukitaka kukua discouraged, ni usome comments, because just everybody has everything to say and it is well. I am loving
mimi comment section mpaka wamenicharaza. Aki comment section na mwogopi hata host.
Kama kanyoni. Anyway, let's go to TJ. Eric, ngoja kwanza tuende kwa TJ.
Compare soprano. Leo
Lin umepatia beti nyela tumalizanga hapa na soprano.
Leo umefikiwa Lin. Pole sana. Aya,
guys, tapuru. Guys, niko na live goal hapo. Na mtu follow. Follow tafadhali. Follow my guest, elevate my guest. Aki jamani.
Leo ametuingia
akiwoi mzito nyeme gift.
Jana tulipewa hadi money gun jameni, watu wa nini? Amna mafana hapa juu. Anyway.
Na najua hapa mbeja watu wa Murema. Watu wa Murema aki jamani.
Ai. TJ chukua mic.
Guys, malizieni hiyo live goal ya money gun hapo. Thank you. Mbarikiwe, leo ni Sunday. Asanteni. Guys, tutapuru.
Okay. Now, na comment that those kids are the one controlling Chihuahua. Mimi, from what I've heard, ukiona nani Tash discipline hawa watoto, sababu ati Dani ni kale katoto kakali, like he plays akona. Hata mimi niko na mtoto very hyper, so I understand kuna watoto wengine wako very very hyper. Dani I guess akotuka huyu mtoto wangu ni wale watoto wa mchezo mbaya. So ukiona ati Tash discipline Dani, saa zingine unaweza shinda hiyo ni a little bit too harsh. So nani anakuanga ameogopa Tash kama kitu ingine. So watoto hawezi control Tash. Tash anakuanga moto kwa hao watoto. So yeah, I'm just saying.
Watu wako. Guys, wenye mmekuja kututembelea leo, aki asanteni sana. I really appreciate mmekuja kututembelea. Watu 305. Aki naomba mnifollow. Please follow. To follow. Arab, goja kidogo. Guys, follow. Thank you. Elevate our guest. Beti yake na penye ametupatia the WhatsApp stories ama WhatsApp group. Aki asanteni. Thank you for the follow.
In my whole life, ile siku nitapewa money gun, nitakuja kuambia
utafunguka zingine. Utatupatia za ndani.
Za ndani za chini huko.
Watu 295. Naomba mnifollow. 300 of you, 200 of you hawajatufollow. Please naomba mnifollow. Please follow. Ndio mko mnapata the juice hapa. I have goal ya money gun 5 peke yake pale. Naomba mnipatie. Guys, let's continue to tap. Hatimi the host, Hatimi iko pale karibu na jina yangu. And thank you. I really appreciate your time kukuja kutuongelesha hapa. Thank you Ken. Thank you darling. Kukuja kuspend na sisi time hapa on a Sunday. Manze, we don't take it for granted. Asanteni sana. Thank you. Nani alikuwa next? Kama ni
TJ ameongea.
TJ amekaa hapa, anajua hata points zake.
Beti kimepata money gun kama nimekaisha nini hapa. Aki nimekusikia
huyo amenipea money gun.
Congratulations. Na wingu na makasiriko na vile tumeongea mate imeisha kwa mdomo hapa, na hata hatujaingililia stories za Jane Mudhoni by the way. But anyway, TJ chukua mic.
Okay, first of all, I want to say thank you for this opportunity. So, me niko na some few points I would like to say. That is my own opinion on this story. First of all, as a man, now Kanyari being a man, I don't think any man would raise a man, leave alone the kids. A man can't raise a man. So there is no way Kanyari anaweza kuwa na providea watoto while they are still under the care of Tash. Haya, that's my first point. My second point is this.
Wow, guy Betty akinasikia wivu. Go ahead, TJ.
Yeah, so alafu my second point is this. Tash is a young man. Tash bado ni mtu mdogo sana. He still has a life ahead of this. And unfortunately, things happen. Things happened untimely. Yeah, ndo nasema Tash is still young and unfortunately things happened untimely. I'm sure nobody was foreseeing this and nobody would have thought it would happen this soon for Betty to depart that soon. So nobody had the plan of what life will be after Betty is gone. And as I'm saying, Tash is still young. Tash bado ni mtu mdogo. He still has a life after this. So you can't tell me that Tash atakaa single all those years. It is very rare, especially considering the fact that he is not the biological father to these kids. So Tash will have to remarry one day. A question that we should ask ourselves is, when that time comes, what will become of these children if they are to stay with Tash? Haya, another thing that I was to say is this, and I am saying this out of I'm saying this equate a lesson to us, each and every person. You know, nowadays people get children and then wanaachana and then they remarry. So these things are things that are happening in the society, not alone in this story ya kina Tash and Betty. So when in such cases, when these things happen, as a woman, first of all, once you're married and you have children, first of all, the first thing you do is to set a standard. If you're coming into my life as a man, you must come knowing that I have a child, and you must come knowing that yani sijui wanasemanga ng'ombe inapendangwa na kamba yake. So you have to come in my life knowing that I have kids and knowing that you're going to be the one providing for these kids since you have decided to be in my life. And if you can't do that, then there's no point of you and me being together. There's no point of officializing it or being husband and wife. Let us be playmates. I don't want to use the F word. Let us be playmates, because if you're not responsible enough to take care of my children as a husband, then I don't see us being together, because si ati umefosiwa kukuwa in a relationship with me knowing I have kids. It was your decision. So if you come into my life and you say I have children, it is your responsibility to take part of my children's life. You provide each and everything that a father could have done, that their biological father could have done. So sahi ingekuwa Tash was being fully responsible 100% bila kuinvolve Kanyari in all these cases za school fees nini. I don't think hizi cases zingekuwa juu sahi. Maybe struggle yenye ingekuwa was between Tash and Betty's family, but now you see, now it is between the biological father and the stepfather. What I think will have been the solution to this problem was the first easy mambo zikianza, but now that it has already happened, my own suggestion about this, juu sasa ishafanyika, if Tash cannot provide for these children fully, the children should be set free to go to their father. And since watoto wamekataa, I think Kanyari anafaa take step aongee na Tash juu hata tukishinda tukisema ati sijui nini inaitwa aje, tukisema counseling, it can't haiwezi convince watoto otherwise. In fact, itafanya waone the outside world kama maadui, because they are going against the dad mwenye ako kwa nyumba. So if Kanyari was to have a sweet conversation with Tash, juu ni Tash ndo anaweza solve maneno since watoto wanakatalia kwake. Me, that's my point of view. He's the one who can fully solve hii maneno juu watoto wamekatalia kwake. Me, that's what I'm saying.
Ama kwa Betty.
Si ni kwake juu si walikuwa wanaishi na Betty kwa hiyo nyumba.
Yeah, but furniture kila kitu ni ya Betty na Betty alikuwa ndani kwa rent.
Mfugo.
Okay, so kama ni kwa Betty, one thing we should consider ni ati wako huko juu ya Tash. Hiyo ndio point yangu. Wako huko juu ya Tash. So hawa wawili they should have a sit conversation. Hata tukisema abandon watoto, it is the kids that are going to suffer. They might not see it now, but it is true, watoto watasuffer.
Unajua TJ, hawa watoto hawana custodian saizi. Both Tash and Kanyari, they are like warring parties. So this thing can only be solved by somebody who is neutral. And who's that person? That person is the state, because hawa ni minors. None of them are kona custody ya hawa watoto. Bona, number 2, emotional abuse is a form of abuse. Hata hiyo manipulation hiyo manipulation watu wanaongelea hapa, that's also an abuse. So Kanyari should also file, apart from the custodial case, a file case ingine separate, you know, because these children wanaishi na mtu mwenye they don't know that person. Kanyari tu aende tu kotini na tumie pesa, he has got money, you know.
Can I make my last point? Can I make my last point tu ndio ni drop please? My point is kwa hii story yote what I urge and what I would emphasize on ni moja. Na I'm sorry to get out of the topic here ya Kanyari, but what I was really emphasizing on ni these things happen each and every day. So as a lady, the moment you decide to move on, you know who you're moving on with. Because kama you tell me why a full man utakaa mahali unalipiwa nyumba na mwanaume mwenzako na unalishwa na mwanaume mwenzako, how? Not unless you're there on a mission. Because once you love somebody, unampenda kama umempenda na kila kitu yenye amebeba. I don't know if somebody is getting what I'm trying to say. Because you will get a point, you will get a situation. Kuna situation, I don't know, kuna situations zenye zinakuanga unapata the biological father is not capable kabisa kulea watoto, not kulea hata ya financially, hata kukaa na watoto, he is not capable, but the stepdad has shown up na amesimama na watoto, amekuwa responsible. You see, if it was that case, it would have been different. So mine was just to emphasize, divorce zinafanyika, watu wanaachana sana na watu wanazaa sana. If this happens, kindly move with a brave stand. Like juu vitu tunafanyanga zinakuja zinatuletea consequences baadaye. That is all I wanted to say.
Okay, that's good. Asante. Yeah, nani hajaongea hapa? Ni Royal, chukua mic. Thank you TJ.
Thank you so much kunipatia this minute. I just want to talk about watoto. I don't want to
Royal kidogo tu. Nani K chukua mic.
Yeah, sasa kare akini kuongea so everything goes down. So mimi nilikuwa nataka kuambia, in this instant tunaangalia hao watoto, children who are grieving, especially Sky mwenye ako out there na amekuwa introduced to social media, so anatry kushow a certain picture of how her life is, but the truth is hao watoto hawajapatiwa time to grieve for their mom. They haven't gone even through pediatric trauma-centered care where they are told like this is what to do. So in this scenario, mimi ninaona hakuna hata structure. So inakuwa the whole family is in a mess and a place of contention. The grandmother is fighting this Tash. Tash is fighting Kanyari. Kanyari is fighting Tash. And Tash is fighting Betty's mom and the family. So imekuwa a place of chaos and competition. So what Tash himself is doing is encouraging Sky, anachukua simu, record social media. This is what we are doing, trying to gain, as in the crowds, as in who is going to win the crowd, who's going to win the crowd between the four of us. Instead of these adults coming together and standing as one so that they can ensure these kids go through the grieving process of their mom. It's not even been 3 months since these kids lost their mother. But unaona, wanapatia mpaka Sky simu, anaingia mpaka live. She does this. And then now the crowd wanakuja wanajaza comment section. This is the deadbeat. This is people are so mad. But they are all mature people who even the social media itself is trying to blame Sky of how she is behaving, forgetting she is a 13-year-old child who is a baby who need guidance. But the people who are supposed to guide them are not even looking at those kids. They are having themselves, like putting themselves first. Oh, so what am I going to do? You are a parent. You can tell a kid, go and do this. Kanyari is the real dad. Where does Tash come in? Why would a child tell you as a parent, wacha nikuuliza Wairimo, ati I am not going to live with you? This is the first thing that I'm hearing inasemekana sasa. Wewe ni mzazi. You are the one who's supposed to stand the ground. You are the one who's supposed to set the direction that the kids are going to go. Because they are children. A 13-year-old mind and brain has not matured yet. So anasimama anamwacha kwa Tash kwa sababu amesema I don't want to stay with you. And then inakuwa sasa another fight where kids are involved and they are just collateral. So me, I think the whole people are everybody is failing these kids by not providing the right guidance. Sasa hivi watoto wangekuwa wanaenda counseling, wanaenda church, wanakaa na pastor, hata kama upate professional or educated person mwenye atakusaidia, unakaa na pastor anakuonyesha the right way of grieving, because there's the right way and the other way of grieving. Because if you look, most of the kids who have ever lost their parents, wengine wanaendanga wayward kidogo, but then if they had the right kind of grieving, wanarudi. But sahi, the whole thing has become a competition online, which has become so sad. Everybody has their own interest at heart, forgetting the children who are mostly affected. Like the other girl said, simkumbuke amesema Kanyari anaweza oa apate watoto wengine. Tash the same and start a new life. But these people will never ever, these two kids, hawataisha how that one they lost their mother. Hiyo ni kitu itakaa in their life forever. But even the whole Kenyan internet, tumekuja sasa tunasema this. And then mtu tu anyang'anya yako kasichana simu for now. We know these streets are not healthy. Kanaweza toka hapa kamekuwa damaged. Maybe sahii watu wanamsupport, alafu upate wenyewe nimesikia hapo wakiongea vibaya wakitry kumblame. How does she even have the emotional capacity or emotional intelligence to handle the bullying that goes on in this social media? Hata mama yake alikuwa, nilisikia mtu akisema mama yake alikuwa amesema hivyo. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Katoto inajua labda kamezoea kulipwa
kanalipwa social media, sio bure.
Yeah, I saw somebody who was complaining that kameanza kuzoeshwa ma brand ambassadors. Somebody I think made a brand ambassador, na ikaleta a lot of debate on social media because she's being put on the spotlight. Yeah, kanaekwa kwa spotlight
na virtuous women. Wairimo ni kukate kidogo. Brand ambassador wa virtuous women. I thought virtuous women wale wa mama wamepitia something kwa marriages. How come mtoto wa 13 years old akuwe brand ambassador wa virtuous women? Like women something.
And that's the thing. I think they're putting the child on the spotlight at a very tender age. Mtoto anaongelelea ati tulipewa 15 million, like, gee, I have an 11-year-old who doesn't even know, wouldn't even talk about money in that sense. So clearly this child is very mature.
But I also feel like, as the other day we were, tulikuwa tunaongelea story ya venye she was replying to Nyako, so she's tussling. Yeah, she duetted the whatever Nyako alikuwa na mcharaza nayo. So
what I'm saying is she could, I'm not saying that Tash did not tell her about the money, but also this information is online. Unfortunately, she's on social media. So she knows nani alichanga 20, nani alichanga 5, blah, 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 you know. So also those things are in her head. And then there's so much controversy. Like even maybe right now she's listening over here. So all those things are feeding in her head. She goes to another place anasikia wengine. All those things wanaziko kwa kichwa yake. Oh, hata babake yako hivi. Oh, babake yako na pesa. And all those things are just feeding in her head. As opposed to our kids who are not on social media. Wamekaa tu waiting for the information that I'm gonna give them. Naona.
Unajua kuna kitu moja yenye mi inanichanganya. Sky, yes, as much as mimi najua ni mtoto, lakini there is something that really worries me na huyu mtoi. Sky anajua aliongea sana stories za mamake, alimteach stories za haters, and by the she gives those haters a narrative. Hata kwa mazishi wakati alitoa nini yake aliongea sana about hiyo mahata, like haters watasikia vibaya, na alishindilia sana story ya hater. Another thing, you reply kwa haters sana. Kama Nyako akiongea stories zake anamreply akimfanya uso like faces, akifanya those faces za maringo hivyo. And then Kanyari aspombaia whatever he want, anakuja anaweka video ya Tash kuonyesha watu venye Tash anawafanyia vitu poa poa. Mimi I feel like children should respect and also protect their parents. Mi najua mtoto wangu, and I can swear my son wa age ya nani haezi eka kitu anajua nitakuwa bullied, atakuwa anani protect. Anything to do with ati mami atakuwa bullied, Sky anajua vizuri sana. Akipost video za Tash anaona comment, anaona babake anatukanwa, alafu the next day anawekea ingine wakiwa na Tash, baba yake anatukanwa. This girl, she's a child, but she also knows from the comment section, she knows her dad is being targeted. Whatever she's posting, her dad is being targeted. Her dad anatukanwa. So huyu mtoto anatumika kutukanisha, you know, like kufanya babake aendelee kutukanwa. And yet this is the father, hata kama ni shetani, this is the father that has been there for this girl. Then after babake ametukanwa, kanapigia baba yake, baba pay the trip for me niende huko sijui wapi. Baba akikataa kanakuja tena na video ingine. Like seriously, tujieke kwa shoe ya Kanyari. Mtu yeye anafanya babake atukanwe vibaya sana. And yet watu wanasema give watoi time to mourn, okay fine, I understand Dani hakako kwa social media, lakini Sky anafanya hii vitu intentional. Hata kama Sky knows how to do videos, Sky knows how to do all these things, and Sky si wale watu wa kuambiwa ati fanya hivi ati Tash ampush. She knows so well zile vitu anapost, na anajua akisoma comment anaona ni babake anatukanwa. Mtoto wako na adabu anafaa kuprotect mzazi wake. Me, I don't think that is a good thing. Also, whatever she's doing, it's not even cute. No. So, sijui mtu mwingine anaonaje hiyo opinion. What do you guys think about her posting stuff to make the dad bad?
Can I talk?
Wacha ni respond kidogo ya social media. Unajua msichana, most likely hata the person running that account is actually the other guy, yeah? So basically anajua kwamba the internet is sharply divided. Hata akichoose Tash, kuna team yenye ita side na wao. Akichoose babake, kuna team ita side na wao. So basically what she's doing, huyu jamaa amemshow ya kwamba she can actually make money from any situation. Unacheki? So yeye ata side na Tash at some point, aside na huku, just to play with our minds, and they're actually monetizing your account. I'm very sure it's actually Tash who is running that account, na yeye ndiye anamcoach kwamba if you do this for clout nini, the way people wata comment and whatever, you are making money out of it. So that's also another form of manipulation, by the way.
Yeah. Are you the one with the noise?
Kusema ati watu wapewe time wa mourn. Watoto ndio wanajileta kwa social media na ndio ana attract the hatred.
Yeah.
Yes, Royal.
Thank you for this. Nataka niongelele about watoto, especially Sky. I have a Jane Alpha. She's a singer, gospel singer. And I've heard people talk about Sky doing this, Sky doing that. For heaven's sake, Sky ni mtoto. Why are we expecting Sky afanye vitu kama mtu mzima? I blame both Kanyari and Tash. Walisema fahari wawili wakipigana nini huumia ni nyasi. Sky, she's dealing with hormones, ndio anaanza kugrow. She doesn't even know, sometimes hormones zinamchanganya and then tunamu-expect afanye vitu kama mtu mzima. Sky doesn't even know, nikichukua simu ni record hii, what are the repercussions? She's having fun. Kwa sababu ya age na miaka yake hivyo ndio inamuambia. Let's stop judging us so harshly. Instead, we should be there to guide them. Ningeuliza Kanyari ama whoever mwenye ako close to those kids. Number one, hao watoto wana need therapist. They need someone to counsel them. I saw a video yenye alifanya, was it jana? I don't know when, the recent one. Walienda kuvisit the grave ya mamake. And what broke me was, Sky said, I feel like my mom is still here with us. What does that tell us? She's in denial. Yeye bado hajaamini mamake hayuko. So all this yenye anafanya, it's like maybe it's a big dream that she will wake up from. But sadly that is the reality.
Try napatia hii live warning, Kare.
So can someone
Iko sawa. Ni pombe koma.
Ni pombe gani? Oh, ya Leon. Okay.
Iko sawa. Itaisha.
Can someone ama whoever anaweza ongea na Kanyari? These kids need a therapist, wapelekwe counseling. And then about kutoa Sky kwa social media. The mom introduced her to social media. And from the way I see videos and all that, Sky is a very good actor. She can act. Wenye wako pale kwa ground, can Sky achukuliwe aenroliwe even kwa Kenya Theatre or something? Can she be trained to be a professional actor, because she has that in her. Anytime ukiona hata hizi zinaitangwa lip syncing and all that, when she does it comes out so well. Hizi vitu za kujoke nini, like she can really act. So hiyo energy, because the mother saw something in her, akamuintroduce kwa social media. Social media si mbaya, but social media without control ni mbaya, because Sky bado ni mtoto. Whoever mwenye ako na Sky kwa ground ndio ana fail huyu mtoto, because after all is said and done, Sky bado ako na life na ndio anaanza. Whatever she's posting should be controlled, lakini asitolewe kwa social media, because mamake ndo alimuintroduce, but she should be guided ni nini anapost. Ukiangalia most of videos zake zote, the mom was there to guide her, because aliona Sky is outspoken, she's courageous, she's not a coward, she's brave, and that is Gen Alpha for you. If you have a Gen Alpha in the house, you know, me, I have one. So Sky apelekwe kwa nini inaitwa nini, kwa theater ama whatever. These people who train they bring out the best in someone, afundishwe how to act and all that. She can also enroll kwa hizi hizi soap operas ama something.
Oh, Royal topic.
Yeah.
Wewe umetuchanganyisha tena. But hold on a minute. Kuna consuming sijui substance ni warning iko hapa, sijui ni ya nani? I don't know.
Ilikuwa Leon na binti yake.
Yeah. So
lakini Betty anasema ni Moturo.
Leon, not Leon.
Achachukishwa na TikTok.
Yeah. Royal.
Yes.
I think Betty, you're late. You're late because
consumer substance yo Moturo.
Yeah, you are off topic because hii live ilianza. I don't know what time you joined.
Oh, nimeingililia tu. Nimeingililia kama inaendelea.
That is why you're not really in sync with us. Tulianza na story ya some phone calls that were made to Kanyari by Betty and another team of people. That is what we were talking about who should have the kids and all that stuff. So it's not about ati nyinyi chukueni watoto mpeleke sijui Kenya National Theatre. Sasa hata sijui nani unaambia chukue, because watoto wako na baba yao huko Tash sijui what. So that is not even, is neither here nor there.
Kama wanakataa baba yao.
Kama wanakataa Kanyari, sasa that is neither here nor there. The topic was about zile phone calls zenye zili Betty maybe lazima utupeleke na Rieng hapa. you have to remind people what we were talking about because I
Okay,
think
yeah,
wenye
I
wanajoin
understand.
hawashikanishi.
Si
Yeah, Betty,
tunafikiria
chukua
tu ni
mic.
generally.
Hapana, chukua mic Betty.
Kwanza hata hii topic tumekuwa, but ni vile watu wanaendelea kujoin, tumeiongelelea for so long. Nilikuwa nasema ni vinye the reason why we talking is because watu wengi wanachanganikiwa kwa nini Kanyari anapewa watoto alafu anawarudisha, mbona hawachukui by fire by force. So anyway, Kanyari wori yake ni hataki kuchoma kwa watoi, hataki kuwa force kutoka huko, na kuzi watoto washamwambia hawataki kutoka kwa hiyo nyumba ya Edenville, wanataka kuendelea kuishi hapo na wanataka kukaa kwa dadi, na they don't want changes, they want things to remain the same. So hiyo ndio watu ya Kanyari. And then tangu mama yao akufe, watoi wamechange tone yenye wanamuongeleshanga nayo, they are very wanaongea na nini sana na ukali wakimuaddress. Respect imeshuka kabisa, especially Sky anamuongelesha vibaya. So sahi Kanyari hata anasikia mechanganyikiwa because wale watoto walikuwa amezoea, anaona wamechange. So watoto hawamsikii, watoto wamekata kuhama, na hiyo haoni ya kurent. Watoi wamecall Kanyari mara mbili wakisema hakuna food. Msichana wa kazi aliconfirm akasema ukweli hakuna food. Kanyari akawatomanishia food. Kulikuwa na complain ati watoto walilala kwa room ya Tash. And then hivyo venye watoi wakidemand kitu lazima wapewe. Sky kuna wakati alifanya online shopping ya 70,000 na babake akasema lazima alipiwe, so babake ikabidi amlipia simkasirishe. Sky sahi amejamia babake because anataka kutravel international right now, and babake sahi amemwambia hold on because this is not the right time aanze kutravel, so ama angoje kidogo. Sky amekasirika yake yote. So hizo vitu zote all combined, watoi wameambia Kanyari he remains the provider and daddy remains to be daddy for traveling, daddy for sweet stuff, but Kanyari will remain the provider. So watoto, Kanyari ameambia watoto it's gonna be hard for him to provide for them kama wanaishi na dadi. Kama watakaa na dadi, basi dadi to provide everything, na kama hawatakaa na kama wataka na Kanyari ko willing kuweka kwa the house. In fact I think hivyo venye watoto wana behave ndio maana Kanyari hata ali slow down hiyo story ya hao, but I know for sure he's been talking about hiyo kubai hao and whatever. So Kanyari watoto wamemwonyesha live hao hawana haja kuhama na yeye. So watoto Kanyari amechanganikiwa. Should he force them? Should he just leave them alone? Should he continue providing for them while they're still with Tash? And Tash anafanya kazi gani? Kama ni Kanyari atakuwa analipa job na food na hao na kila kitu, na unajua Kanyari ulipa mpaka mbocha. Ni nini Tash basi anafanya? So anyway, Tash ndiye anaambia watoto waitishe baba pesa ya everything, lakini Tash kwenda kwa grave, Tash kwenda kwa kupaka mtoto mafuta, kuvalisha mtoto socks, ma content ana make sure hizo content zimechukuliwa. So that's why we are talking, what should Kanyari do?
Betty, I have a question. Wait, Betty, so Kanyari paid the rent to that house also?
No, Kanyari aliuliza hii hao Betty ndiye alikuwa analipa rent, na kulikuwa na arrears hizo arrears zilifanywa, I think zilimalizika na hii pesa ya matanga. That means Tash hakuwa amelipa hao for 3 months, na Betty alikuwa down financially, na ni ukweli because wakati Betty alikuwa msick hata 250 hangepata, na Tash hakutoa hiyo 250, so kulikuwa na kakitu hapo. Not forgetting hiyo story yote ya venye Betty alikosa. So pesa ya matanga ili clear hii balance. So Kanyari alikuwa anauliza watoto, what if kama hii nyumba itashindikana kulipa? Kanyari kwake akaambia watoto, sitaki mkae nyumba ya rento, nataka mkae nyumba imenunuliwa yenye hatutakuwa tunalipa rent. But watoi wanasema no, we don't want to, as we want this house.
So
naweza ongea.
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, good morning. Alafu
morning.
Nataka kuongelea. Okay, first of all, Kanyari is right na mjamini yake na venye anasema. First things first, Tash akon leave sahi from the rumors and from what I've heard on the media. Na hiyo leave yake ikiisha, na I'm definitely sure Kanyari hizi sign papers watoto waende nje. Au watoto ataenda wapi? Secondly, kama kulikuwa kuna any arrangement between Betty and Kanyari on the child support that Betty atakuwa anafanya this na Kanyari akawa anafanya that. Now that Betty is no more, the contract ama the agreement between Betty na Kanyari child support, should it still continue kwa Tash ama iendelee bado na like Kanyari Tash achukue majukumu Betty alikuwa anafanya ama bado Kanyari atachukua watoto akae nao? You know, those are some of these questions tunafaa tuulize, because Betty is the legal parent kwa watoto na Kanyari. So now that Betty is not in the picture, Kanyari has all the right ya kuchukua watoto na hao ni watoto tunaongea, mind you, and in Kenya watoto ni watoto mpaka wafike 18 years wakuwe na ID ndio wakuwe identified as adults ama waweze ku make decisions. So I think this is a matter of Kanyari just to stand up as a man na achukue hatua yenye iko necessary, aseme okay fine, this is what you used to do with my ex-wife that apparently ali pass on, and there are certain responsibilities me as the father that I still want to continue doing, but when the kids are under my care, the kids sawa wanaweza kuwa allowed visitation kwa Tash when the time comes na when Kanyari allows it. Tusisahau kuna the fact that Kanyari is the biological father na akona all the rights kwa hao watoto as compared to Tash, because first of all there's no documentation that has been presented for about Tash being the legal maybe kama ameadopt watoto ama maybe ndio nini, as far as long as chenye tunajua sahi from the mother wa Betty ni kwa these people alienda to introduction, so hakuna legal document yenye Tasha anaweza simama nayo aseme hawa watoto ni wangu na siwaachili. So any person in Tasha's shoe anafahamu advice amwambie Tasha watoto anafaa waachilie by all means, because sahi hakuna point ya ku waste pesa kulipa nyumba, yet Kanyari is willing to give out a house that haitaji kulipiwa rent. Hawa watoto wanafaa wakalishwe chini, not even by a counselor, wakalishwe na mtu kama auntie yao upande wa kina Betty, akalisha waongelesha, ambie sawa, we understand there was an attachment between you and your stepdad, but this is the matter of fact, things have to change. Things hazizi endelea kwa venye zilikuwa. Betty alikuwa ni mtu alikuwa anajituma kwa mangoma, anatoa nyimbo, anakuwa brand ambassador, so Betty alikuwa anaweza afford kuhustle, but Tash from the look of things, yeah, I think mambo yake hayakuwa venye alijaribu kuportray vitu zake ni si kama venye Betty alikuwa anafanya. So sasa tusipendelee sana Tash upande wetu tukisema eti Tash anapenda watoto because of some small clips that zinachukuliwa here and there just to, you know, kusafisha jina yake and all that, but the fact is haizi kuwa provider kwa hiyo familia. He can only be there as a support dad, like emotionally, because hiyo ndio watoto wanatafuta kwake, emotional support, but even our watoto wanaweza kuongeleshwa na bado wanaweza find it in the dad as long as baba yao pewe tu chance. So if there is any legal team that can stand with Kanyari ama Kanyari follow a legal team that inaweza chukua watoto, first of all watoto waende through family counseling, because a counselor ni mtu analipwa. At the end of the day this is a family matter. At the end of the day Kanyari ndo anafaa aseme, you know what, watoto wangu mimi ndo namekea decisions, si watoto wanipatie decisions regardless of the fame of whatever they were exposed to. Hawa ni watoto, they should be flexible in changes, and it's also that these kids have to face this at this tender age, but in the long run Kanyari has to stand to stand firm and take his responsibilities, and that is taking his kids and living with them squarely. Alafu watoto kuongelea kusumbuna unachukua pesa utulipie shule, like surely tuna watoto hata sisi at the same age, ni watoto wanajuanga hata school pesa inatokanga wapi hawajui, but why would she be in that position ya kuongea aggressively on how the father Kanyari is using the money yenye ilichangwa? Like it doesn't make sense to me. And if I were Kanyari, from the phone calls that nilisikia that happened jana manijuzi usiku, like Kanyari anafaa tu ajue hao watoto ni wadogo, na right now asikubali any manipulation from anyone who is trying to do so.
Tulika kwa phone call na Kanyari for 3 good hours. Also Kanyari is so scared ya watu wa social media because Kanyari anasema in case aforce hawa watoto kufanya anything, social media itamkanyaga. Wacha hivyo imekuwa kimwingila. Kanyari amesema ametukanwa, yani amnatukana na watu day in day out because ya hii situation. Ondokea wewe, toka you are nini like hiyo kumfilisha. So watu Kanyari anasema sasa ni kifo Sky ataenda tu live a record aseme venye anateswa.
Kanyari anajaribu protect reputation yake as a prophet and as a public figure for sure, but anafaa understand there's life after that. Anafaa juu sahii mzigo imemwangukia yeye squarely, like is the father, ultimate dad. So kuna mambo ya kufia, the society will talk whether you are good or bad either way.
Yeah. There, that's why sisi tulimwambiaje Kanyari, kama si tukampatia nini yetu, tukamwambia Kanyari, we don't see why you're being unaogopa Sky, unaogopa ati wasikuchukie. By the way, si tukilewa na okay, I understand saa hii times zimechange, lakini watu hii hata wetu tunalea saa hii, you don't let your kids just tell you whatever. Tukamuuliza aje Kanyari, mtoto wako, tukamuuliza watoto wetu wakienda wakatalie kwa beste yetu, kwa beste like a friend, hata nyinyi mko hapa, watu wenu wakienda wakatalie kwa auntie, juu auntie anawatreat vizuri, wakatalie huko, do you even give them a chance to kusema ngwengwe? Utagonga warudi kwako. So tukaambia Kanyari, ngoja kidogo,
wacha kumkata favored hapa, tunaangalia na nini, wacha land point yake,
wacha ni land. So tukaambia Kanyari, tukamwambia cause Kanyari was to pick up those kids leo, and I have a feeling, I keep saying this, I have a feeling there's a lady tulikuwa na yeye kwa hiyo phone call, I have a feeling niye anachanua Tash juu tangu tufanye hizo phone call, ndio unaona history ya nini. Juzi tulikuwa kwa phone call ingine na brother ya Betty, na huyo dem alikuwa, na pia ya jana alikuwa. So me I don't know kama huyo dem ana communicate nao juu tangu hiyo time ndio tunaona hizi nini ma video whatever is going on, I don't know, but anyway I'm just hoping huyo hakuwa one of the team. Tash alikuwa amekuja kwa hiyo phone conversation, but anyway tuliambia Kanyari, tukamadvise, tukamwambia ukichukua hao watoto cause alikuwa achukue jana, ukiwachukua make sure hujawarudisha, na tukampangia, tukamwambia hata kama huna nyumba sahi, juu Kanyari make it clear hataki kupeleka watoto huko nyumba ya Kayole because hiyo nyumba imejaa watu nini like vitu kaa hizo. So yeye ako willing hata kulipa BNB at whatever location until watoto until amalize history ya kubai hao. So tukamwambia kama we uko willing kulipa hata BNB, enda uchukue the best of the best hizo ma apartment, uweke hao watoto huko kwenye kuna ma swimming pool na nini. Kanyari akasema he doesn't mind doing that, akasema watoto wake wanapenda hizo maisha flashy life, so I'm sure wanaweza furahi sana vitu kaa hizo. Tukamwambia wachukue, ende uweke huko, hata waenda uweke mpaka kwa hiyo nyumba yako ya nini, si ni watoto waeke mahali uko sawa, usiende beyond your means ati uanze kuwaonyesha mambo makubwa. Tukamwambia wachukue, kataa kuwarudisha, uambie hapa ni kwenu. So Kanyari I guess hakupewa watoto, I'm not sure, but sijaona amepost anything, but I'm thinking hakupewa watoto, and that's why I'm suspecting huyo mwenye alikuwa kwa call, one of them alikuwa agent wa Kanyari, wa Tash. So because vitu hazikuenda venye Kanyari alikuwa amepanga, but tulikuwa tumemwambia sirudishe watoto.
Haya, wacha tusikie mtu mwingine. Maureen.
Yes.
Hebu chukua mic tafadhali, because kuna watu wamekaa hapa hata wajaongea. Jacqueline ako hapa, user.
Okay.
Ongea.
All right. Thank you, Irimo. What I wanted to say ni, when it comes to parenting, anyone akona mtoto wake umezaa, or if you're a father, parenting ainanga convenience. And from my perspective yenye naona, I think Kanyari hajazoea kukana watoto right? Even before when Betty was still alive, when walikuwa naishi pamoja before they separated. It seems that he was really not heavily involved in the upbringing ya kukuwa very present na watoto. Having said that, he's a great provider. You know, we've seen the way he takes care of the school fees and everything else. And unfortunately, because death, the cruel hand of death came and snatched their mom away, it is a high time that Kanyari now catch up na syllabus haraka sana. Because truth be told, these children, where they're at, they're in a very, very precarious situation. Huyo mbaba wako naye kwa nyumba saa hizi, mwenye hata hawezi lea watoto wake, but he's claiming to actually be interested in these children awalee. We all know what he's looking after. Based on his track record, we can all see where he's aiming at. But the unfortunate thing is that watoto, at the end of the day, they need structure, they need direction, they need kuonyeshwa the way to go. And so in as much as Kai is outspoken, in as much as Kai seems to be the one who's like putting on the pants pretty much, lazima Sky aputiwe in a place ya kuambiwa this is what we are going to do. Todo mwanane kuiroera wore weka. You know, your child cannot just tell you what to do. Of course, you're kusemati, you know, that a child should not have an opinion. They should. But at the end of the day, you as a parent, you're the one who's supposed to draw the line and say, okay, I hear you, but this is what we're going to do now because this is what is right for you and for the situation itself. As it is, I personally think there's someone who is still on Kanyari's ear. Kuna mtu mwenye, I feel like Kanyari is confused. I feel like there's so many people in his ear. Na hajui what direction to go. Because at the end of the day, when he sits down with you, Betty, and, you know, like when you're on the call for like 3 hours, you kind of think like mkona a direct way to go, but only later on to see that things never got done. So that shows anaskiza so many other voices, but the problem is when anaskiza all these voices, alafu anakuwa na analysis paralysis. So at the end of the day, he's not taking any action. Na siku bado zinaenda at the end of the day. So I would just simply say that we the people should keep talking about this, nivo to mount the pressure, and at the end of the day, our toto were in the hands of the right people. And in this case, the hands of the right people would be their father before any other decisions, you know, wakubaliane na familia ya Betty what to do. Another thing I wanted to say as I wrap up, single moms, please let us normalize kukuwa na prenups. Before mshikane na anybody else, and I'm saying that as a single mom myself, if you have, you've literally found, you know, you've built yourself, you have your own properties here and there. Just because a man has come into your life, please know how to safeguard your stuff for the sake of your children. Na sio tu kukuati, at the end of the day, najua sana in our African culture, vitu kama wills, kuandika wills, sio vitu zinakuanga legalized because it's like people think that if you write a will, unajitia kifo. These are conversations we need to start having now. As young as you are, write a will, have stipulations in place. Because otherwise saizi kungekuwa na mvutano kuko nayo saizi. I think it's really important.
Good. Let's hear. By the way, I wrote that on my Facebook page. Tukaingiliwa na wanaume. Oh, wewe unafunza these women to be hard-headed and independent and empowered. Ati sijui you're promoting singlehood. As in, I don't know why some men get intimidated by that when women want to plan themselves and want to be 10 steps ahead of the game, you know, because Betty is a very perfect example of, you know, people need to learn when a man comes to you, Nameji, and you're already established. Now we are here. I mean, we shouldn't be here if all these things had been set kitambo. If she had organized herself, we wouldn't be discussing her today. Yeah. So when I wrote that, I got a backlash from men. Men were like, why are you promoting singlehood? You know, single mothers, independent women. Okay, you don't want women to be independent, you want them to be what? I don't know why men felt a certain type of way. Maybe Baba Ocampo will tell us later. But let's go to user, and then we go to, let's go to user.
Oh, sawa. Mi hata I wanted to ask for example, nimesikia Betty akisema mtoto Sky kuna time alikuwa anaambia babake ampatie pesa ya kwenda international trip So now I wanted to ask, because Sky is a minor, lazima kukuwe na consent ya mzazi, like hataenda tu, like there must be a consent of a parent, like lazima mzazi amsainie whatever. So now I wanted to ask, is Kanyari to pay for the trip and then Tash ndo anapeana consent ama inaendaje? How is it going there? And again, kama saizi after mazishi tangu Betty azikwe, it's barely 2 months, not even 2 months, 1 month, na already hao watoto wanaitisha food kutoka kwa baba yao mzazi. You know, wezi niambia hata do yenye waliachiwa hapo ama nini imeisha, like it does not make any sense, but already Kanyari anaambiwa apelekea watoto food, hawana food. And another thing, kuna time tulikuwa kwa Mbanya, like for me I'm troubled about this girl Sky kukua huko kwa huu jamaa mali sasa wanaishi na wao dadi wao, and the fact that tunaambiwa mpaka kuna time walikuwa walilala in the same bedroom, it really scares me. Same room. And again, kuna time tulikuwa kwa Mbanya tukaambiwa kuna mtu alipanda hapo akasema mtoto wake anasomanga the same school na Sky uko Wood Click sijui or whatever that school is. Alikuwa anasema mtoto wake alikuwa anamwambia Sky, anawaambianga shule like my dad is so handsome, and I'm like, geez, how do you even, mtoto ameanza kuona, you know it's very dangerous mtoto wa that age kwanza kusema like kwanza, how do you even see your father like that? Like it is, inaweka tu question marks mingi. As much as people don't want Kanyari achukue hao watoto, I'm not still convinced, ama I don't see the reason as to why Tash anafaa kukua na hao watoto. Kama simple things like providing, haezi provide, leave alone anything else, ati they have to call Kanyari to do this and that and there. It does not make any sense.
All right, Jacqueline, I think you spoke. Did you? I don't know if it was Jacqueline who just spoke not too long ago. But let's go to Ocampo. Yeah. Baba Ocampo, chukua bike.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I just saw a post from Betty late at night in her Facebook page, and I made a comment there.
Which Betty?
Maybe the one who is here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it attracted a lot of emotions, and a lot of, some are negative, some are positive, and I literally said, you know, we are looking the issues as per now.
Can you tell us what the post was about before?
It was about this. It was about this. Okay. The way she has explained about the call and about everything. Okay. So, and I was responding to whatever she had posted, and some people had different opinions, and I said my comment was, rather than looking at the issues as per now, we should look at the future of these kids. And the future of these kids, once the dust is settled, Tash is a young man, may be considered to remarry. And if he considers to remarry, and now we have a third party, now the wife. Remember, the kids has no blood connection with Tash. They have no blood connection with, or blood relationship with the mother who will come. how would this kid live? And some were asking, what if even Kanyari remarries? But remember, Kanyari has proved to provide and to take care of the kids even when they are not together with the wife. So I don't think when if Kanyari decides to remarry, it would be a challenge for him. So sometimes we are thinking and we are bred by emotions, and we just say, depending on what we see, the posts we see, the videos which are shared online. You know, when a video is recorded, before it's posted, you ask yourself, will it itafikisha ujumbe yenye nataka ifikishe? And don't think that some things Sky is posting is just her mind. Sometimes there is someone, an adult behind those videos, and they have an agenda. Betty said that maybe amepost hizo videos kufirisha baba yake. It might be true, it might be not true. But to me, let's not judge things by the way we are seeing in the social media. The way we see those videos, those clips being forwarded, and those whatever, we decide based on the well-being of these kids. And my conclusion was, it's not about Tash, it's not about Kanyari, it's about where are those kids safe. And I said, according to me, the kids would feel more safer in the hands of the father, who is Kanyari. And Kanyari now should stand up and put up his socks and man up. There is something called tough love. Tough love is when you love someone, but you are able to say no to some things. You are able to make good decisions, which sometimes may not favor the one who you love, but at the moment they may not see what you are saying or what you are doing. What do I say, or what do I mean? I mean, Kanyari should make proper, well-guided decisions. He should take up the legal way to secure the kids, and when the kids are at his disposal or at his hands, he may be able to exercise the love that he wants to exercise. And right now the kids are very young. They may not understand, but later on, when they are grown-ups, they will see where they were taken advantage of and where they are they were not taken advantage of. There was a question that you asked here about insecurity of men when women are independent. I want to conclude with that. Most of the time, or traditionally, the norm was men are the head, men are the one who owned properties, men are the one to decide what will happen. But due to the civilization that we are experiencing right now and the independence of everyone, women also have their own money. They also have their own properties, and sometimes that threatens some men and they feel intimidated. And I guess that is the reason why a man would feel insecure when a woman is independent. So as per my case, I would, if you have properties or you have money, while you are in a relationship, I think that money belongs to both of us, or those properties belongs to both of us. So both of us would come up with a will or a well-structured manner of how the kids, if both of us are not there, because we can be in the same car and we leave the kids alone, we have to secure the well-being of our kids. I may leave, you may leave as a mother. So we need to have a well structured way of the way our kids will live when we are not there. If you are single, I don't see any problem ya kufanya hivyo pia ukiwa peke yako. But if you are in that institution of marriage, I think it is fair enough for you to consider, or for both of you to do things as they should be done. Uguo andu matige kuona tari hena thina munene wa mutumia gukorwo independent. I don't think there is a problem there. If I'm not asked any question, I beg to drop. I may give someone a seat because I want to leave.
All right. Thank you so much for your submission. Alvan, chukua mic.
Hi, Wairimo.
You asked me not me, but you asked a question on the comment section. And I told you, why don't you ask here? Yeah, hi, Alvan. Karibu sana.
Tapuru. Kuna huyu anaitwa Wani. Ngoja kidogo nipeane warning. Wani ni Wanji au Wani. Huyu ameweka heart na lips. Utablokiwa ama utamutiwa, because unakuja kwa comment unaanza kutukana watu. Hata nimesema ati mtoto alisema Tash ni mcute, akakuja akasema ati we kwani babako ni mcute. Usikuja hapa kutukanana. So utablokiwa kwa hii live. Atutukananangi na mtu akitukanana ukileta matusi utablokiwa ama utamutiwa. Yes, unaweza disagree but in a respectful manner. Endelea Alvan.
Yes, Betty, mambo.
Endelea Alvan.
Yes, Betty, mambo. Tuko na echo.
Yeah, kila mtu wa mute ni Alvan.
Yeah. And I want to, I'm not just gonna give a submission. I want Wairimo and Betty, let's walk through this like we are, out of what I'm gonna say, let's walk this like I'm 3 years old. Okay? So I need a response. I need Betty to unmute, tuongee tu pole pole. Yes, no, yeah, I agree, I don't.
Yes, sir.
There's no one who is talking about Shiroa GP.
Okay.
She stepped forward as a guardian. She offered as a guardian. Right now, I feel like we are playing ping pong. Mbona nini makelele?
Amemute. Yes, go ahead.
Why are we playing ping pong with children? Ping pong between two daddies, right? I don't know what their issues are. I know some. I don't know Tash that well, but he's giving me vibes for the preferred one by the kids, right?
Yeah.
Why are we playing ping pong between Tash and Kanyari while there's a guardian that the whole of Betty's fans and people who loved her music, people who want her legacy to live on in her kids, why can't we just give the guardian that space and go down the conversation of, or the decision that I heard, ya watoto wafunguliwe trust?
Okay.
Right? Watoto wafunguliwe trust. If you asked me, no, a trust ya kuwalea. You know what a trust is? Are we all on the same page?
Yeah, we're on the same page, but I want to tell you something that you don't know. right now they cannot work as a team because communication ni shida. The problem is Tash, he's not willing. First of all, familia Betty ameiblock yote. Number 2, ule mtutu amebaki ni Kanyari, and the reason amebakisha Kanyari kwa hiyo list ni sababu watoi anaambia watoto itisha baba yenu, and then Kanyari kuna time ata anachukua watoto, so like for a few hours or whatever, wakienda shopping kubaiwa whatever they need, anajua anaacha hiyo nini we, so communication Tash ndiye anaimake ikiwe difficult. Kwa hivyo hata kuongea stories za trust nini hizo hata hatujui, hatuna details za hizo matter.
Okay, from penye niko, from where I am, right? I will walk away from the two ping pongers, that is Tash and Kanyari. We all know how responsible Shirowa GP is. Maybe we need to empower her because she seems to carry the destiny ya hawa watoto as close, hata kama si biological destiny ya hawa watoto. Moyo ya Betty iko ndani ya Shirowa GP.
Oh, you don't know. Shiro and GP don't talk na Tash. They don't talk. Shirowa GP na Tash
we are the jury. We are the jury. Mimi, I don't care whether Tash talks to Shiro or not. Sisi kama wa Kenya, the legacy of Betty, Sky na watoto, that is what ninatetea.
Okay, what are you advising us to do as the jury?
God gave us a very good guardian in Shirowa GP. Why don't we all steer the ship that direction?
Okay, let me say something here. Shiro has been poked on so many lives. I mean, people have said all manner of things concerning Shirowa GP, but Shiro has kept silent. She ain't saying anything, and the rage is boiling over because as much as she said publicly that she's gonna be a mother or will step in and make sure that the kids are educated, they're not gonna have any problems, she ain't saying nothing. And people are saying as if yani zile lives Shiro ameanikwa, I can't even count them. I can't even count them. And that's the point. Well, people have everything to say about her. There's a lot of things that have been said about her. But the fact that she's not reacting, not saying anything about it, not advocating.
Is it analysis paralysis?
No,
that's
listen,
the first time I've ever had that.
Hold on. She's not even telling the public, the same public whom she stood right in front of them and vowed that she's gonna make sure that Betty's kids are taken care of, but she's not giving public any information. Hakuna mtu anajua Shiro ako pande ya Tash ama ako pande ya nani ya Kanyari. Nobody knows that because she ain't saying anything.
Does she need to be on anyone's side?
She doesn't have to be on anyone's side, but she can come out and speak to the public. She owes the public.
Okay, then let me speak now. Kwa hii live. Let me speak now. Shirowa GP, can you just own those children? You already spoke it. Chukua watoto tutakusaidia. Because me, the only one that I trust is not Tash, it's not Kanyari. And I'm sorry, I'm not judgmental. I'm not being judgmental. Kanyari still looks like they still Tash na Akere, he looks like the next flight. That's where I'm coming from.
Can I say something?
Yeah, sure.
Mambo, long time kwanza.
Hey, what's up?
I think I will not support you on that one. Reason being, you might be coming from a good place, I understand. And it's an opinion also.
Yes,
but
it is.
This could have only worked if two things were not possible. The kids could not be with their father, their biological father in this case, or if their father didn't want to be with them and there was no any other option. But at where we stand at this moment, there's a biological father who wants to be with his kids.
Would you want to give your kids to Kanyari when you died?
Why not?
You know what? Okay, Wairimo, let me say.
It's a question, guys.
No,
I'm not castigating.
Let me answer it. I'll answer it.
No, we are answering.
Let me answer it first, please. You know where you're coming from, Alvan. You cannot sit down and judge. I might judge him.
I am not judging. It's a question of.
It's a when you put that question, it means you are judging him in a point from a point of where he's not capable or he's not a good father. But that's the thing.
He has provided. Mimi sikatai.
No, hata si mambo provision.
It's the yin yang. It's the yo-yo. It's the yo-yo that is in Kanyari.
Oh, Alban, let me say this before Eric. There is an interview that Betty said, Kanyari is a good father, but he's not a good husband. There is an interview said by Betty. Kanyari is a good father, but is not a good husband. That tells
okay, then
you a lot.
Wairimo and Eric, let me ask. Kanyari ako na nyumba?
Alvan,
alisema atanunua nyumba, alikuwa ameona nyumba ya 90 million.
Wairimo, 1 minute.
Akagurari.
Go ahead. Ako kigura ati another na shiana.
Shiana isiori already nishimuonete stiramwenda.
Ebu ongea Kiswahili.
Kanyari. Okay, first of all, nyi watu wenye mnasema ati Kanyari atanunua lini. Kanyari alikuwa amepoint ile nyumba anataka ya hizo million 90. But ukumbuke watoto tangu anze kuwa na hizo conversation, Kanyari kuanze kuwa prepare, mnaweza hama, wamemwonyesha no. So Kanyari anafia, already he has a house. Himself, he don't want to move. Sahi Kanyari anafia, akinunua nyumba ingine ya 60 million ama ya 80 million ama hizo mamilioni, cause obviously atanunua kwa wadosi, cause watoto wamezoea maisha ya juu. So Kanyari anasema, nikienda ninunue nijicommit ni cash nimenunua hao. Na watoto wakatae kukuja kwangu na wakatalie kwa Tash. Sasa nitafanya nini na nyumba? Ataanza kuirentisha, sijui ataanza kuuza. Kanyari alisema
Betty, have you ever picked a stray cat?
Alvan, don't compare.
No, ngoja. May I finish my statement?
Nyumba ikaange tu hapo.
No, have you ever picked a stray cat? A stray cat does not have comfort. Does not know comfort. But the moment,
Alvan,
may I finish?
How long does it take to buy a house in Kenya, Alvan? You can't even do it.
It doesn't take long, but my question is, akona hiyo pesa ya kununua hiyo nyumba?
Why is he living right now?
Guy,
is he homeless?
He has a house.
Exactly.
He has a house, but hiyo nyumba imejaa watu wengi.
You know he can wake up and send everybody out.
Exactly.
He can even send everybody out.
Who are you to
He
tell me
has
to shut up?
options. He has options. Kanyari akona options, but ile shida ni moja. Sahi watoto ndio wanamfanyia vitu zikuwe hard. Should he proceed or should he not? In fact, hata kubaia watoto hiyo nyumba, anabai tu ndio make sure watoto wameweka na ile standard walikuwa.
Wacha niongee kama mwanaume.
Okay.
I think where the buck stops when it comes to blood, where the buck stops is Kanyari. In terms of tuongee kama wa Afrika, kama wa Kikuyu and blood relations. The buck stops at Kanyari. But I have a question in this live. Do we all believe, do we agree, or do we believe? I don't know how even to put it in English. English has left. Kanyari, is he stable enough? Can we trust him to do what he's supposed to be doing? What he's saying he's going to do?
Yes, we can.
Yes, because Betty trusted him.
He has proven beyond reasonable doubt that he's very much well able to do that.
Haya, that's why I talked about the analogy of a stray cat. Kama watoto wamekataa Kanyari, wacha Kanyari anunue hiyo nyumba. The moment Sky and the brother sit in that crib, sit in that space, and they actually see a roof over their head, they see stability, watatulia.
Exactly. And again, those kids, kitu moja kwanza Alvan ujue, those kids are not orphans. They are not orphans.
Not.
Like wako na mzazi.
Yes.
You know, you're talking like Atishiro Wajibi should take them to do what. Those kids are not orphan. Those kids do not even qualify for adoption.
I was talking about Shiro taking the lead because we are doing ping pong between people that we are arguing about.
Those kids are not orphans. Kama nani Shiro anachukua as who?
She's just a friend.
So from this live, you guys are telling me that you trust Kanyari. He can handle it.
Yes. He's the biological father. Then the law allows.
Our parents are not perfect. We are not perfect. Alvan,
Yes.
I want to tell you this. If everybody, kama venye ulilewa, if it was recorded, na uambiwe watu wangesema, oh, your parents are not fit. Hata mimi, hata sisi wote, venye tunakuanga kwa watoto wetu, I'm not saying we abuse them, but venye tunakuanga na watoto wetu, unaweza fikiri, oh, we are not the good parents. Ukichukua suggestion ya wale watu, mtu hata akuwa na mwenda wazimu atabebana na hao watoto wake as long as he's not abusive to them. Ushaiona Kanyari amechukua watoto wao amewa abuse. The thing is, Betty akiwa uhai aliintroduce hata Tash akamwambia this is the father kwa watoto wangu. Kama Kanyari alikuwa mbaya, hata Betty hangeambia Tash baba ni nani. Betty angekuwa shaondokea Kanyari na akaishia kabisa na akamblock. Kuna single mothers wengi sana kwa hii life. Do they talk to those deadbeat? They don't, because those deadbeats sio wazuri and they are not even responsible. So single mothers wengi saa hii ukiwauliza, including me, we don't communicate with the kids' dad. Why? Because first of all, they don't care. They don't care at all about our children. They don't even follow up. They don't do that.
Now, Betty, yeah. Let's talk about Sky. All right. We probably need to do a Velcro rip between Sky and Tash. All of us. Unaelewa? It's a Velcro rip because saizi kuna hiyo opinion ya kwamba Sky anapenda ako side ya Tash sana kuliko ya the biological father. Right now, for the sake of the legacy ya hao watoto, I don't think we need to listen to Tash that much, to Sky that much. We can see both adults, Tash and Kanyari. We can see them. Tuko na macho tunaona. We need to maybe put our foot down and tell Sky, enda and ingia huku kwa Kanyari. Let's empower Kanyari. Can we all empower Kanyari to make sure that he does what he's supposed to do by fatherhood and blood? Fatherhood he has proven. Blood is haina argument. Because sababu, like, children will not always have to, we send them where they need to be,
like now,
not what they want.
Huyu Tash kazi yake saini nini so far? Cause so venye inakaa Kanyari ananunua chakula and he's paying school fees na nyumba ni kama pia yeye ni kana rusha huo mzigo. What is the work of Tash other than just being there taking clips? What is the work of Tash?
Content.
No, si ati mambo na ni work of Tash. What the story that's going around is that Sky likes Tash more than Kanyari.
Have you ever heard of a Stockholm syndrome? She's still healing from, unajua wamekuwa pamoja na mama yao, Tash akiwa hapo. So like she still had to get over that yet. She's still healing from that. Na bado anafaa ongelesho na wazazi, ama familia ya kina Betty, ama familia ya kina Kanyari. Sky is just still in the mourning process. She's in denial. Hajakubali kuwa mama yake hayuko. Ana bado kwa stuck na Tash kwa sababu mama yake alikuwa na Tash. But the reality of the matter is Tash is not playing any role in this family saa isipokuwa sasa niyo sasa maybe the emotional part. But majukumu yote, as you can see, iko kwa Kanyari. So why wouldn't Kanyari take the kids?
It's because sahi nasikia argument hapa kwamba we are having a war in whatever. We are having a war in paradise because Sky wants Tash more than he likes Kanyari.
So Tash,
and I'm wondering,
arudi ngambo. Hao watoto watabaki
yes, and that's why I'm saying we should reap we should rip Sky away from Tash.
Tash is Sky is just a child, a minor for that matter.
She cannot have such a strong opinion. Paka, we are arguing on lies about we are the adults.
Exactly.
We can see.
Point. Yes. So whether she likes it or not, regardless of sema iti sasa ni kuchukua watoto na nguvu ama ni kwa kidnap or whatever, she is a child. Anafaa akwe tu respectful, akwe tu obedient to whatever the dad that is Kanyari anasema. Because kama huwezi kuwa unataka vitu za babako na utaki kumsikiza, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't. Why you want your father's help, yet unataka kusi kwa mtu ambaye akusaidii. So what is the whole point?
Wanatumia Kanyari wakiwa na huyo baba yao.
Yeah, they want to save money from Kanyari. That is so clear.
Then turarue watoto kutoka kwa nani? Turarue kutoka kwa Tash.
We don't even need to go to the courts and all these long processes. You just go to the child's department's office. Useme yes, tulikuwa tuna co-parent na my ex-wife ambaye me happen kupass. Na nilikuwa majukumu yangu akiwa high, I used to do ABCD, but now that she's not there, na alikuwa na custody, that is Betty. Sahi hayuko, mimi I stand to take the custody of my own children. That means that awachukua na wasimamie kila kitu. Matters to do with nyumba nini, Kanyari can do that. Si lazima hata nuyo ya 90M. Sahi I'm sure hizi ekelea pesa yake mahali ya jui. Unajua, by the way, we should not forget that Tash ako backed up na watu ambao wako, I mean, kuna some of the politicians wana back up and bishops and all those church members.
What?
Yeah, so Kanyari is actually ako extra careful because anajua behind Tash kuna watu walimwambia by all means to make sure wewe utabaki na watoto. Kuna watu wamemwashua all that. Sasa unaona ako kila wakati unasikia mtu anakuja against him anamblock. Alianzia na mama yake.
The president can make you come against somebody, come against your kids? Really?
Sorry?
Do you think even the president can come like a case against you and your kids?
No, people are actually trying to manipulate the whole process of Kanyari getting his own kids. People are trying, people who are at the higher seats are trying to manipulate the whole process. Kanyari ndo sichukue watoto.
Ndakuzika tu, ubaki bila.
Kama nachukua roli niende nipite na hiyo.
Ni watoto na wachukua. Because majina ya certificates, the birth certificates ziko ni ya Kanyari. So why would it be even a case in the first place ya kweti Kanyari hana authority over watoto wake? Hao watoto wafaa waendewe na ofisa wa child department au wachukue waambie kama mko na kesi endeni kotini sasa. Because huyu ndio the biological dad na yeye ndo amekuwa kufanya responsibilities zake na kuna receipts. Tash ako tu hapo, tunajua tu ako hapo tu anangoja tu mambo ifanyike do itoke aishie. Plus akona watoto wake kama anashinda.
Na hii do inatoka wapi? Ni do gani inatoka?
Unajua trust ndio itengezwe, lazima kutakuwa na two signees. Trust fund itengezwe, lazima kutakuwa na two signees. So I'm sure he's just regaring there so that he can be among the signees. Ndio hiyo pesa ingie na majina yake.
So you guys don't trust Tash at all? And it's a question.
No, we don't trust Tash. Personally, I don't trust him. Plus, he has a history as well. Akona watoto ameshindwa kulea. So atalea watoto ambaye si wake. Like,
okay, sawa. Basi turarue Sky from Tash. Sky na brother yake wararuliwe from Tash by fire by force. Wapelewe Kanyari.
Yeah, the first thing is happen saini umwende tu kwa department ya watoto. Just take an officer because the records are there. Aenda unakuwa company tu na officer. Mimi nishafanya hiyo process. Unachukua watoto then kama Tasha kwa na kesi aende sasa kotini because hiyo ndio department inasemanga if there is any case you have against Kanyari kuchukua watoto wake, go now to the courts. Na yeye Kanyari ataenda kotini pia yeye aonyeshe receipts zake and all that. So hizi matter hata kushinda eti uende kotini uchukue watoto. No, you just go to the department ya watoto and you just I'm now the legal custodian of my kids.
Mimi I am diabolical. Sijui DCIO, sijui nani kotini. If I was Kanyari, and this is my question, is Kanyari ready to just drive in, take children and leave? Because maybe I'm too basic.
That's why I said and I agree with the favor.
Kanyari ndiruhusiwa kuingia kwa hiyo estate. Iko na specific instructions afai kuingia. That's why unaona ule wakati amepanga kuchukua watoto hawashow up.
No, see hivyo.
I agree this from the word go. Kanyari needs to man up and step up.
Yeah,
Kanyari needs to step up.
Can I say something?
Shida si hiyo. Shida ni
thank you.
Kanyari alisema ngoja dakika moja gifted. Kanyari alisema yeye angekuwa amechukua watoto hata by force. Shida ni Sky hataki.
Okay.
In fact Sky anaitanga Kanyari kando kumsomea, anamuuliza pesa ya mchango, kwa nini alienda kulipa school fees. Si ati Kanyari hangeenda kuchukua watoto. But now
Sky will live with it. Ata throw tantrums siku 2-3 anyamaze alale anakae.
So can we all agree? Can we all agree? And I'm gonna say it. Someone needs to record this. Can we all agree that Tash is a weekend ice cream to hawa watoto?
And our brainwash.
But it is not healthy.
It's not.
You can't eat ice cream every day.
It's not. It's not healthy at all.
So if we are, if the state of this life is the public jury, the public court, we all agree. If we are going to do anything to empower Kanyari kuchukua hawa watoto,
Yeah.
we should all rally it before it gets too cold.
Alvan, I'm backing you up in a way because I think Kanyari Pia is a good parent from afar. You can see he's taking that hands-off approach. He wants to be the father, but from afar. I back you up. Neither Kanyari nor the other Tash is a good father to those kids. Mimi hapo ninakubaka 100% because Sky is choosing Tash for aesthetics reasons, for her videos, for the online community. Kanyari na yeye ni ule baba mwenye, he's a provider, ni ule wa kuendea pesa. We can always chip money hapa na pale from him, but he's not also taking the responsibility. You don't need custody of your kids. What is he doing a month after the wife has died? A month na mwanaume mwingine anaenda kwake kumuitisha pesa. How does even that look? How does even Tash get guts za kwenda kuitisha Kanyari pesa if at all he's willing to be the father of those kids? There is a problem.
Wambo, Kanyari alisema yeye hana shida na hizo vitu zote, but alisema zile hao watoto wanamuongelesha saa hizi, he is so much afraid that hata hao watoto wakienda wachukue na nguvu, kitu i happen like watu wanaweza mletea noma sana akiambiwa.
That's an 13-year-old. Since when did we start letting 13-year-olds dictate what they need?
Thank you, Wamboi. Thank you. Thank you, Wamboi.
When did we let these kids control us?
Since when?
That has been my opinion the whole of this life.
They are choosing. So that's not how it works. That's not how it works. There is a problem. Kanyari is also choosing a hands-off approach to these kids. Piata he's self-doubting himself if he can be a good parent to these kids.
Wamboi, kidogo tu. Let me speak on Kanyari's. There is a couple of things that Kanyari said, and I posted it on Facebook. And Kasema, this is probably God's opportunity given to Kanyari for him to finally step into destiny. The death of Betty Bayo. Right? But you must also understand as a man, castigation, makelele, hizo vitu zote Kanyari amepigwa nazo for the years. I believe that man is ready to be a great guy. And that's why I'm asking, can we all just support Kanyari? God has given him a new opportunity for him to step into destiny. Can we all just support him?
But is he ready? Is he behaving like a ready person? Alvan.
No, Skiliza, Wamboi, before you get the courage to step in, remember Kanyari has a history.
Yeah. Let me
right?
take the mic.
And he hates his history. Yes, Wairimo.
Let me take the mic. Jacqueline, can you unmute so that you kuna hii kiti tunafaa tupeane. There are people who are waiting to join. Jacqueline, can you unmute yourself and give your submissions, please? Jacqueline, unmute yourself. Ndio tuendelee. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay.
my opinion. Okay, I don't understand why up to now Kanyari hajaexplain. First of all, sielewi venye mnasema ati it is so hard for him to get the kids, because mi nimeiona kazini yangu watoto walikuwa mama mtoto alikuwa ameenda Egypt, alafu sasa akaacha mtoto na the shosho. Then we went to student department and the shosho was told to come with the kids, na mtoto akapewa kazini yangu na yeye is a male, and wakaenda Nairobi na wakakaa. So sielewi bona Kanyari at his capacity hajaenda kwa watoto na hajapewa watoto wake. So mi naona at this point ni kama hata Kanyari yeye hayuko ready for the kids. That's my submission.
Very much.
Kanyari is ready. Kanyari is ready. But we need to empower him.
Allow me to say something. Mama Edimo, good to see you. Alvan, good to see you. I'm standing here as a person. I've been listening to the whole conversation. And I'm standing here as one of the people who have worked for Betty for almost 2 years. Now, one thing I would say, it's so unfortunate that all this is happening and all this is being said. Now, I would give an example with myself. There is a time, if mom you can remember, there is a time I had depression. And
you worked for Betty?
Yeah, for 2 years. And niko sure Alvan hata ujui ni nani anaongea. So it happened that I was depressed for almost 2 years. And I almost lost my job. Yeah. That is when Mama Irimo came through for me, because I was working with our government. And you know what? There was no one to take care of my kid. But everybody said any sorts of word you felt it was okay. If you can remember, Alvan, that time you paid my bill for almost 6,000. But now, if today Betty was alive, I'm sure they would not have parted ways with Tash. They would still be together. And nobody would be talking about Kanyari. And maybe Kanyari himself will not be talking of what he has.
Or custody of children.
Yes. But now, the truth is, if Betty was alive today, she would have chosen to stay with her kids together with Tash and not Kanyari. Because there are a lot of things that Kanyari does that not any woman would not allow her to stay with the kids. Kuna tu vitu Kanyari amefanya kwa hizi platform and you will not even want your daughter to see or your son. But now I would support on what you're saying. Kanyari can stay with the kids, but there is a process of trust. Where can the kids be safe before a process ya trust ikue that this man has deformed to be a better version? Kwa hizi platform, I was listening and a lot of things have been said which are lies. Allow me to say this, which are not true. Just because Kanyari said, I'm a Tash alisema, I'm a Sky. But the truth still stands with those people. Can we have people who can sit down with Sky because they are there? Express herself as a baby.
Yes, thank you.
Can we have someone who can call Tash? I want you to express yourself without worrying who is judging you. Because we have been trolled, we have become toxic, we have holded on words. Kuna mtu nimesikia amesema, and this one I can testify, ati Shirowajibi, they don't communicate with us. That's a lie. And I can stand and say, that is a lie. Let us stop putting words on these social medias that we are not sure of. Kanyari is the father. Let us give him watoto wa untrust yake. That man has never raised those kids. As in, he has been providing and everything, but he has never stayed with them. It's a process.
Alafu gifted kidogo tu, right? I heard, nilisikia sauti ya Kanyari. Kanyari is literally at the point where when push comes to shove, siku zimeenda, tumefika hapa. He was very repentant on what he did to Betty Bayo. Drama zake ndio zilifanya, but that man, there is still God in him. To be a father, He's repentant of what he had done before, right? And this is the opportunity. I put it on my Facebook. Na nikasema, God has just handed Kanyari another chance. Can we guys just empower him?
And Mama, I would say this as I finish so that I can get to my seat
so that we hear from Diana. Land your
yes,
plane.
let me give.
Gifted.
Yes, allow me to say this as I give my seat maybe to someone else. We all have our past. There are people that we are married and there are men that are not raising their kids with reasons why. Just because Tash had a family and maybe he's not raising his kid, you don't know the reason as to why. Let us stop judging these people out of what we are saying kwa social media. Thank you so much, Mama.
All right, awesome. Diana, chukua mic. Welcome, chukua mic.
Habari zenu. I wish
kama umecut off Gifted haraka sana.
I wish you lady huyu Gifted angebaki hapa juu nilikuwa na swali kwake.
Okay,
Gifted request.
Niko na swali kwake.
Tapuru.
Gifted request.
Saseni habari zeni.
We Jane Masha, it is too late for him.
Mambo.
Jane, if you're going to say that it is too late for Kanyari, it's too late for you too, from the mistakes that you have done in your life.
Imagine.
God is a God of second chances.
Watu wanasema Gifted is a Tash mole.
Sasa wacheni niseme.
Hapana, hii ni stories za jaba. Hakuna Tash mole hapa.
Acha niseme nataka kusema kitu kidogo kwa sababu nataka respond to a few people here, nimewasikia vile nimeingia. Kwanza, I think sometimes as humans we try to use religion to cover up evil, and that is where we go wrong. This issue is not about how somebody should be forgiven. This issue is about parental responsibility and the capability of someone to become a good parent. It does not involve forgiveness, it just involves character, period. Kanyari does not have the character to parent Sky and Danny. Those are the facts of the matter. It's not about forgiving him, it's not about whether God is in him or not. We don't know if God is in him. We don't have a machine to check that. And I wanted to say that a lot of times we tend to use religion to protect people that are actually not safe, not just for children, but just in society in general. We use Christianity, religion to cover up a lot of things, and that is a very big problem. And the way we use Christianity and religion has harmed a lot of families, has harmed a lot of marriages. And I can confidently say that the reason why Betty Bayo suffered most is the fact that she tried to be a good Christian wife until hangeweza kuendelea. And the fact is, Betty kama angekuwa na trust na Kanyari, Betty angetoka kwa Kanyari. We should all respect the fact that Betty left Kanyari and took her kids with her. That was a clear message to us as society that Betty felt her children were not safe with Kanyari. Hiyo ndio ukweli wa mambo yenye mnafaa kuongelelea. Kitu ya pili, children are not things to gamble with. They are not like objects that you can say, let us try and put this object here and then we hope for the best. No, you don't gamble with kids. You don't do that with children. They either go to a place where they can be raised safely or not. Another thing I wanted to say is that it is wrong for us to sit here and say that we need to guide Kanyari on how to be a parent. We need to show him that he needs to be shown, he needs to be given support. Why should we be given support for being a father? The time that you have to show someone how to be a good father already is a problem. Fatherhood is something that should be inborn. It should be the responsibility of a person. Every time you need to remind someone how to be a good father, that person has a problem and children are not safe with that person. We should never remind anyone how to be a good father. We should never remind anyone about parental responsibility unless there are medical concerns that are beyond this person, then we should never ever ever be at a point where ati sasa tunataka kuguide mtu how to be a parent. No, hapo we are wrong. I would also say the people who are saying Tash ni mbaya and are saying that Kanyari awachiwe tu watoto atakuwa na Mungu. Mbona hamtaki kupatia huyo Mungu kwa Tash pia? Kwani Mungu wa Kanyari ni tofauti na Mungu wa Tash? Kama makosa iko kwa Kanyari, kwa nini ninataka tu kuuliza niko na swali tu because unasema ati Kanyari asamehewe, Mungu wake amuone vile unamuona ako na Mungu. Aya, let us apply the same analogy with the things that you're using to judge Tash. Tash pia atakuwa na Mungu ndani yake, yeye pia asamehewe, akae na watoto. Guys, we need to respect the institution of marriage and intimacy. Betty and Tash were together at the time of her death. She actually was with this man. Whether we like it or not, the children were with this person. We need to respect that. Hiyo ndo kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema. Na ya mwisho, yeah?
I think that the question, or rather the debate that was here earlier, Betty from Arizona had made a call to Kanyari together with a team of others. And Kanyari expressed how the kids did not want to stay with him and they were very disrespectful. And but however, they were wanting him to send money to them. As a matter of fact, what's her name, Sky, had bought stuff worth 70,000 online, and it's Kanyari who gave that money to her. Then again, she called the father kumwambia that they had run out of food, and so Kanyari hurriedly sent some pizza. Actually, he called Betty Bayo's sisters. They went and they did some shopping and they bought some pizza and they delivered it, but they were not even allowed in. They had to pass it through the gate. Walipatiana tu hapo kwa gate. So the debate here was earlier, is he entitled to fund their meals and their basic needs, or should he continue paying for the what you call it, the tuition, the school fees
for the children?
Because kwa sababu now he's becoming, people felt like he's being used as a cash cow, yet he's being alienated from his own kids. What's your opinion on that?
So let me answer that. Let me answer
good
that.
One. Good one.
Kanyari, as long as, let me tell you guys, this does not just apply to Kanyari, to everybody. As long as you have brought forth children in this world, you are responsible for them. Whether they have been taken to the moon and they are in mass, whether they are in another man's marriage, whether they are with another person, those are your children. The responsibility for your children should continue. Their location does not matter. Your responsibility for your children must continue, because your children do not stop being your children because they are in another person's house. Your children will continue being your children until they're 18, until watafika mwaka wenye wanaweza hawezi kujimudu, wanafaa kuwa sasa wanaweza kujitegemea. Kanyari should take care of his children's school fees. He should take care of his children upkeep. He should take care of anything in terms of medical that the children need, because he is the father of those children. It does not matter where they are. Wakiwa America, wakiwa Kenya, wakiwa Uganda, wakiwa Mars, wakiwa to the moon. You do not stop being responsible for your children because they are in a different location. No. And your children don't stop being your children because the children are in another man's house. No. Watoto ni wako mpaka siku yenye watakufa ama siku yenye utakufa. That is what happens, and that is what the law actually says. You don't stop your parental responsibility ati because watoto wako wako kwa nyumba ya mtu mwingine. No way. Kanyari lazima alipe school fees, and those children should exploit Kanyari properly. That is their father. Huyo Sky na Dani wanafaa kupigia Kanyari anytime, wakitaka pizza, kuku, nyama, samaki, wapige simu Maka, wafanye nini, wasaidiwe na baba yao. That is their father and they have a right to demand for him to take care of them, kwa sababu hakuna mtu aliuliza Kanyari ya wazae.
I have a question.
Yes.
Diana, I have a question.
Yeah, ask your question.
So the track record, the track record of Tash says that he has ameabandon. Kuna watu ameabandon. Right? Right?
Where is
do you
that
still,
evidence? Can you give me the evidence here?
There's a whole family that he abandoned.
I want us to speak from a place of facts.
Let us see evidence.
Ona, wacha nikuambie evidence gani unaniuliza kwa jibu yenye nimepatiana hapa. Nimetalk about parental responsibility. Go and read the Children's Act. Those are facts.
Okay, you that your husband died.
Go and read the Children's Act.
Kids, aliachia watoto wako mama wa kambo. Si wewe ndio uliachia watoto wako.
Okay, sasa
in that shoes.
Aya, wacha nikujibu juu ya my husband. Because you are my co-wife, Bwanangu alikuoa. Yeah. Now tell me. Aya, niambie. Who was my husband's other wife?
No, wewe ndio unatuambia stories za watoto.
Hapana, umeleta my husband, sasa tujibizane vizuri with facts. Who was my husband's other wife?
Kashungwa yake,
alikuwa wapi? Ako wapi? Niambie hata jina yake. Nipatie jina yake.
Mlimchuja.
Leta jina yake.
Mlimchuja.
Wewe wacha ujinga, my friend. My husband died and he left me the children and I brought my children here, all of them. Because I was the wife of my husband. Umesikia? When you come for an argument, use your brain. Don't just come here to argue.
And Kanyari is the father of those children. You know, so, Diana, wewe
wacha nikuambie kitu. The fact that somebody is the father of amezaa watoto does not mean they have supposed to get custody.
Kanyari is the same as you. Pia wewe unakuanga na tabia.
Kanyari is not the same as me. Mimi sijashika matiti ya mtoto wangu. Mimi sijashika matiti ya mtoto wangu. Nafanya tabia mbaya na nimeshika mtoto hapa kwa TikTok nikashika.
Pia unyang'anyo watoto. You are not.
Mimi ni nyang'anyo watoto na nani?
Wewe na Kanyari ni tabia the same. Wacha kuona Kanyari ni shetani. Diana, you are the same thing as Kanyari.
You are a thick-headed person.
Ukiita, you are
a thick-headed person.
Hata wewe ndio kapumpum.
Unaona mimi sitakutusi.
Wacha kuita
you are trying to spoil a good conversation na ujinga. Mimi sitakutusi.
Wacha kuingilia baba anyang'anyo watoto wake.
I'm waiting for you. Na ngoja useme anything factual. That's all I'm waiting.
Okay, listen to the thing that is factual. Wacha tukue realistic.
Wacha tukue
conversation.
Guys, let's have a conversation. Now this is a showdown. It's unprofitable.
Let's have a conversation.
How can a man feed another man?
It's unprofitable. This is unprofitable, guys.
Let's have a conversation.
Let me ask a question.
And let's wait. Betty, please. Let's do this.
Can you imagine somebody
na mwanaume mwingine? No, tuongee vitu za ukweli hapa. Tuongee ukweli.
That's why nasema
Betty, you have a valid question. You have a valid question, Betty. Uliza.
Okay, mimi ndio tulikuwa na Kanyari kwa simu na Kanyari. Kanyari alisema hivi. Yeye watoto wake wenyewe wamemcall twice. Wamesema hawana story ya food. Kanyari akaconfirm na mfanyikazi. Mfanyikazi akamwambia Tash alitoka asubuhi hakuacha food na wakitry kumreach anasema pigieni baba. So Kanyari akabidi atume sister za Kanyari za Betty wapeleke shopping. Kwa gate wakaambiwa hawezi pita, wakapatiana shopping. Kanyari Sky akaambia Kanyari, baba tuma they need lunch, wako na njaa. Kanyari kitu haraka akatuma pizza. Okay, so wakati alituma tena mfanyi alicomplain watoi walilala kwa bedroom ya Tash, kitu yenye hawajaiona mama akiwa hai. Sky na Dani they slept there. Mfanyi alisema hivyo. Kanyari, that is another concern. Kanyari watoto wakamwambia aje, wewe kazi yako ni kuprovide. nani Sky anataka kwenda majuu, anataka kwenda kutravel kuvisit beshte zake in another country. Anaambia babake, baba lipa flight ticket. Baba anamwambia hapana, not right now. Nani Sky anajamia Kanyari because he's not paying for the ticket. Sky anafanya shopping ya 70k, baba lipa hii, fine, analipa. Lakini Kanyari anawaambiaje, kama ni mimi na providea hizi vitu zote as your father, basi mimi natakuwa providea mkiwa kwangu because mimi ndio baba yenu, na mimi watoto wanasema yes. No, sisi tutakaa na daddy na wewe utatuprovidea, things will remain the same. Baba yao anaulizaje because hii haoni Betty alikuwa analipa na mama yenu hayuko anymore. Nani if Tash akishindwa kulipa nyumba ya 150, hii nyumba nani ya 150,000, itabidi mimi nilipe rent, na mimi sitaki kulipa rent. Mimi nataka mhamie place yenye si ya kulipa rent. Watoto wanasema
that sounds more stable. That sounds more stable.
As we don't want to move, we want to stay here. So nini Kanyari anasema yeye haforce watoto kutoka kwa Tash. In fact yeye anasema mimi watoto kama happiness yao ni kukaa kwa Tash, it's okay, no problem, but ile inamuuma ni moja as a man, na ndio maana anasema hivi, tujieke kwa viatu za Kanyari as a man. Sio mama, si Kanyari, he's not dead. Kanyari is alive. Betty akona sisters, akona brothers, akona watu wao. Why Kanyari Tash alikuja kwa life ya watoto wa Betty because of Betty, and Betty is not here. Tash is not Kanyari's choice. Kwa hivyo ujue Tash alikataza watoto wa Betty kuongea na kina shosho, akina auntie, everybody. So Kanyari anashindwaje? Kwa nini watoto wanasikiza huyu jamaa na wanataka kuendelea ni waprovidie kwa hii, niendelee kuwa providea kwa hii hao wakiwa kwa huyu jamaa, while I'm capable and I'm able. Sisi wote tunajua vizuri sana when we are alive and breathing, na tukiprovide itakuwa ngumu sana for us as human beings kuprovidea mtu mwingine atulelee watoto, na sio guardian, na sio familia, na sio nini. So Kanyari anaona anabeba ufala. So Kanyari at this point ako zile za should I cut off at this point, aanze kwanza aache kidogo wa providea hadi watoto wamsikize. And he doesn't want force anybody. Kanyari hataki, in fact ya ameforcewa na watu wengi, anaambua you have to force those kids watoke kwa Tash. Kanyari anasema no, watoke kwa wili yao ama koti iamue. Kanyari by the alisema he doesn't want any sort of drama kutoa watu, because Kanyari anaogopa wamchukie na social media imkanyage. So let's not judge Kanyari.
Diana, as a man, Diana, as a man, would you be comfortable to provide for your kids?
Guys, hold on a minute.
Can I say something, Werimo, before you say something?
Just 1 second, Diana. Just 1 second. Let's do this. I want us to engage maturely, and let's not get personal here. Yeah, let's not talk about people's husbands and kids and all that stuff. We stick on Kanyari and the family. Tusikue personal.
Na mtu akikuwa personal, mimi nakanyaga, sinakanyaga mpaka mwisho.
Let's not go there.
I'm just being civil because I respect Karen's profile.
Yeah, okay, can I make a contribution real quick?
Mtu akiniletea ujinga napita nayo, that's all. So anyway, I wanted to say something the way you are saying. Let me I'm not responding. I just wanted to say, on top of what you said, Mimi, I think I'm here to have a conversation, and a logical one and a factual one. It would be very beneficial to apply wisdom and logic and not emotions on this topic. That is why I'm here. Na nimekuja kwa heshima ya Kare, kwa sababu kwa platform yangu pia Kare akikuja hawezi tusiwa, ataheshimiwa both comment section and on the guest. There's no need ya matusi hapa. Kama uko na kitu ya kusema unapanda juu unaisema.
Diana, endelea. Just continue.
So what were you asking me? Because you are saying as a man.
I'm asking you, would you be comfortable? Would you be comfortable?
Yeah.
Would you be comfortable to provide for your children and a man who is raising your children, yet you have not been given the opportunity to do it yourself?
100%. If I was deemed irresponsible, That is the law. I will provide for my children. I am the mother to my children. I will continue providing
And
for
watch
my
another man
children.
raise them.
There is nothing wrong with another person raising
So
my children
Kanyari
in
should
a
not
safe
be asking for
environment.
his children to come closer.
Let me tell you something, Albert. If
Kanyari should not be
wacha
asking for his children to
nikwambie,
come closer.
wacha
From your
nikujibu,
opinion.
because you're catching me when I'm responding. If Kanyari feels aggrieved and he wants custody of his children, let him go to court. That is the reprieve. This back and forth that people are doing on social media, it's actually useless. If Kanyari thinks that the children should be with him, let Kanyari go to court. Let him go and fight for the right that he thinks he has in court. Why do you have to go back and forth and have your children being discussed 24/7 on social media? Your children being tossed back and forth all the time over issues of custody. They are courts. We have a judicial system that is functional. Why can't Kanyari go to court? He should go there because he's the one that is claiming that is being denied parental responsibility. He should go to court. He is the aggrieved party. That is the right thing to do. This idea of Kanyari making phone calls with people, at the people saying the children are not well, doing what he is also exposing the children to trolls. And he's putting the children in harm's way because he is engaging and highlighting and putting forth conversations about minors on a constant. Well, these kids are actually mourning for the death of their mother. It's being selfish. To cut off all these conversations, Kanyari has an option. It's not like all the options are locked for him. He has the option of going to court.
So do you think that Sky has an opinion in this?
Of course, Sky has an opinion too because he lived with Betty. And so now both Sky and Kanyari, if they are gentlemen who cannot come to a place where they can both agree with each other about
Sky is the daughter. Madam, Sky is the daughter, not Tash.
unanikatakata nikiongea.
Wacha malizange bila anasema alafu na
Najua, the reason why we are even discussing this is because these are minors. Sky is a minor, she's 13. Danny is a minor. When we are talking about minors, the minors, they are protected by law. Every child is guarded and protected by law under the Constitution, both in Kenya or even in America. So, these people, they are the grown-ups, they are the adults. Hawafai kukuwa na arguments about children. They are the ones that you take a lead role, go to court, go and file that certificate for emergency and ask the court to help you go through a process where now the courts can determine who can legally be with these children and who can do what, who has what access to what, where and when. The courts have the right framework to make sure this happens without all this noise. Sababu hao watu hii vitu yote inafanyika, this is all clout and clout chasing and pity partying. Somebody somewhere wants to look like he's a good father. Watu waanze kumwonea huruma eti watu wanamwonea eti yeye si mtu mbaya, eti yeye si, that is nonsense. The court has a proper framework to determine where a child can go, who can visit, how much time you can spend with your children, who else can do this. That is the simple way of this thing. Yeah.
Sorry.
Wairimu, can I say something real quickly?
Hold on, Shiro. I'm asking on behalf of the comment section, kwa sababu people seem to disagree with you when it comes to the kids asking for food, yet they have a quote-unquote father in Tash. So now people are wondering, why should he be eating from Kanyari? Because obviously, when they provide when he sends over with the food, he's definitely gonna eat from him, and they feel like he's being used as a cash cow. What is his responsibility then as their father? Tash anafanya nini, kazi gani, if he can't even feed them, that they have to rely on Kanyari?
Sasa, let me respond to that because this is the issue. This is also again responsibility. Guys, how is Tash using Kanyari to when the kids are asking for food from their father? That is their father.
He ate quarter pizza. Alikula quarter pizza.
My goodness, you guys. Do people understand how the court works? That is nothing. You cannot use that argument in court. It will be thrown away immediately. A child can call the father. Hata hapa Amerika, waremo sijui mnajua, watoto wenye wako na step parents, mnajua, wanapiganga simu kwa wazazi wao. Wanasema, dad, today we wanted to have pizza. Today we did not eat the food we were supposed to eat. Can you send us food? And the dad sends and the mom sends. Those are things that usually happen. Kids can ask
Diana Rose,
for food.
can I add something on the top of your
Unaona, wacha nimalize alafu usemalize. Watoto have a right to ask for food when the location does not matter. They can call, they can ask their father because that is their father. Kanyari hata acha kukua baba ya watoto kwa sababu haishi na watoto. Ataendelea kukua baba ya watoto hata kama watoto wako Mombasa, Nairobi, hata wakiwa na baba mwingine.
So you support Tash being provided for also together with the children?
I support the children being provided for. Alvan, stop. I'm talking about children.
Stop what? I just asked a question. Stop. What are you asking me to stop?
You're trying to put words in my mouth about Tash being provided for. Who talks about?
I just asked a question.
No, I've answered it about
Tash,
the children.
Diana.
Why should I talk
Tash?
I've told you I don't need to talk about a grown adult. I've said these grown adult men, instead of them yelling and yapping like fools, they should go to court.
I am done with you. Kama utajibu ya Tash, I am out.
Ndio nimesema Tash aende kotini na Kanyari. Hao ni watu wakubwa. Mimi nitaongelelea watoto. Kama badala ya kupigia watu kelele kwa social media ati pizza nusu imekulwa na Tash, huyu hajalala kwa bed sheet, endeni kotini. You are grown up men. Si watoto.
And I think the point here, if I'm allowed to speak, am I?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Irimo. And I'm taking a second take here because this is the second time I'm coming. I just wanted to clarify so that we don't mix up issues. I think there's so many separate issues here. First of all, just to put it into context, there was a marriage, there was a family, and then death happened. Legally, when death happens, there's succession, right? And in that succession, so many aspects of it, whether it's property, whether it's children, whether it's I don't know, anything that they got with in their marriage, that if people cannot, actually that is the work of the court, right? Whether there is a will, whether there is no will. That's number one. If on the issue of the children, okay, before even we come to the children, because I think we're jumping the gun, going to Kanyari issue and the children, before we actually appreciate that this was a marriage that Betty chose, took her children there with a full recognition of their father, and the father was okay with it. Unfortunately, they didn't live as long as they wanted to live. A life has been cut short, right? Well, by disease or, illness, that happened. So if this fact happened, and the reason I probably agree with Tash to say, okay, I'm not going to argue about it on social media, give out different stories, call different people, call different bloggers, call different platforms to put my side of the story or to put out a certain narrative. If we do not agree, maybe there are discussions they have had behind the scenes. If we do not agree, let's go to court, because that's the right thing to do. Because once you go to a judge,
Shiro, kidogo tu, my love. Kidogo tu. Kazi.
Yeah, because once you
kazi ya Tash ni gani?
No, before I come to that, yeah, I just wanted to put in the right context so that when we are making these discussions, we do it in a very informed manner, right? So Tash na Betty kazi yake ilikuwa they had a marriage, all right? That marriage was not ended by anybody. The death happened. And when death happens, legal processes should take place. Succession of property, of anything that happened within that marriage, and the children that they had in that marriage. That's number one. Number two, once they're in front of a judge, all those questions that you're asking right now, can you provide for these children? Now that, because legally, or I don't know when we are saying I do, you say until death do us part. Now that there is a parting of this marriage, what happened to the children that were minor in that marriage that do not biologically belong to you? All right? Everybody will come with their own submission. Okay, Tash will come and say, I have brought up these children up to this far. I am able to provide for them. And he's able to show the court. You don't just say, You don't send articles or cutouts, photo shoots or whatever. You're able to actually convince a judge that you're able to do that. On the other hand, Kanyari will go to the judge and say, these are my biological children. I have been providing for them. This is my evidence, yeah? And I know I didn't have the custody of the children because their mother used to stay with them while we were separate, or when she left. But I'm now ready to take out my children because I think of, then he gives us, his reasons, right? So that is a judge to take care of. That's number one of the children. Then there will be succession of anything that they got within that marriage. And I think the reason why a lot of people are probably misjudging Tash and calling him all sorts of names when he says let people go to court, because I'm sure apart from the children, the other things that they did within their marriage in the 6 years that they were married, right? They were married for 6 years, and as you know, I'm sure Tash and the late, they never expected to only just last six years. In a loving relationship, as that lady who came here, who used to work for them, that lady said, there are so many untruths that are being spread out there. Oh, this one said, this one said, this one, I don't know, this one is not talking to who. That is a lot of untruths. So we cannot tell. So the other thing that Tash is going to do in front of the court of law, the court has to decide on the property that they held together in marriage. And that will go
But do you
through
know
the
that
whole
Tash and
entire
Betty were
process.
not legally married?
Well, cultural marriage is recognized in our constitution. All right. So we can't choose one, and you can't pick and choose. So
Exactly.
if we, and this is the reason in the beginning I presented this, people didn't understand me, and I said there is three things that here that are being mixed up. Yes, there is a cultural aspect of it, or the tradition. Then there is the modernity, this co-parenting thing that is happening nowadays. Everybody has picked up what the West does. Now it's in Kenya. Everybody is like, okay, before Wakikuyu ukienda umeenda na watoto wako, mimi siwajui. Yeah, and then you go wherever else you're going, and that's it. But now we have picked up the modernity of, I want my children to know their father because that's their heritage, right? And their father supports them, and that's the law in America, where many of you are. Yeah, that you provide child support. It really, like Diane was saying, it really doesn't matter what state you're in, whether you don't live in the same house or not, it really doesn't matter. If you have a child, you provide for them, right? So then there's that issue of modernity, and then there's now legality. Yeah, if you guys don't agree, or if you don't go to court with an agreement of what is going to happen, then none of you can dictate to the other one what happens, because everybody has an interest. So you go to a neutral judge who can give a ruling based on the law. And that law, by the way, takes care of tradition, culture, right? That cultural marriage that happened. Now, ile makosa ilipatikana hapa ni as soon as everything, the funeral took place, kukaanza kutokea maneno ya smearing campaigns za majina, ni kama character assassination, vitu nyingi sana, mpaka now people have, are divided, halfway, or I don't know, whatever percentage, yeah? No, let's do team whoever. And why they are like that? Because the water has been muddied. Yeah. And there are certain people who see things a certain way, and you can't avoid that when you bring things on social media. And that's my contribution. Thank you.
And thank you. Let me just tell you something. Let me ask you, because we are here in the US.
Okay, Shiro, can I
Is there any way? Is there any way we can check?
I have a question for you.
Is there any way I want to respond? I want to respond to Shiro something. I think we are in the US. We can actually find out if Tash got guardianship from Betty. It's very easy, because I believe the silence of Tash is showing me a different story. Because the way he's not willing to go back and forth, I believe this person must have guardianship from Betty, in my opinion. And if he does, because you're talking about the legality of issues, it will put Kanyari in a very difficult spot. if Betty actually left guardianship for Tash, then it's going to be very difficult for.
Yeah,
I think that the people doing social
first
media
of
are just
all,
doing it for
because
euphoria.
first of all, this is not just a divorce thing. There has been death, right? And with death comes succession, and then there are minors left behind. So there's children involved. There was a marriage that has come to an end because of death, and there are things that happened in that marriage that belong to Betty and Tash. You understand? So nobody can come from out there, I don't know, give phone calls to who, starting narratives on social media. To me, that is unhelpful. It really doesn't serve anybody. And I think Tash is doing the right thing. Whether he gets what he wants or he doesn't get what he wants, that's the right channel.
So
Yeah, that's true.
Kanyari should just be comfortable co-parenting with Tash.
What's wrong with that?
Okay, Alvan.
So what's wrong with that? Hey, Diana, there is everything wrong with that.
Co-parenting is a normal thing.
Co-parenting is just
He's
you
your
saying.
fellow man.
Co-parenting
Alvan.
is normal.
Co-parenting with another man.
Normal.
No, I'm just saying.
We are Diana, we are Kikuyu. Some of us are Kikuyu.
We are Africans. Can we
Co-parenting
go
with
back?
another man.
The problem is the law does not care if you're a Kikuyu.
Okay, we are not shouting here. All we are saying.
Yeah, I don't know why you're shouting. You don't need to shout. Just have a conversation.
You don't need to come on anybody. All we are saying is, this is what has happened. If there are disagreement and the way forward for the children and the property left behind, or the spouse who has been left behind, the right forum is for the court, and the court is not going to take shortcuts. Especially this is a public interest story, and he actually informs
Shiro, let's go to that court.
Set precedent.
Shiro, let's go to that court. Shiro, let's go to that court. Right? And while the court speaks, stipulates, and says what it does, I want you to talk to me as an African woman. Are you guys asking Kanyari to co-parent with another man?
No, we're not asking him to. Yeah, we are saying we are saying it's not us asking anybody. Yeah, the situation of the moment is that there have been children that have been left behind by a mother who is no longer there, a mother who was in a marriage with another man, and that man is doing what they were doing before. So until this case is decided in, because even that issue, Alvan, okay, first of all, let me go back a little bit. That issue of, I don't know, Kanyari is providing to another man when nobody knows the facts. Does anybody know because I haven't first of all heard any narratives out there put by Tash justifying himself this way or that way. So anything that we hear out there, as far as I'm concerned, is just a narrative. We do not have evidence of anything.
It's euphoria.
We do not have the evidence of anything.
Kuna hii pizza, Shiro, kuna pizza ilikuwa imeitishwa. Pizza ilikuwa imeitishwa. That's why this whatever. Kuna pizza ilikuwa imeitishwa.
Shiro, can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
You want to tell us that all these allegations and all these rumors are fake. So you want to tell us that they are fake. Yani kwa hizi stories zote zenye tunasikia, like unataka kutuambia hakuna kitu yoyote ya ukweli. Simply because there are no evidences.
Let me answer that. I cannot tell you that, and I cannot tell you kuna kitu fake na siwezi kukwambia kuna kitu unfake. That's where I stand. And you do not know that either. And the only way any one of us can know is if those things are taken to the right forum, not on social media where people call each other and other people start, saying hata huyu analalaga na mtoto wangu anafanyaga. That is not the kind of society you want to be part of.
Okay, another question, respectfully. Would you let your baby daddy feed your husband? Would you want your baby daddy, I'm not saying you have, I'm just asking. If you are in that situation, would you let your baby daddy feed your husband? Hey.
Just answer that. Okay? I've just answered that. Because there is just like Diane said, children have rights, even in my own house. Say, for example, if I had children of different fathers, you'll find that maybe where I'm married, there's one child that was from a different relationship, and I have another child, I'm just saying as an example, I don't, and I have another child that belongs to that home with the father of that home. Yeah, the child from another father has every right to ask their dad, oh, I want to eat this, I want to eat that. I want to go somewhere on holiday. There is nothing wrong with that. And that's number one. Number two, I just said, and I answered the question of who knows what is going out there is true. I don't. So I cannot stand here and say that is wrong, that is fake, or this is not fake.
The thing is, people
So
are
should
bringing
we end?
the
Should we end the conversation because we all don't know what the hell?
people are bringing
what we should do. Alvan,
this is what I wanted to say to Alvan. The conversations about children, they are good. People can have conversations about custody issues. Conversations should be had. This is why social media is there. But at least if you're having a conversation, try to be factual. Don't be a person that is euphoric. Don't be drawn by euphoria, because a lot of people that are having conversations around this issue of custody, they are pushed by euphoria. Others are aligning with tribe. Others are aligning with the fact that you're an African man. Those things don't work. They are irrelevant. When you want to talk about kids legitimately,
Well, as an African man, you can't tell me it's
can you let me
irrelevant.
finish?
I am not going to feed another
Can
man
you just
to feed
let
my
me
children.
finish? Let me finish, then you can have the mic. People, when they're having conversations about custody issues, inheritance and succession, these are issues that have to be had, and conversations that need to be done when you also understand the law. If you don't understand the law, you're going to be making assumptions. You're going to be thinking that Tash is being fed by Kanyari's money. The truth is, Kanyari is still the father of Sky and Danny, and he has responsibility, obligations to those children. Whether those children are going to be in Tash house, whether they'll be in
Wonderful.
Ruth's house.
Thank you, Diana.
But he does not have
I
a
am
right
going to
to
cut
be.
you off. I know you don't like being cut
I don't
off.
like you
I
cutting
know
me
you
off.
don't like being cut
Please
off, but I'm
stop.
going to cut
Can
you
you
off
let
and
me
ask you
finish?
this.
Let me finish. Hey. Let me finish. Ukiwa umezaa mtoto, mtoto wako ni responsibility yako. Hata kama mtoto hayuko kwa nyumba yako, utalinda huyo mtoto hata akiwa kwa nyumba ya mtu. There are many reasons why a child might not be in your hands or in your custody. Like for example, your child, the mother of your child ameachana na wewe na akaenda akaoleka kwingine na ameenda na watoto. Bibi yako akienda na watoto kwingine, au watoto bado ni watoto wako, hawakui watoto wa ule mbaba. Bado unafaa kulipa school fees, bado unafaa kununua chakula, bado unafaa kuwalinda hao watoto. Those kids also have a right to call you when they feel they need something. That is what the law states. Yes. Yes, wako kwa mwanaume mwingine. Au wachi kukua baba ya watoto kwa sababu watoto wako kwa mwanaume mwingine, bado we ni baba ya hao watoto. You are bound by law to take care of those kids. That is why hata hapa in America mnaona wanaume wanashikwa kwa sababu hawajalipa child support. Watoto wao wako kwa wanaume wengine na wanakuwa forced by law kulipa child support. Unasikia?
Kazi ya Tash ni nini, Diana?
Now Tash kama ako na watoto na ameishi na watoto, ana provide housing, ana make sure they are secure. Ye pia atakuwa ana provide for the kids. But Tash has obligations that are different from Kanyari. Tash is not the father of these children. Mnanisikia? Tash is a person that by law can wake up today and decide that he does not want parental obligations for these children and use the legal pathway to let go of the kids. He's allowed. Even if Betty bestowed guardianship on him. That is why you people need to argue from the law. Tash is actually inheriting, succeeding from Betty because Betty was his wife. Hiyo ndo kitu nyinyi amwelewi. Amechukua jukumu kutoka kwa Betty because Betty amemwacha akiwa sasa mjane. That is what has happened. And if that lady who came up here was not emotional and shouting and she was using me as an example, I would explain my case to her properly. Because alikuja hapa kusema ati hata we bwanako alikufa. Yes, bwanangu alikufa na akaniachia watoto. I have parental responsibility on those children. That is why nilichukua watoto mpaka wenye sio wangu wenye niliza, and they are with me here. Nilifile for them legally. They are here with me. They are my children. That is what the law
Say
states.
something.
Yeah.
Can I please say something? Me, I'm looking at it this way. What if these kids, maybe at a sea, it has nothing to do with Tash or Kanyari. Remember, these kids have lost their mother. The mother was living in that compound, that home. Maybe it's about the home. Maybe the memories. Maybe they want to feel safe where the mother used to live. Maybe we should give this family time to heal, to mourn, to be able to think correctly. Because at this time, I can imagine they are very confused. They can't even think correctly. They can't make the right decision. And I'm sure these kids love both Tash and Kanyari. But to leave that home, meaning they are going to a new environment, to learn new neighbors, new friends. When they look at Tash, they see their mother because of the bond that was there. Maybe it has nothing to do with Tash. Maybe we should give this family time to mourn. Yeah.
Very valid points there.
And the reason why the public is not giving the family time is because of the new developments that are coming up. We are hearing, the kids are demanding for 70,000 shopping, sijui food. Things like those is what is making people...
Yes, Wairimo, and Tash is there.
People are outraged.
If Tash is going to take custody, he should be responsible.
Watoto ni watoto. Watoto wanapenda kuongea na baba yao na pamoja na Tash. Watoto wanaweza pigia. Wale watoto vile umewaona wako free kuongea. They can call, tell their dad they need pizza. They need clothes.
Custody comes with responsibility. That's what I believe.
Those kids, they can talk to their dad anytime. They can ask for anything. So you guys want to regulate what the children ask for their father? That's
they
just
don't
being
even
impossible.
Have respect for him.
You know,
according to Kanyari himself, they are treating him in a certain type of way.
Really?
Yeah. So,
but also, Wairimo, I go back to the same point I said earlier. Anything that we are hearing out here is everything everybody else has said apart from Tash. Everybody else is, putting out their side of the story, calling people out there in platforms, appearing in platforms, saying things, that can hurt other people's character and all that. All these details that we are hearing.
Not. What you're hearing from this platform is what.
No, this one. I'm talking about out there.
Well, we are not talking about what is happening out there. We were discussing what Kanyari said on the phone.
But Kanyari is out there.
When did he say it?
But Kanyari is out there. That's my point.
Shiro.
Okay, Wairimo. Okay, Wairimo, you misunderstood
Shiro, I have a question for you.
No,
Shiro,
first of all, Wairimo, let me first of all respond to Wairimo.
Okay.
Please.
Okay.
But you said that Kanyari, spoke to Betty, right?
Yes. And Betty's
and that's exactly my point. Anything that you're hearing out there, and by out there is because we are part of social media, right? We are part of social media, and I obviously I understand that this forum has been very sober and trying to tackle issues as we know them. That's true, but we are also part of the social media. Kanyari is also on his social media saying the things that he's saying, putting out receipts, saying how much he paid school fees. Everything is out there, put out by everybody else apart from Tash. Tash is the only person that I have not heard put out his side of the story with I did this, I did that, and these are my receipts, whatever. All he has said is let's go to court. Because why? The water has been muddied. They cannot talk. There has been character assassination out there. And in any case, where there is death that has happened, succession can only happen in court.
Shiro, umeland?
Yes.
Okay, I want to ask you a question. Tash mwenyewe hata akikuja kujitetea, Tash knows so well. Mi hata sijui hata history yote, story ati who is going to take care of the kids ama nani mzuri nani mbaya. Number one, Tash is a father here in the US and he is legally married. Na hiyo si ati ni hearsay. Ukitaka kutaka risiti ziko, call the people that knows the wife in Boston. The wife is there. She's alive. She's not dead. She knows people. She talks to people. She knows everything that is going on. And she's talking. It's just because she cannot come out. Ajiongee, because she doesn't want to be kuleta drama. She has a company, she has hired Kenyans. Ataki kuentertain your drama yote iende job. So before tutete Tash sana, let's not forget, this is a man that has neglected a family. Tash cheated on Betty.
Thank you, Betty.
His wife.
I am glad you are back. Yes.
Yeah, I'm back. So let's not tupake Tash mafuta. Tukifanya Tash ni mzuri. Now, this man walked away from his wife and 2 children. Those children ni age ya kina nani, ya kina Sky na Dani. Kwani watoto as parents, huyu mama aliachwa hapa. Yes, she's financially stable. Yes, she might not need help ya Tash, finances. Lakini tule tutoto tunamhitaji. Those kids wanaweza appreciate sana. Hiyo kupaka mafuta anapaka watoto wa Kanyari. Inaweza kuwa sana akipaka watoto wake. And I'm sure those kids will appreciate. Right? So unataka kuniambia baba amekuja all of a sudden, he's a perfect daddy to stepdad na watoto wake hakufukuzwa. Bibi ya Tash alionea kwa mtandao, Tash ameengage Betty Bayo. Alimwambia hivi, come ukuje kama unatutaka, if you want, but you cannot show up. Haukuji kwa birthday za watoto, haukuji kwa Christmas, haukuji kwa important. Wewe tunakuona social media na family ingine. Una hata hawa watoto wetu. Come back tukue as a family. Tash alichoose nani kwenda kwa Betty. You know, relationship, maybe they had issues, I don't know. There is a reason why, maybe, I don't know why waliacha. Lakini, this man aliacha watoto, pia walikuwa wanamneed. We are single, there are so many single mothers here. We all know, children, our children wenye wako single parents, our children, they hurt so much. They miss having that father's love. They miss having that daddy love. Na ukiona father mwenye step up, me I always say, good. A mother stepping up is good and a father stepping up is good. Kanyari na weakness zake, atusemi ati Kanyari is a ninja. Kanyari na weakness zake zote, at least ana show effort. Yeye anataka kuwa in the life of these kids. Lakini Tash ameondokea wake, ameenda kuharibia mwingine. For God's sake, kwa nini hatuelewi ati this guy, he can go and be the pro dad to his own children. Let Kanyari deal with his own children. Ni kama mtu akuje kwa life yako, akuje aanze kusema achukue watoto wako by force. Hiyo ni kitu moja Shiro, understand. So ndio maana watu wengi hawa support Tash. Wanasema yes, he was a good lover na kwa video, kwa picha, but when it comes to providing and doing all these things, evidence iko, like watu wameona receipt, ata you know, he pays for the trips, he pays for the school, he pays for these things. So it's not like he's a deadbeat dad. Why is he being replaced?
Huyu ako na echo jamani. Mwenye ako na echo ashukishwe.
So it's not.
Can I answer that, Betty?
Shiro, before you answer, I wanted to say something.
But she was asking me a question.
One second, I wanted to before people
mimi niko na echo, acha nimi
get that point. I'm so sorry. We are all in America where we can access information about Tash. We are all in America. How about Kare? This is what we do, because mimi I don't like rumors, I don't like lies. Mimi personally as Diana Rose, I think from what I've seen, hakuna mahali Tash ako married to anyone in America. When you're in America, you can't be married to 2 people. Let's be factual. So kitu tufanye, tuko hapa America, let us pull Tash record out. We will talk from facts, because ukisema mtu ako married America na ameoa mwingine tena Kenya, let us pull the record ya Tash ikue hapa, because shida yenye iko hapa social media, watu wanakuja na rumors, watu wanakuja na maneno, wanasema iko hivi na hivi, but ukiwaambia walete on paper facts, it's not there. So yeah, the people that are saying The people that are saying that Tash is married, I give you an opportunity, bring us the record here. In America, records are public. You cannot hide them. And we do not hide any records here. If you're married, bring records so that we move from there, so that hii conversation ikuwe ni kama inaelekea mahali yenye ina make sense. Otherwise we are misleading people.
Yes.
So mimi
And
niko hapa.
I agree. I 100% agree with that because
Yeah, let me bring my laptop and Nani Betty, because you brought this thing, bring it up. Yeah. Sorry, let me
Diane.
mute.
And that is very good because I am the same as you. I do not go by rumors. I don't go by gossip. I don't go by, and the reason why I'm talking about out there is exactly for that reason. Are we gonna start talking about anything that can be talked about so that we just hang on it as if it's fact? I mean, I'm sorry. Opinions or narratives do not have the same value as facts. If you bring a fact and say this and that, right? Then we can engage with you on that aspect. Lakini sio mtu apige simu mahali aseme kunaenda nimewambiwa huyu hafanyi. How do we know that? As on social media, how do we know? And this is the problem we have as a society out there. Anything that is happening in this information age, just know out there, people are running their lives like politics. It's I dirty you, you dirty me, and see who wins the war of popularity. Okay, but this is why I said the right forum to take anything is the court, because all those things that you're bringing here can be taken. You're bringing here can be taken to court. That's number one. Number two, in which jurisdiction was Betty married to Tash? Was it not in Kenyan jurisdiction?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know because I'm not from America, so I don't know if
she was married. The customary marriage in Kenya.
Yes,
the law was changed.
So,
the marital whatever act in Kenya was changed actually. Initially, when you are customarily married in Kenya, you could actually be customarily married and then you don't register. But right now, it is by law. When you have a rurashio, I don't know the pronunciation, please correct me. If you have a traditional marriage in Kenya, you must register it.
Yes,
under the marriage
witnesses
act.
and all that. Yes, you're supposed to take witnesses.
So if you go on the record, you will find that Betty Mayo is married to Tash. Because by law, that is what is required. Uliza.
Let me ask you a question, please.
Yeah, ask.
How I don't know if you can find out the marital status of somebody, because if you Google Wairimu Kimani, apart from mahali nimeanikwa huku, it doesn't tell whether I'm married or not.
Yes, you can. I just need your phone number. Your phone number will bring me all your records, everything, mpaka manyumba. Hata kama umebadilisha masimu yako, I just pay $20, I'll get all your records. It doesn't matter. In fact, your records will even show me when you got your social security card in America.
Oh, child, yes. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that we stop speaking on narratives and
can we do that now? Can we do that now? Can we do that now? Can we do that
now?
Yeah,
Diana is doing that. I posed a challenge to Betty atulete record yake, then I pull up what I have. Because she's saying that Tash is married, so I'm giving an opportunity, alete record zake, then we can move from there.
And that's also one side of the...
Shiro, can I talk kidogo?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. I think you're missing the point here. Kanyare's concern is not even about the marriage Tash na Betty. Because initially walikuwa partner Betty because of their differences, that is between Betty and Kanyari. And now that Betty is no more, the kids hawana makosa yote na baba yao, si ndio? You have to agree on that. And he has no interest na whatever Betty left ama whatever inanganganiwa sahi. His only interest is the children. We have to understand that part. Whether Tash was legally married to Betty or not, he's not even interested in that. His only interest na ameshinda kiongea ni watoto. Like, he's questioning why he should continue providing for the kids, yet he's still there as the biological father. I understand there's the law.
Can I answer you on that?
Yes.
It's not. I'm sure Kanyari has no doubts about the relationship between Tash and Betty, and I don't think he's the one who is questioning about the marriage. It's us who are starting from there. There was a marriage. then death happens. Then there is succession, right? The only person who brought up the issue of marriage in America is Betty, right? And that's why the response came. But the issue of whether he was married or not, that didn't come from us. It came. My point was that we need to recognize there was a marriage that ended here because of death, and when death happens, succession happens. Successions happen in court, or they are adjudicated in court. So anybody, right? Tash is doing the right thing, and I think when Betty said tunampaka mafuta, I don't think nimempaka Tash mafuta hapa, apart from standing with the facts. I've just walked you through the facts and said this is what Tash had with Betty. That death happened. There is succession that happens, and in that succession kuna property na kuna custody ya watoto kama wako minor, and all those things. The right forum to for them to be adjudicated is in a court of law. That's all I've said. Sijampaka mafuta somewhere. I would stand for not just Tash, but even Alvan or anybody going through, because it will be the same. The principle is the same.
Okay,
please don't use my name. I am not a deadbeat. I have never deadbeated.
Just an example.
Watu wengine waongee because let's
I'm
hear
cool.
from
I'm done.
Imperial. We have Imperial and Namli.
Yeah, you can drop me.
Imperial, do you want to say something? Imperial, you came up here. Do you want to say anything? Because you've requested like twice. We have Namlin. I don't know, Namli or whatever. Okay.
Sorry, nimekimbia kuenda kwa unmute, lakini
go ahead, chukua mic.
Ni skip kidogo.
Okay, Namli, huyu anaitwa nani? Namli ama nani? Jina yake ionekani vizuri. Namlia. Do you have anything to say? Haya, endeleeni wenye walikuwa naongea. Alban, did you wanna add anything?
I will. It's a conundrum. It's a bit twisted and all of that. But I know we need to do factuals. We need to do what is written in law and all of that. I'm just gonna do this submission and walk away because again I'm tired. If I was Kanyari, I'd be uncomfortable providing for my kids while another man is taking care of them. I am an African man. If I'm going to provide for my kids, let them be with me because sijasema siwataki. Niko na haja nao. Nipewe watoto wangu as an African man. All these other details that we're going through, it's giving another culture that I can't subscribe to. It's giving another sijui paradigm that I'm not ready for. I'm African. Right? Give me the opportunity to take care of my kids while they live with me. Because mimi kama, I will only speak like this because I subscribe to the African culture. Everyone else who wants to go to court, it's fine and all of that. If you want Kanyari to support sijui the children while they're being taken care of, Tash, I am cringe. That is cringe-worthy shit for me. Sorry for using that word. So as an African man, my submission is, if Kanyari wants the children, wacha apatiwe na provide. I would have a problem as Kanyari to be providing for my kids while they are being taken care of by another man. That is diabolical, demonic shit, and I don't want it. Na nimeenda. Thanks.
And it's not just you. It's many men are flipping out. Like they are wondering what the heck is wrong with Kanyari. It doesn't make sense to a lot of men who know that Kanyari has been a providing father even when his ex-wife was alive, and all of a sudden there are people trying to make him irrelevant in the lives of the kids to a point that he has to talk to them at the gate, according to what is being reported out there. That people is having to sijui hata chakula ilipelekwa kwa gate. Mara sijui the grandmother to the kids does not even have access. I think personally what I think should happen here is that Tash should just open the lines of communication and not elongate this thing. This is not a hard thing. Open up the lines of communication and also realize that these kids have other relatives They have uncles and aunties from the late mother's side, and they also have Kanyari as their biological father and the grandmother who's in Seattle. It's not complicated. They just need to sit down and have a meeting and discuss a way forward. Sasa mpaka the body has to be. Hold on a minute, let me land.
Wairimo, in the meantime.
Interject,
okay,
please.
Sure.
So now there is an order of the body being exhumed. You can imagine what that will do to the kids. They haven't even healed. The mother hata hajamaliza mwezi mmoja. There is already an order from the family ya Betty kutoa hii mwili so that they can determine the cause of death. All this is unnecessary. I think if there was proper dialogue and Tash kind of like calm down a little, soften up his heart and realize what would Betty want for the kids. Would Betty want the kids to have a relationship with her relatives? I'm sure she would want that. I'm sure right now she's standing on her grave wondering what the heck is going on, and everybody's fighting about her kids and all this stuff going on. I think that's just ridiculous.
I have a question for you.
I hope I'll be able to answer, because
if you can't answer, it's fine. Somebody else can answer. I wanted to ask everyone, including you.
Go ahead.
Do you think we would be having these discussions today if Betty Bayo was not high profile, if they did not receive the millions they received? If Betty Bayo was a poor woman somewhere who was struggling in the village?
Absolutely not.
Would we be having this conversation here today?
No.
So you do agree that money is a factor?
Yes. Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's what I wanted you to agree with me, that the issues that are arising about the issue of children and all those, they are coming because of the money that the death has been, that death of Betty Bayo has brought on the table.
They are also coming because of the concern from the mother of Betty, because when she came on Shirwa, Auckland, Betty was already established when what's his name came. Tash came into her life. She had everything going for her, and they're feeling it's unfair for him to take over. Wanataka hii pesa yote na mali yote
ya wanataka. These people don't care about they don't care about the children. That's what I wanted to tell you. And let me tell you, if they did care, they would have applied the right processes so that the custody is done properly. They don't care.
Diane, ile makosa mingi ilipatikana is the character assassination. You know, it's such a serious allegation. Kusema mtu anaweza kushika huyo mtoto amelea cha nguvu.
Who said
you know
that?
Such things out there.
Where?
In that interview of Shiro.
Oh, okay.
Yes. That was said by the mom. I'm sorry. I do respect all the elderly people and all that, but the reason why I started with ile makosa imepatikana hapa sana, on top of the money interest, which in my opinion as well is what is driving everything, is the character assassination out there. So I cannot expect somebody who has been character assassinated to actually sit down with these people in good faith. As in them playing in good faith. They wouldn't. I mean, first of all, you have assassinated my character. I will wash my name in court.
And they don't care. You know, these are adults. Warimo, the issue here is that we have adults that are willing to feud at the expense of children. These people are so selfish. They don't care about the fact that these kids are still grieving their mother. They are fighting. They are looking for ways to exhume the body of the mother. They are talking about money, about property. Yani, nobody is talking about what happens to the kids in the future. None of these parties is talking about a consensus. They are all chest thumping. One is trying to portray how they are a father. Another one is bringing receipts of what they are paying. It means they're selfish. They don't care. And the reason why at this, for performance, it's just performative. It's a social media thing. So that's why I said, unaona hii kitu Wairimo, the best solution for Kanyari and everybody else is court. Wacha koti iamue pele watoto wataenda. Hiyo tu.
Could this drama,
that's the only thing.
could this drama have started
I say
from,
something?
hold on a minute, Joyce. Could this drama have started from Tash denying access of the kids to the family?
How do we know?
Is this the reason why we have all this drama going on?
But how do you know they've denied access? Where are the facts? You see, this is the reason I'm telling you. We
That's what
don't
they are
know the
saying.
facts.
That's what the mother
No.
said.
Remote, wache kutumia hiyo.
Shiro, just don't interject. Kindly, there's like three of us talking at the same time. See,
Okay, pole.
Ani Shiro aliingilia.
Ile kitu tunakwambia Wairimu, tusifuate kitu eti Wairimu alisema. Let us have a fact of the matter. Like,
nakwambia Diana, when the mother appeared on Shiro's platform, she said she has been denied access to talk to the kids on the phone. Now, the brother of Betty came on another TikTok platform and said that he too had been denied access to the kids, and the family of Betty Bayo had been denied access to the kids. Now, the brother to Betty reported that even Kanyari himself has had to talk to the kids on the gate. So that is what is being reported by the family.
Wacha nikwambie, this family is divided. There are people who are on Kanyari's side, there are people who are on Tash's side. That's what's happening. So the thing is, if if you have picked a side, you're gonna be propagating issues that are pro that side. That is what is happening. That's like what Shiro is saying. The mother said that they don't think Tash is safe with the kid, the girl, because he could do something to the girl. Let me tell you, all these issues, they will never be solved on social media. The issues here are about children, and if all these adults cared about these children, they would do the right thing, and the right thing is to go to court. Let the custody of the children be determined in court. In the event that there is guardianship that was left by Betty Bayo, the court will give reprieve, and it will be the best thing to do. All this noise will stop. I'm telling you, the courts have a legal framework to make sure everything shuts down. Tash will be told his role, and so will Kanyari. The idea of us being Africans is irrelevant. That does not apply in the law. Whether you are African, whether you are Luo, Kikuyu, those things don't work in court. Emotions, stories, they do not work in court. For the sake of these kids, I think mahali vitu zimefika, for the sake of these children, wacha hii kitu iende kotini. And I also wanted to say something about Betty Bayo's mother. As a mother, she is the person that is older than all of these parties. She should be seeking consensus, not making things worse. A mother that cares about the grandchildren should not be a person that picks a side. She should be seeking consensus. She should be relieving the children of the pain. She should be reducing the trauma for Betty's children. But the role she's picked now, she is harming the children of Betty Bayo. She is not protecting Betty Bayo's children. She is putting them in pain by asking for the body of their mother to be exhumed. And this woman, by the way, right now, she never, ever, ever, to be honest, was not there even when Betty was being buried. And another thing, she never even at some point, si tulimchangia hapa pesa you guys, si alichangiwa hapa Amerika. Mbona hatukuona ametuma pesa akisema hii pesa inaendea watoto vile bado wako Kenya? Guys, let's be reasonable here and work with facts. A person that cares for children.
Could she be a grieving mother?
Let me tell you, if you are a grieving mother, the first instinct is protect your grandkids. You've all had grandmothers. Grandmothers love their grandkids. Mnajua hivyo. Mashosho wanapendanga watoto wajukuu wao vibaya sana. Huyu mama angekuwa mama mzuri, yeye ndiye angekuwa katikati ya Tash na Kanyari, anawaeka pamoja. Si eti anachukua side moja, anaanza kuvuruga. No, she should be neutral. Anafaa kukuwa pale katikati na ana prioritize the well-being of the children. Unaona? But hii story yake eti anakuja anachukua side moja, yeye pia anarusha mishale huko. Mtoto sijui watoto wake pia wanarusha mishale huko, na yeye ndio mama. Hapana. The role of a mother is bigger than that. She needs
Diana,
to take it up.
Unajua, this I don't know whether you've ever lost a child.
Betty, I have lost Wairimo, I've lost 2 children.
Oh wow.
I have, yes.
Yeah, I'm thinking she's just having a hard time understanding.
She needs to take it easy.
Okay.
Wairimo,
Yeah.
hi.
Can I speak a little bit?
Just say something.
Hold on.
Then I mute.
Okay. Well, TikTok depression was here before you. Can she go first and then you, Joyce? Kindly.
Okay.
TikTok, go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, if Tash is so powerful and he's the man, they cannot exhume the body of Betty Bayo. The mistake that Tash did is a very big mistake. As African people, when we marry women, we take women to another home and then tunaanza kuishi nao kwa hiyo nyumba. Wacha niongee Kiswahili, juu mimi si mtu wa Kiingereza. Ukioa bibi, sisi kama tumeoleka, bwana anakuchukua kama umerendi nyumba nini, mahali pengine anakutoa kwa hiyo nyumba. African men, most of them wanasemanga, mimi silali kwa nyumba yenye mwanamke amerenti, mimi siwezi enda kwa nyumba yenye mwanamke anakaa. So I don't know about Kikuyu culture, juu Betty Bayo amekaa kwa hiyo nyumba more than 15 years tukiona tu, more than not 15 years, more than 6 years ama 7 there tukionanga kwa hizi mitandao. Is the same house that Tash anakaa na watoto wake. So sijui wa Kikuyu mtu akioa ni Betty Bayo alioa ama nini, ama kimila yao inaendaje. Alafu wanasema hii familia ilikaa chini ikalipa mahari. Sisi ukienda kulipiwa mahari, watu wakwenu wanakujanga na tena wabwana wanakuja, wakwenu wanakuja tena wakina bwana wanakuja kwao. So sijui hao vile walienda kwa Betty hapo mahali penye amerendisha, penye Tasha anakaa mpaka saizi, sijui vile ilifanywa. But as like Luyas, especially mimi ni Mbukusu, sisi tunakuanga na koti yetu ya Kiluya iko hapo Sirisha. So when things, before the things goes to court, normally we take our things to our traditional court, na ikidecide hata ukienda kwa hizi court zingine asitafanya. So according to what Tash did, hii ndiye imeleta shida mingi sana. Hakuweka bibi kwao, achasika bibi yake kwa shamba yake, ameshika bibi yake kwa shamba lake lenye alinunua more than many years ago. Na saizi in Kenya pia law inasema ya kwamba ukinipata na mali yangu na tukiachana, tunakawana vitu zenye tumepata pamoja. Saizi law ya kitambo yenye nasema ya kwamba kama ulikuwa na nyumba, hii nyumba ni yako, inakuwa ya bibi yangu mwenye nimeoa. Saizi ni kitu yenye umeweka kwa mesa. Nimeona wanaume wengi saizi wakiuza shamba zenye walinunua kwa majina yao, kama hawana mabibi, bibi anapeleka kotini, wanaangalia source ya money ilitoka wapi, and then they win the case. It is happening also in Kenya. So Tash in this case walichuana na Betty Bayo vile Betty Bayo namfuatilia 2021 wakaoana, ndio walioana vile walioana na wakarudi kwa Betty Bayo. So I think it is not fair yeye aanze kupishana na hii familia juu alioleka huko. For me I say Tash must give Kanyari his kids, alafu manene ishe. Wewe baba, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Joyce, go ahead.
I'm not, in this case, I'm not on anyone's side. But now, coming to think of it, if Mama Betty, and sorry, me, I don't like addressing what was that, but now, in this case, because she came to social media, we have to talk about it. Now, I know if Mama Betty wanted good for the kids, or Betty and the family, they did not recognize Tash. First of all, I'm a Kikuyu. So, how comes Mama Betty alichukua rorashio ya Tash? How comes? If I don't understand, because Kikuyus, you are not supposed to take rorashio twice. Kama amjarudisha rorashio ya kwanza. So, kama alichukua rorashio, it means
Kanyari alirudisha.
Alirudisha kwa kina Kanyari?
That's what I heard, yeah. There is an interview of Betty.
Okay. It's okay, very nice. Now, it means in this case, Tash ni bwana ya Betty. Kama alirudisha rorashio, the other side akachukua ya Tash, it means Tash ni bwana ya Betty, si ndio? And they have been living with Betty for quite some time. Amelea hawa watoto. Either way kama alikuwa wanasaidiwa na Kanyari or whatever it is, Betty and Tash were husband and wife, kulingana na rorashio and whatever it was being cooked there. It's okay. Now, haya, Kanyari ako na nguvu kabisa ya kulea watoto wake. I don't even need that. But now, character wise,
Kanyari anafaa kupatiwa watoto. Mimi nauliza tu character wise. Akona yes, akona pesa, akona nini anawasupport character wise. Haya, Tash pia. Unajua nao the thing that inafanya tusongea sana. Tash amenyamaza. We don't know the side of the story ya Tash. Amenyamaza tu. He's very quiet. Also, Mama Betty did a very wrong thing. If they had a problem with Betty's death and whatever, wangesimamisha burial, wangeenda kotini, wasimamishe burial ya Betty. They solve their things. Afanywe postmortem, nini. They solve their issues in private. Badala ya kutuleta sisi huku kwa social media. Because sahi ni kama ana cloud chase. Ameacha mtoto wake akazikwa na huyu mwenye anasema si bwana yake. Wakasema mtu mwenye alimuua ni wao alimpea, ni yeye alikuwa up and down, barua za habari o nini. Tash was the one taking care of that. Na huyu Mama Betty alikuwa amenyamaza huko. After burial nao ameona kuna pesa zimechangwa, government imeingilia katikati, watoto wamepewa sponsorship and whatever it is. Anaanza kuongea. First of all, haongei sana juu ya watoto wa Betty. Tuanze hapo. Anaongea sana stories za mali ya Betty, which is it shows she is greedy. Tuanze hapo. She is greedy. Because as a mother, angesema sina papers za kukuja Kenya, kama hizo ndio alikuwa anasema hana. Unaona? Angefanya nini? Angesema let us hold. Mimi sioni kama mtoto wangu amekufa na maugonjwa or whatever it is. Wacha kwanza tusimamisha hiyo bari, waende kotini waseme mtoto wangu asizikwe kwanza, hata kama take 1 year, I come back to Kenya, we solve this thing. But now she kept quiet. She gave out the go ahead ya mtoto wake azikwe. You see, she's grieving. It's okay. But now at some point unaona ni kama she's not grieving, she's all about money. She's all about money. And na brother wa Betty alikuwa kwa hiyo burial ya Betty. Mbona hawakuongea before azikwe? Then wanasema
nikujibu before uendelee sana. Nitakujibu kulingana na vile Mama Betty alisema kwa interview yake.
Kwa hiyo ya Okrande
alisema right before burial they had a meeting. They had a family meeting where her and her daughter were joined by a Zoom. I think some Zoom. And everybody was there. Tash, Kanyari, the concerned parties were there. Na Mama Betty akasema wakaongea kidogo alafu wakaambiana watarudi tena. Because Mama Betty alisema kuna mambo alikuwa anataka kuambia Tash na they were supposed to talk with Tash. Kuna mambo alikuwa anataka kumwambia concerning the kids and the rest of the staff. Na Tash akaashua Mama Betty that they will have another meeting and agree on what to do. And I think that's what happened. Ndio they went ahead with the funeral ya Betty. So in other words, Mama Betty alikuwa nasema she was played by Tash because Tash did not fulfill his end of the bargain. Yeah. After the funeral, he turned his back on them because there was an agreement. There was an agreement that they were gonna sit down as a family and discuss the way forward concerning the kids. And one of the demands that Mama Betty wanted was the burial permit iandikwe jina yake, sijui nini iandikwe jina yake, like all the, you had her, I think everybody had her. So the fact that Tash refused to honor the meeting, the second meeting after the burial, is when now all this attitude kuseparate watoto na familia na nini is what brought her on social media. That's why she came on social media. And I'm reporting that according to what she said. This is not me, is what she said.
Yeah. I agree. Wairimu, let me say this. Now they had a sitting. Penye sisi social media people, you are never even involved. Sindio? She's saying that they had a meeting, wakakaa chini, they agreed this and this and this, right? We were not even part of it. But now, why after wamekosa kufikiana kwa mambo zao, they bring this to the social media? Wangekaa tu huko chini bado.
Wangefanya nini na communication?
Wangekaa aje chini, wangekaa aje chini Joyce.
Communication. What are you talking about?
Hakuna communication. Tash alikataa communication yoyote mama. Alikataa. Akasema mwenye anataka watoto anipeleke kotini. Hivyo ndo alisema na akacancel any communication from all the people.
What was she supposed to do as a mother who has lost her child?
But she should come. I agree. She should come to Kenya. Ndio wakuwe hapo. If they are going to court, they go to court. Because this thing naona kitu yenye inaweza tu tenganisha all these dramas that they are bringing ni court. They sit down huko kwa court, wapeane side yake of the story and the evidences, kama kuna evidence the other side, because at the end of the day here watoto ndio wanaumia. Trust you me, kids they are seeing these social media stories, wanaona.
Joyce, hebu nikuulize, uko majuu ama uko Kenya?
Niko Kenya.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, Wairimo kidogo tutakamata. That is why mama alisema Kanyari ashughulike. Akasema Kanyari hata kama ni hiyo koti, yeye ndiye alipea hiyo ruhusa. Endelea tuone kama au watoto watatoka kwa mikono ya Tash. Juu Tash alionyesha a lot of ignorant, ataki any cooperation. Nakumbuka akona mpaka ID ya huyu mama, akona ID ya Betty, akona everything, all the documents zikona yeye. Alafu ni kama alicheza huyu mama kumdanganya ampe mpaka hiyo ID ya Betty na ID yake. Unaona, na bandaye akakataa kucooperate with the family. Mimi nafikiria Tasha angecooperate, warundi tena kwa meeting, hiyo second meeting, waongee hii mambo, haingekuja hata kwa social media. Hakuna kitu inge-escalate kila mahali kuwe ati kuko hakuna cooperation, watoto wameenda hivi, hapa hakuna. But yenda alianza kichwa, akasema mwenye anataka watoto aende ampeleke kotini. Unaona? So mimi kivyangu mimi na blame huyu mwanaume. Yenda alileta kichwa, na hizi vitu wangesovu wao wenyewe kwa wenyewe na wajamalize nyuma ya kamera.
That is true. In fact, he's the reason why all this has erupted. He is the reason. So Tony
Operate hakuna Wairimu, hakuna kitu ingekuja kwa kamera, but vile aliwacheza meeting ya kwanza juu alikuwa anataka tu Betty azikwe, alafu kumbe akuje kuleta kichwa eti mwenye anataka watu. Hiyo ni rude. Mwenye anataka watoto anipeleke kotini. Jameni, hivyo ndo tuliongea kwa first meeting. The first meeting that they had, they agreed that tutarundi hapa. Lakini Tash akakataa, akasema mwenye anataka, ni kama sasa akaonyesha ubaya. Hayuko, yani hataki vile nyinyi sasa mnataka. Ikawa hata wale walikuwa friends wa Betty akina Shiru hawataki kuongea na mama. Wote hawataki any communication with the mother.
Wanataka stories za mama mwenye amepoteza mtoto wake.
Imagine.
We are not looking
Kanyari basi. Kanyari basi enda kotini. Kanyari basi enda kotini. Kanyari enda kotini venye ana-advisiwa na mama Betty. Then venye nini koti itaamua, they go na hiyo njia. Because unaona hata wakileta hizi vitu hapa social media, tutapeana ma advices, tunapeana our peace of mind nini, but haita solve. Waende kotini, wafanye chenye watafanya.
Joyce,
because kids are suffering.
Let me say something before we give it to Tony. Just a minute. No, just a minute, because Tony was here before you. What we are doing here is content. We are not advising any family. This is not gonna solve anything. We're just discussing a matter that is out in the public. So let's get that, that this is, I'm hearing people when they come up here, they're like, oh, whatever you people are saying, you're not going to help. We're not here to help because they didn't even come to us to help. Yeah, I'm just putting it out here. We are not requested for help. So we are just reacting to the several videos and onlines and lives that were done were done on YouTube, on TikTok. So, Tony, chukua mic. Let's give Tony a chance, kindly. And then we'll go to Mamake. Tony, can you get the mic?
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Werimo. Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hapa ni msifu. Yeah, go ahead.
Kwanza hiyo kizungu yako bana. Hiyo kizungu yako Werimo inatuchanganya sana. Mirroring ni nini? Mirroring.
Pole sana. Go ahead.
Anyway, on a light note, on a light note. I think Kenyans, we've become lazy in reading, and it's important that we start adopting the reading culture again, because I've listened to these stories, social media story, Betty, Tash, and Kanyari, and I've discovered most of us don't understand basic law, and the law is there. The law is very clear on issues of children, on what happens when on issues of guardianship, adoption, and before we discuss these things on social media, before you display your ignorance, it is important you read the law. And there are also popular versions of these acts and bills, and they are available on Google, and it's important that we be reading these things, because we have a popular version of the Children's Act, and it is clear on what should happen in terms of such matters. And most of you might be surprised. Some of you are bashing Tash here, and you might be shocked. The court might pronounce itself. If Tash is able to prove his ability to take care of these kids, and not only money-wise, because the best interest of a child, according to Children's Act 2022, is not only about money and financial ability. No, it's about the emotional, psychological, mental status of a child. And on that note, I would request most of us, tumesema hapa that the children are suffering and all that. I think it's a high time I challenge Kenyans tuache kudiscuss hii issue, we stop creating content out of this issue, because it is really hurting the children, and in the best interest of these children, ebu weka watoto wako, those of us who are parents here, put these kids in the shoes, put your kids in the shoes of the late Betty Bio's kids, and the emotional trauma those kids are going through right now is that their family and their late mom is being discussed by Kenyans on social media every other day. Ever since she passed on, we are discussing, and some of these discussions are on a negative, are from a negative perspective. I would challenge Kenyans, let us stop discussing this matter for now, and let us just learn. Let us learn from it. Personally, I'm a single father. I'm a widower. And the reason why I decided to read the law and understand the law is because I've come to discover there are very many issues that crop up when you lose a spouse. Very many issues that crop up, and they can crop up from either your family or the in-laws or the family in love. So it is important for us to understand the law. Usiassume tu ati niko na wakili. No, because some of these lawyers are out there to make money from you. They're not even out there to in your best interest. So it is important for yourself first to understand the law, read the law, understand it and how it is interpreted, so that in the future, if anything happens to you, God forbid, for example, for me as a widower, I register all my property. The property now that I buy, if I'm to marry in the future, to remarry in the future, that person will not benefit from the property that I'm acquiring now or the property that I acquired with my late wife. Because what I've done, any property that I buy, probably, for example, a piece of land, I register it in trusts of my kids, because that protects the future of my children. If I'm to remarry, the person that I'm going to marry in the future, they are not going to be entitled to the property that I got before I marry them. So that is it is important for us to read the law and understand the law. And I would request humbly, like Kwerimi will say that we are creating content from this issue, I think we should discuss going forward. Let us now start discussing other issues, because we are playing a role in traumatizing these kids. And when kids lose their mother, me, I have seen my kids have lost their mother. It is very traumatizing. I had to take them through a lot of counseling and being there as a father for them to heal from that whole situation. So kindly, let us stop discussing this matter. Thank you.
Right. Okay.
Nataka kudrop kitu yenye ningetaka
ngoja kwanza TikTok depression, hata kama unataka kudrop ngoja kidogo. I take the mic and then you will speak later after me, please. Thank you so much Tony K for speaking this loudly, because most of us, we are acting out of ignorance. Some of us, we are victims of whereby families come in and they start bringing so many issues, blaming each other, and at the end of the day tunajipata tuko in an angle that we cannot be able to heal. It is over 15 years since I buried my mom. It is over 20 years since I buried my dad, and I cannot heal from the traumas we've gone through when I lost my dad and when I lost my mom. Watu wanaanza kupigana right, left, center. When my mom died, the watoto wenye alizaliwa na wao tumbo moja mama moja, they were fighting. But wale watoto ambao alizaliwa na wao, they are stepchildren from the other father. Those are people who stood for us. Those are people who gave us shelter, and we never doubted them. As much as walikuwa natuambia hawa uncles wenu ni wabaya, huyu uncle wenu kwanza anajifanya ako na pesa, atakuja kuwatumia vibaya, and they were also trying to spoil me. And it reached a point whereby I had to block people from my mother's side, wale ambao amezaliwa nao mama moja tumbo moja, and I stuck by the family ambayo nimezaliwa nayo, wale stepfather wake, the real father wake. But hao watoto hao wenye walizaliwa na mama yao mimi niliwaacha, because they were there to spoil for us. They had no future for us. And if I could have listened kwa ile family ambayo mamangu alizaliwa nao tumbo moja mama moja, I'm telling you I couldn't be where I am. Singewahi soma. Hii family ambayo ni stepmother, our step grandmother, watoto wake ndio wametusomesha sisi wote. So to avoid all these issues, I think Tash is just for the interest of the children. Tunaambiwa stories ambazo hazina basic, hazina nini evidence. Wakati mnakuja mnasema watoto wanateswa. In fact, the first video Sky made, it was very clear ya kwamba I have two fathers. I'm not going to take sides. But sisi hapa social media, we want to take sides. We want to force her where to go. This girl, as much as she's 13 years, she's a very responsible girl. Kama anaweza travel from Kenya aende UK akaikule 2 weeks na arudi back peke yake, this is a very responsible girl. She knows what is right and good for her. Kuna hizi issue mnasema sijui watu wanakuja kuongelelea kwa gate. It is allegedly said this matter was taken to court. I think the lawyer, or it was in court. Na mkienda kwa mambo ya children's department, right, currently wana divide issues. Wanapeana responsibilities half. Wanakuambia wewe, kama ni wewe umeamua kulipa school fees ni sawa. After negotiation, huyu mwingine kama anataka kulipa, huyu mwingine mwenye akona watoto anaambiwa haya, kazi yako sasa ni shelter, kazi yako ni hii, kazi yako ni hii, kazi yako ni hii. Ujue vile watoto watavaa, ujue vile watoto watafanya 1 2 3. So when you are being given that document, unaambiwa paka picking points. Where do you want your children to be picked? Unataka mahali fulani, wapi unataka watoto wako waletewe? Kama umesema watakuwa wanachukuliwa kwa gate yako, hapo ndio watakuwa wanachukuliwa. Kama imesema kana ni market, hapo ndio mtakuwa mnapatana. And it is being written na mna sign, and it is being stamped. Everybody is being given a copy. So hii issue ya kusema mnataka kublame so and so, it is not making sense. Watu wanasema kwamba ati hiyo ni nyumba ya Kanyari, ya Tash, ya nani, ya Betty, what. Wakati ambapo Betty alipotoka kwa Tash, kwa Kanyari, alienda kuishi wapi? alikuwa anaishi hapa side za Kayole, not even Kayole, alikuwa anaishi side za Eastlands. Maisha yake hayakuwa mzuri vile. Tumeanza kuona Betty aking'aa, akiwa na furaha, wakiwa na Tash. Let us give credit where it is due. Tuache kuact with emotions. Let this matter go to court. Na mambo ya succession, mambo ya kukua kwa burial permit, it is the court that will determine. Mama ya Betty hawezi kukua kwa burial permit wakati ambapo ako kule US and they need the ID, they need to sign that burial permit. Nani alikuwa anafaa kusign hiyo burial permit? Who was supposed to sign for that burial permit? Kama yeye anataka yakwe kipaumbele. What about these children? And then msomeni, do wide research. Jaribuni mwende msome pia nyinyi. At least mweze kujua what is required in our constitution concerning mambo ya watoto, concerning guardianship, concerning mambo ya succession. Me as a mother, I'm not entitled to Otieno's property. I'm not entitled to it. Kazi yangu nimesomesha Otieno. Nimeona kwamba kuna maisha mazuri. Akikuwa mkubwa atadecide kama atanipatia ama atakosa kunipatia. But we cannot be there kuambia Otieno kwamba hii mali yote yenye imebaki, hii mali yote yenye unapata, salary yote inakuja kwangu. Hiyo ni mali yake na bibi yake. And in our current society, hata millennials, our parents have been telling us, my mother used to tell me, na kusomesha kwa sababu yako. I'm giving you education, uweze kujisaidia mbele, hutanisaidia mimi.
Okay.
Awesome. So, for this point, let the matter go to the court. Waende wasuluhishe kule. Somebody's character has been tarnished. Kuna watoto wako pale, they are healing. Every time you are talking about these issues, Sky is coming making a video to just disapprove you people from what you are talking. Mkisema wanateseka, anakuja na waonyesha here is where we are. I think anatulecture sisi watu wakubwa na wazee wakubwa wenye hatuna akili, tunataka tushinde tukipiga kelele. Asanteni.
All right. TikTok depression, chukua mic haraka.
Wacha tuite ya kwamba hatuna akili. Kama hatungekuwa na akili hatungekuwa tunaongea vile tunaongea hivi. Sasa kama wewe hauna akili, ni wewe ndio mwenye hauna akili. Alafu kitu yenye ningesema watu wenye waka hapa wasasi mnaelewa. Hakunaka mahali penye kuna kuanga na perfect, kila kitu inafanywanga perfect. So to be honest, kwa Tash hata kulea watoto, everything is looking to be perfect. Na si watu wa social media tumeona watu wenye wanajifanya hapo perfect ndio wana fake sana. So those people who want to prove to us, even we have seen it here, not only on Tash or on Betty Bayo, those people who are behaving as if they are really good, they are really doing fine, they have life, they love it all, they are the ones that are faking. So for me, this man is really a faker and he knows how to play his cards. Let's not be carried. Mimi sijaiona kwa hii dunia ati una co-parent na mwanaume mwingine ati mnapeana pick up, mtaenda kuchukua watoto wangu huko juu alikuwa na bibi yangu. Wapi? Sisi tunaongea sisi sio koti, lakini sisi ni watu wa Kiafrika, na vile unasema sisi ni wakubwa, tunajua mengi kushinda huyo Sky wa Kanyari. That's why we are talking about it. Penye wase hapa haribiki neno. Siku hizi wase tunakaa hapa kwa TikTok na hapa kuwezi kukaharibika na maneno. So what I'm trying to say is that Tash is really faking. I remember Betty Bayo saying in one of her videos, she said, my man is not a social media. He don't like to come on cameras. Yeah. Now he was faking. Now he wants to be on the camera 24/7. He wants to be seen holding the kids, hugging the kids. Yeah. After Betty Bayo has died. So he's faking, to be honest. Mi nita drop, lakini discussion ni nzuri. Thank you so much the host kunileta juu. Na mjue tu ya kwamba Tash ana fake, watoto ni Wakanyari, warudi kwao. Full stop.
Priska, All right. Queen Risita, chukua mic. Obuina. Ai, hawa wameingia kulala.
Hao washuke wenye waongei hapa.
Hello guys.
Hi.
Hello. Aha, mi kwa hiyo story ya kina Betty, mi naona hatufai tukiwa tunaiongelelea sana. Juu Betty ashaondoka, watu hii place yenye wako, hii kama mzazi pia naona wako sawa. Juu kama waliachana na Kanyari na alisema waliachana, na Kanyari alichukua rurashio na Tasha alipeleka rurashio kwao, so hakuna haja tushinde tukiongelelea mambo za kwao. Juu hata mkiangalia watu hii wako sawa, so watu hii wangekuwa wako na shida wangekuwa wanasema. Hii mambo mingi naona tu wanavutania ni pesa ya Betty. Juu ukiangalia huku nje tuko na masingle mothers wengi na watoto wamelelewa na ma step fathers. So tukiwezeka hiyo kitu sasa ikue kila mtu aseme mimi ni single mother, watoto wangu wako na huyu, mimi niliachana na bwanangu, ama kila mtu akuwa anafaitia watoto wake juu sahii ni wakubwa. Hii Kenya tungekuwa mahali pabaya sana. Juu ukiangalia kama mimi nimelelewa na single mother. Sasa hii mazee akuja aolewe na huyo mzazi anionyeshe kuwa yeye ni baba wangu tu, na nione tu roho yangu imemkubali kabisa na siteseki. So siodhani mwenye alinizaa na akaniacha kama anaweza kuja kusema sasa mimi ni wake, wakati sasa anaona nimegrow ama madhe ako na kakitu. So tuache kushinda tukisema ni nini. Juu hata mtoto mwenye mnasema ni mtoto anakuja tu hata nyinyi anawaprivia. Kama venye mwingine amesema hapa, mtoto mwenyewe anaprove. Mkisema wanateseka anaprove, mkisema wako hivi anaprove. So hakuna haja, tuache tu na familia yao. Kanyari akitaka watoi wajue venye watasofu mambo zao huko. Jota nilisikia mama mwenyewe amesema ati Betty hakuwa amerashiriwa na Tash, ati alienda hata hawakukata kiande. Sasa hiyo hata ni maswali mingi watu wanajiuliza. Kwani hata kuenda kuona nini kwa mwanaume akienda kuona kwa msichana anaendanga hadi na mbuzi na ng'ombe na anapeleka sherehe kubwa, ama kunaenda aje?
Thank you so much for your submission.
Hata kama Kanyari ni mzazi, ni baba watoto, yes, anasimamia mali ya anataka, na angekataa Betty angemforce. Betty angeng'ang'ana na Tash wasomeshe watoto na huko. Juu yeye alitaka tu pia kuingia hapo, juu anasema yeye ni watoto ni wake, ni damu yake. Sasa hapo hata tulio kesi itaenda aje? Juu hata saa hii Betty akiweza kufuka na asema watu wangu watakaa na Tash, hakuna kitu atafanya. Ama aseme Tash
wakusikii. Kwenye huko kuna makelele sana, watu hawasikii. So anyway, thank you so much for tuning in. I think tutamaliza hii live. Mkumbuke kutufollow. Thank you everybody. Hapa ni 2 am. Thank you for tuning in. Mimi natoka I'm done. Kila mtu aende akalale. Na wengine you have a wonderful day. All right.
So thank you so much for watching the video to the end. Remember to like, share, comment, and if you have not subscribed, please make sure you subscribe and put on the notification bell so that you know every time I post a new video. So guys, thank you. I'm gonna see you on my next video. Bye.